Good afternoon, and thank you for joining today's hearing on the Central Business District Tolling Program. The hearing will begin shortly. Good afternoon. We will now begin the hearing. Today is Tuesday, August 30th, 2022, and the time is 5:01 p.m. My name is Lou Oliva, and I will be today's hearing officer. This hearing is being live streamed and recorded and will be available publicly on the MTA YouTube channel and the Central Business District Tolling Program Project website at mta.info/CBDTP. Stenographers are present and will create a written record of today's hearing. By attending this virtual hearing, you consent to be recorded. Today's hearing will begin with opening remarks, followed by a presentation on the Central Business District Tolling Program Environmental Assessment, and then public comments. There are 264 speakers signed up. Speakers will be called in the order they signed up. After we get underway, through the Q&A function, we will send each speaker present today your place in the speaker list. Please give us a little time, as it will take some time to get this message to each speaker in attendance. Throughout the day and evening, we will regularly let everyone know where we are in the list so you can gauge how much longer you may need to wait to speak. If you joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. If this is your preference, please indicate this in the Q&A function and we will give you further instructions. Please do not use the Q&A function for comments you would like to submit on the Central Business District Tolling Program. Comments can be submitted by visiting mta.info/CBDTP, calling 646-252-7440, via mail to CBD Tolling Program, 2 Broadway, 23rd floor, New York, New York, 10004, or via email at cbdtp@mtabt.org. You may also submit comments directly to the Federal Highway Administration via email at cbdtp@dot.gov, or by mail at FHWA, New York Division, Ray, CBDTP, Leo W. O'Brien, Federal Building, 11A, Clinton Avenue, Suite 719, Albany, New York, 12207. Comments submitted by mail, phone, email, online form, or verbally at a hearing will be considered equally and carry the same weight. In addition, and again in recognition of the overwhelming interest, we have added the ability to submit personally recorded video comments. As with oral comments at the hearings, video comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Recorded video comments may be submitted via email to cbdtp@mtabt.org. Such comments will be considered equally and carry the same weight as all other methods for submitting comments. CART captioning and American Sign Language interpreters are available at today's hearing. To turn on CART captioning, use the CC button on the bottom of the screen. Sign language interpreters will appear on screen for all attendees. To hear the translated audio, use the interpretation button on the bottom of the screen. We will now start with opening remarks from Dr. Alison De Sereno, MTA's Deputy Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us today. We are excited to be here as we continue our public outreach on this historic project. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to learn more and share with us your thoughts and comments. This evening, I am representing the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority and MTA more broadly, and I am joined by Nicola Angel, Vice President at Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, and other members of the agency, as well as other colleagues from other project sponsors for this effort. Richard Wilder, Deputy Chief Engineer Design for the New York State Department of Transportation, and Patrick Smith, Senior Policy Advisor from New York City Department of Transportation. We also have with us today Rick Marquis, New York Division Administrator for the Federal Highway Administration, the lead federal agency for this project. He will be joined by Anna Price, Director of Office of Programs. Key personnel from all four of our agencies are also in attendance today, listening to what you have to say. Your comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental assessment process. Last year, we held 10 webinar-style public sessions, 9 similar sessions focused on environmental justice communities, and several meetings each of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group and Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group. Since then, we have incorporated comments heard during these sessions into the technical analyses for the environmental assessment, or EA. I want to thank all of you for your earlier input. I believe you will see firsthand how your comments affected what we explored and how we addressed concerns. On August 10th, 2022, we released the environmental assessment for public review. If you have not yet had an opportunity to read the entire environmental assessment, the executive summary, which has been translated into multiple languages, is available on our website. The rest of the document is also on the website, and you can find a hard copy of the entire environmental assessment at numerous locations throughout 28 counties in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. A complete list of locations is also available on the project website. In a few moments, we will begin with a presentation that provides a summary review of the environmental assessment findings. It's a bit longer than one might expect, but there is a lot of important information here, and we want to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to hear about the areas in which they may be interested. After the presentation, we will listen to those of you who would like to provide oral comments. The formal comment period on the environmental assessment continues through September 9th. For those who prefer not to speak, but still want to submit comments, we will provide additional information on other ways to do that again later in the session. Now, let's begin the presentation.
So what is the Central Business District Tolling Program? In 2019, New York State enacted the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act, which authorized the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, or TBTA, to design, develop, and implement a vehicular tolling program to reduce traffic congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District. As defined by the Act, vehicles entering or remaining in the Manhattan Central Business District on or below 60th Street, which is shown in the map in orange, would be tolled. The FDR Drive, West Side Highway, Battery Park Underpass, and any surface roadway portion of the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel connecting to West Street, in essence, the dark red line along the edges of the orange area on the map to the right, would be excluded from the toll. After covering the project-related capital and operating expenses, revenue collected would fund MTA's 2020 to 2024 capital program and successor capital programs. By law, 80% of the net revenues would be used for New York City Transit capital improvements, 10% would be used for Long Island Railroad, and 10% for improvements for Metro North Railroad. With respect to how the Manhattan CBD tolling program would work, locations for infrastructure would include detection points placed at entrances and exits to the Manhattan CBD. On the avenues, these detection points would generally be between 60th and 61st Streets, and an algorithm would be used so those who stay on excluded roadways are not tolled. In essence, as someone is coming down the roadway, the detection points would detect their vehicle and determine how long it should be before they're seen at the next location. Assuming they continue to be seen at each location within the allotted time, no toll would be charged. If, however, the vehicle is not seen and then not seen again, at some point the system will determine that they must have entered the central business district and a toll would be charged. On the right, you can see an example of what the infrastructure and the tolling system equipment would look like. It's predominantly poles, as you see on the right, and mast arms, as you see on the left. Importantly, the tolling system equipment will be clustered and housed in a single unit enclosures, as shown on the bottom. The enclosures are purposely designed to minimize the amount of equipment on the poles and to reflect light in a way that makes them less visible to someone walking or driving. With respect to how customers would pay, it would be very similar to what people experience today. They would be able to pay with EasyPass or tolls by mail, where an image is taken of the license plate and a bill is mailed to the registered owner of the vehicle. And we will also have the capability for future third-party providers. In essence, these are companies that may use different types of technology that can link into the technology that this system would have. The benefits of the program would include reduced vehicular traffic in and near the Manhattan Central Business District, improved travel times within the Manhattan Central Business District, including for buses and deliveries, and a new source of local recurring capital funding for subways, trains, and buses, as well as improved regional air quality. So why is an environmental assessment, or EA, needed for this project? Well, some roadways in the Manhattan Central Business District have received federal funds, so approval for tolling is needed from the Federal Highway Administration. Before a federal agency makes a decision, the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, requires the federal agency to understand and disclose the environmental effects of the action, in this case, the tolling. An EA is performed to ensure federal agencies consider the environmental impacts of their actions in the decision-making process. For a proposed action that is not likely to have significant effects, or when the significance of the effect is unknown, the EA aids in determining the significance of the adverse effects. Since the project could have effects on environmental justice populations, Federal Highway Administration and the project sponsors incorporated enhanced public outreach and coordination with federal and state resource agencies. The project's purpose is to reduce traffic congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District in a manner that will generate revenue for future transportation improvements, pursuant to acceptance into Federal Highway Administration's Value Pricing Pilot Program, or VPPP. The need is to reduce vehicle congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District and create a new local recurring funding source for MTA's capital projects. The purpose and need are refined through 4 objectives: to reduce daily vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, within the Manhattan Central Business District by at least 5%, to reduce the number of vehicles entering the Manhattan Central Business District daily by at least 10%, to create a funding source for capital improvements and generate sufficient annual net revenue to fund $15 billion for capital projects for the MTA capital program, and to establish a tolling program consistent with the purposes underlying the New York State legislation entitled the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act. You may be asking, why do we need to toll the Manhattan Central Business District? Well, traffic congestion has been a problem in the Manhattan Central Business District for many years, and one of the most challenging policy problems for generations. Many efforts have been made, and yet congestion in New York City consistently ranks among the worst in the United States. Indeed, congestion costs 102 hours of lost time, equating to almost $1,600 per year per driver in delay. Between 2010 and 2019, travel speeds fell 22% in Manhattan Central Business District, and local bus speeds have declined 28% since 2010. The average speed of select bus service, New York City's bus rapid transit service routes, in the Manhattan CBD is 19% slower than in the outer boroughs. With respect to MTA's subway, rail, and bus systems, they need to be repaired and modernized. Funding from the project would support the 2020 to 2024 capital program and the successor programs that prioritize investing to improve reliability, committing to environmental sustainability, building an accessible transit system for all New Yorkers, easing congestion and creating growth, and improving safety and customer service through technology. I'll now walk you through the findings of the environmental assessment. There are two project alternatives that are evaluated in the environmental assessment. The no action alternative, in which there is no program to toll vehicles in the Manhattan Central Business District, no comprehensive plan to reduce congestion, and no new annual recurring funding for MTA capital programs. And there is the central business tolling or action alternative, where we implement a tolling program consistent with the Mobility Act to toll the vehicles entering or remaining in the Manhattan Central Business District. We install tolling infrastructure and tolling system equipment and signage within and near the Manhattan Central Business District, and generate funds for MTA's capital investments in subways, buses, and commuter railroads. The environmental assessment explores each of the topics in this chart. The specific chapters that address the analysis for each area are identified here. As you can see, the analysis shows that most of the areas have beneficial effects or no adverse effects, but there are a few areas with potential adverse effects. The slides a bit later in the presentation will address each of the areas and identify any mitigation that is needed. This slide has a lot of information, and it is in the executive summary and in Chapter 2 of the environmental assessment for further review. I am going to spend a few moments reviewing and explaining it here so everyone can understand its importance. As I said a moment ago, there are two alternatives for this environmental assessment: the no action and the central business district tolling alternative. Within the central business district tolling alternative, there are a number of tolling scenarios that vary in several ways. Modeling these different scenarios helped us to understand the full range of effects of the central business district tolling alternative, since the decision on the actual tolling scenario has not yet been made. For those of you who participated in the early outreach, you may notice that we now have 7 tolling scenarios when we originally discussed 6. That is because we added a tolling scenario, which I'll get to shortly, as a result of concerns raised during the early public outreach. So let me walk you through. Along the top are the tolling scenarios. Tolling scenario A we refer to as the base plan. This is the plan that is characterized in the legislation. Tolling scenario B has that same base plan, but starts to add caps in the form of how many times a vehicle can be tolled and certain exemptions. Tolling scenario C adds what we call low crossing credits for vehicles using tunnels to access the central business district, with some caps and exemptions. Those crossing credits, when they are low, are roughly $6.50. When they are high, as you see in tolling scenarios D, E, and F, the credits are roughly $13, and this was used for modeling purposes. In D, E, and F, you see those high crossing credits. In D and E, they are applied to the tunnels that enter into the central business district. And in F, vehicles using all of the tolled facilities that enter Manhattan would be eligible for crossing credits. Moving down the left side, you see the distinction on the items that are varying. First, the potential crossing credits. Again, these are credits that would be applied toward the central business district toll for tolls paid at facilities prior to entering the central business district. As you move to the right, you can see the no's and yeses, which determine whether or not that potential crossing credit applies to the facilities that are identified. Moving to the next group are potential exemptions and discounts in the form of caps on the number of tolls per day. Importantly, by legislation and in the modeling and in the program, passenger vehicles would be charged only once per day, but other vehicles could be charged more than that. And as you read across to the right, you will see under each of the different tolling scenarios how these different types of vehicles were treated with respect to caps or exemptions. Finally, as you move to the bottom, we have the approximate toll rate for autos, small trucks, and large trucks that resulted from the modeling. The one tolling scenario I'd like to mention is tolling scenario G, all the way to the right. This tolling scenario has a base plan with the same tolls for all vehicle classes. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation, but importantly, as you see on the bottom, the toll rate is set the same for every type of vehicle. So that was a lot of information, and so I'd like to leave you with some key takeaways. First and foremost, tolling the Manhattan Central Business District in all scenarios reduces traffic entering the Manhattan Central Business District and results in a net benefit in congestion reduction for the region. Discounts, crossing credits, and exemptions result in the need for higher toll rates. Higher toll rates lead to a greater degree of traffic reduction in the Manhattan Central Business District, but also lead to increased traffic diversions, including increases along the Cross Bronx Expressway and the Staten Island Expressway. Crossing credits lead to more parity in the total cost among different routes that are taken by vehicles entering the Manhattan Central Business District, but those same crossing credits change the balance of effects on traffic. They result in less effect reducing traffic from Queens and much less effect reducing traffic from New Jersey. They result in greater effects reducing traffic from north of 60th Street in Brooklyn. And they result in more traffic at the Queens Midtown Tunnel, the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel, and the Long Island Expressway. Before we move on, I thought it was helpful to give at least a sense of where are the commuters actually coming from into the Manhattan Central Business District. On the left, you can see the 28-county region. Again, this is all in the environmental assessment for further review. The colors on the map denote the proportion of total commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District from each county in the 28-county region. The map also shows how many commute by transit, car, or some other transportation mode to reach the Manhattan Central Business District. Not surprisingly, counties that are further away tend to have fewer commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District. For example, of all the commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District, fewer than 1% come from counties like New Haven and Dutchess. About 1 to 3% come from counties like Rockland, Morris, and Richmond, and roughly 4 to 5% come from Bergen, Hudson, and Westchester counties. Closer in, about 6 to 10% come from Nassau County and the Bronx, while the remainder of the New York City boroughs contribute 11 to 22% of the commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District. On the right in the figure, you can see that of all the people commuting to work in the Manhattan Central Business District, the vast majority, 85%, commute by transit. Of the 11% who commute by car, approximately 8% of them are from counties in New York, roughly 3% in New Jersey, and less than 1% from Connecticut. Now we'll go through the effects of each of the topic areas. On the top right of each slide, you'll see that we've identified whether effects are beneficial, not adverse, or adverse. In this case, this is the regional effects of transportation. Broadly speaking, all tolling scenarios reduce the number of vehicle entries into the Manhattan Central Business District and reduce vehicle miles traveled in the Manhattan Central Business District. The table on the bottom left provides the degree to which the traffic is reduced. In this case, there's a reduction of vehicles entering the Manhattan CBD of nearly 20% to roughly 15%, depending upon which tolling scenario one is looking at. On the right-hand side, you see the increase or decrease in daily vehicle miles traveled for each of the areas throughout the 28 counties. And as you can see, broadly speaking, regionally, again, there's largely a benefit. In the Manhattan Central Business District, VMT decreases anywhere from a little over 9% to about 7%. Throughout New York City, the reduction is roughly 1.5% to about 0.7%, and so on down the group. With respect to highways, we have beneficial effects, and we do have some adverse effects in a few locations where mitigation will be required. Some locations experience a decrease in congestion, which is a beneficial effect. There were 3 highway segments, though, that would experience adverse effects in the form of increased delays at certain times. As you can see here, it's the westbound Long Island Expressway near the Queens Midtown Tunnel in the midday, approaches to the westbound George Washington Bridge on I-95 also in the midday, and in the evening, the southbound and northbound FDR Drive between East 10th Street and Brooklyn Bridge. For mitigation, the project sponsors implement a monitoring plan prior to the project beginning that identifies thresholds for adverse effects. If the thresholds are reached as a result of the project sponsors will institute transportation demand management measures, such as ramp metering, motorist information, or signage at identified highway locations with adverse effects. In addition, post-implementation, the project sponsors will monitor effects, and if needed, Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, TBTA, will modify the toll rates, crossing credits, exemptions, and/or discounts to reduce those adverse effects. Note the call out in the upper right and recall what I mentioned regarding tolling scenario G earlier. During our early outreach and conversations with environmental justice communities, we shared information regarding changes in traffic patterns. Here on the left, you can see one of the maps that was used for analysis related to traffic and air quality effects. These are areas with environmental justice communities. Under this tolling scenario, some of these communities would experience reduced vehicle miles traveled. Others would see some increases as traffic diverts to avoid the toll. As noted earlier, as the toll goes up, these diversions increase. Participants raised concerns about the increased traffic along the Cross Bronx Expressway and asked what that meant in terms of truck traffic, as trucks are associated with particulate matter and associated health effects. The team reviewed the initial 6 scenarios at a specific location, McCombs Road, and found the daily increases in truck traffic in the table to the right. During this same outreach period, the trucking associations also raised their concerns that people can move to transit to avoid the toll, but trucks cannot do this. Further, though tolled bridges, roadways, and tunnels typically charge higher tolls for trucks given the wear and tear on the roadway, the purpose of this project is to reduce congestion. The project team looked closer at why trucks were diverting in the modeling. We found that the extent of the diversions was linked to the truck toll and price differential in the initial 6 tolling scenarios where trucks are tolled at a higher price. To test this, we created tolling scenario G, which prices all vehicle types the same. The result, as you can see, reduced the diversions along with the relative incremental number of trucks on the Cross Bronx Expressway. Given the concerns raised, the project team decided to include this tolling scenario formally in the environmental assessment. With respect to local intersections, again, there are beneficial effects and adverse effects where mitigation is required. Specifically, most intersections would experience decreases in delay. Tolling scenarios D, E, and F, the high credit scenarios, had 4 out of 102 intersections that experienced adverse effects in the modeling in the form of increased delay at certain times, and you can see them here on the right. Project sponsors will monitor those intersections where adverse effects are identified and implement appropriate signal timing adjustments to mitigate the effect per New York City Department of Transportation's normal practice. In terms of transit, we found beneficial effects and some adverse effects where mitigation is required. With respect to beneficial effects, reduced roadway congestion would result in reliable, faster bus trips. There is an increase in transit ridership of 1 to 2% system-wide for travel to and from the Manhattan Central Business District, but no adverse effects from increased ridership on any lines or transit stations. We do see that some scenarios increased ridership could adversely affect passenger flows at specific stairs or escalators, what we refer to as station elements. With respect to mitigation, in tolling scenarios E and F, TBTA will coordinate with New Jersey Transit and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey to implement a monitoring plan with specific thresholds for pedestrian volumes on a specific station stair in Hoboken Terminal. If the thresholds are reached, TBTA will coordinate with these agencies to implement signage and wayfinding. In all the tolling scenarios, TBTA will coordinate with MTA's New York City Transit to implement monitoring plans with specific thresholds at the locations bulleted here. At 42nd Street and Times Square, there's a specific stair affected, and if the threshold is reached, the center handrail will be removed and the riser will be adjusted. At Union Square Subway Station and Flushing and Main Street Station, there are 2 escalators, 1 in each, that could be affected. If the thresholds are reached, we would increase escalator speeds. And at Court Square, there's a stair affected. If the threshold is reached, we would construct a new stair to increase capacity. With respect to pedestrians and bicycles, the EA found that increases in passengers at transit hubs would have no adverse effects. There would be some increases in bicycle trips overall and near the transit hubs, but again, no adverse effects. Outside the Manhattan Central Business District, increased transit usage at individual stations would not adversely affect pedestrian conditions on nearby sidewalks, crosswalks, or corners. But within the Manhattan Central Business District, there are 2 crosswalks and 1 sidewalk that would be adversely affected. You can see here on the right with the red lines that they occur on 8th Avenue, near West 32nd Street and 7th Avenue, and on West 34th Street and Avenue of the Americas. For mitigation, the project sponsors will implement a monitoring plan with threshold for action. If the threshold is reached, pedestrian space would be increased and obstructions will be removed or relocated. With respect to parking and to social conditions, specifically population characteristics and neighborhood character, we found either beneficial effects or no adverse effects. With respect to social conditions, improvement in travel time and safety, reduced vehicle operating costs, and reduced emissions would occur from the project. There would be no adverse effects on neighborhood character or access, travel to employment within the Manhattan Central Business District or reverse commuting, traffic patterns on local streets or community facilities and services. With respect to parking, the study found a reduction in parking demand within the Manhattan Central Business District, an increased parking demand at subway and commuter rail stations and park and ride facilities outside of the Manhattan Central Business District. But the increase at any individual location would not be large enough to result in an adverse effect from the project. Economic conditions found increased productivity as well as safety improvements. There were no adverse effects to any particular industry or occupational category in the Manhattan Central Business District. Depending on the tolling scenario, the toll could reduce taxi and for hire vehicle revenues in the Manhattan Central Business District. While the industry would remain economically viable overall, individual drivers could be adversely affected, and this is dealt with a little bit later in the presentation. In terms of energy and noise, again, there are beneficial effects and no adverse effects. With respect to energy, the region would benefit from reductions in regional energy consumption as a result of reductions in the vehicle miles traveled. In terms of noise, 102 intersections were assessed and all the crossings into the Manhattan Central Business District. The study found imperceptible increases or decreases in noise levels resulting from changes in traffic volumes. With respect to air quality, the environmental assessment found that regionally, air pollutants would be reduced, including precursors to greenhouse gases. There would be no local exceedances of air quality standards. Recognizing that air quality is of great concern to many constituents, we have several enhancements, though there were no local exceedances of those standards. New York City Department of Transportation will coordinate to expand the New York City Community Air Survey network of air quality monitors. This will be supplemented by a small number of real-time monitors for particulate matter. Also, based on feedback during outreach for the project, MTA will prioritize Kingsbridge and Gun Hill bus depots, both located in and serving primarily environmental justice communities in Upper Manhattan and the Bronx, when electric buses are received in MTA's next major procurement of battery electric buses. In terms of environmental justice, the study did find adverse effects where mitigation is required. The map to the right shows the communities that are environmental justice communities throughout the region. They are widespread, and as shown earlier, in some cases, certain EJ communities will benefit directly from this project. However, the project would have the potential for disproportionately high and adverse effects on low-income drivers who do not have an alternative transportation mode for reaching the Manhattan Central Business District, and on taxi and for hire vehicle drivers in New York City, many of whom identify as part of an environmental justice population. This adverse effect occurs specifically in tolling scenarios that toll their vehicles more than once per day. We have a number of mitigation for low-income drivers, which you can see here on the left. There will be a tax credit for Central Business District tolls paid by residents of the Manhattan Central Business District, whose New York adjusted gross income for the taxable year is less than $60,000. CBTA will coordinate with New York State Department of Taxation and Finance to ensure availability of documentation needed for drivers eligible for the credit. CBTA will also post information related to the tax credit on the project website, with links to the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance website to guide eligible drivers to information on claiming the credit. CBTA will also eliminate the $10 refundable deposit required for EasyPass customers with no credit card linked to their account. It will increase promotion of existing EasyPass payment and plan options, and will work with MTA to increase outreach and education on eligibility for existing discounted transit fare products and programs. The project sponsors will establish an environmental justice community group that will meet on a biannual basis, with the first meeting 6 months after project implementation, to share updated data and analysis and hear about potential concerns. For effects on taxi and FHV drivers, the project sponsors will work with appropriate city and state agencies so that when passengers are present in the vehicles, the passengers will pay the toll rather than the driver. Again, these mitigations would be for New York City taxi and FHV drivers if a tolling scenario is implemented with tolls of more than once per day for their vehicles. TBTA will work with MTA New York City Transit to institute an employment resource coordination program to connect drivers experiencing job insecurity with a direct pathway to licensing, training, and job placement with MTA or its affiliated vendors at no cost to the drivers. For those who may not want a commercial driver's license, TBTA will coordinate with MTA New York City Transit to submit a request to the Federal Transit Administration for a pilot program that will help increase eligibility of taxi and FHV drivers to use their vehicles to provide paratransit trips. And MTA's New York City Transit will implement this program if approved. With respect to construction effects, no adverse effects were found. Construction would consist of replacement of existing poles or installation of new poles and mast arms, excavation and construction of foundations, placement of new support poles or structures, attachment of tolling system equipment, and restoration of the roadway, sidewalk, or ground surface. The construction would occur on streets and sidewalks and take approximately 1 to 2 weeks per location. During this time, there would be temporary disruptions to traffic and pedestrian patterns, and temporary noise disruptions at nearby land uses such as residences and businesses. The project sponsors would require the contractor to develop and comply with plans and procedures to minimize construction effects. With respect to visual resources, there were also no adverse effects. Infrastructure is similar in form to streetlight poles, sign poles, or similar structures already in use throughout New York City. Signage is similar in size and character to signs already present, and the color would match existing light pole colors. On the bottom right, there's a rendering of tolling system equipment that would be placed on existing infrastructure. Again, as noted earlier, the tolling equipment is clustered into those single enclosures to reduce visual impact. And cameras would use infrared illumination at night, so there would be no visible light needed. The project would have a neutral effect on viewer groups and no adverse effect on visual resources. With respect to Section 4F, a de minimis impact is one that, after taking into account any measures to minimize harm, results in either a Section 106 finding of no adverse effect or no historic properties affected on a historic property, or a determination that the project would not adversely affect the activities, features, or attributes qualifying a park, recreation area, or refuge for protection under Section 4F. Central Park and the High Line have the potential for a de minimis use. Federal Highway Administration is soliciting input from the public on the effects of installing equipment and signs within and on these properties. Signage and 4 replacement poles with tolling technology would be installed in Central Park. Tolling technology equipment would be added to the underneath of the existing structure of the High Line. You can see some of the renderings at the bottom here. With respect to the findings, the Central Business District tolling alternative does not result in adverse effects pursuant to Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, and it does not adversely affect the activities, features, or attributes that qualify the resource for protection under Section 4F. Federal Highway Administration has concurrence on a proposed finding from officials with jurisdiction over Central Park and the High Line, and will consider public input on its proposed finding received during this public review of the environmental assessments. There are 2 final additional enhancements I would like to mention, and again, they were in response to outreach during the early outreach period. First, the project sponsors are committed to ongoing data collection and reporting on the potential effects of the project. Data will be collected in advance and after implementation, and a formal report will be issued 1 year after implementation and then every 2 years thereafter. The reporting website will make data, analysis, and visualizations available in open data format to the greatest extent possible, with updates provided on at least a biannual basis as data becomes available and analysis is completed. Again, through our conversations and public outreach, and particularly with environmental justice communities, we are also committed to prioritizing equity in bus service improvements. New York City's buses serve a greater share of low-income minority households than other modes, including subways. MTA developed a new approach that combines considerations of equity and air quality to identify equity priority areas, which are then used to target improvements and investments to promote equity and access to opportunities in transit-dependent, historically marginalized, and underserved areas. Information on our early public outreach is here on the left. During that period, we held 10 virtual public outreach meetings, as well as 9 environmental justice outreach meetings. We had 3 meetings of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group and 2 meetings of the Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group. During the 19 public outreach and EJ outreach meetings, we had over 1,000 participants registered and nearly 400 speakers. All of the sessions were left on our project website and people could access them through YouTube. To date, we've had over 14,000 views and we've received over 7,300 comments. Our current public outreach sessions will include 6 public hearings, starting on Thursday, August 25th and running through Wednesday, August 31st. We will also have another meeting of the Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group and another meeting of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group. With respect to schedule, this shows where we currently are. We did our early public outreach in 2021 and early 2022. We prepared the environmental assessment. We've notified agencies and organizations and individuals of the environmental assessment's availability. And we're now in the midst, in orange here, of public review and comment on the environmental assessment. After the formal comment period closes, there will be a determination whether the action, in this case the tolling, will result in significant effects. Ultimately, we're expecting that in early 2023, Federal Highway Administration will issue a decision document. If adverse effects are not significant or can be mitigated below significant levels, FHWA would issue a FONSI, a finding of no significant impact. If there are significant effects that cannot be mitigated, then an environmental impact statement, or EIS, would be required. As noted, our public comment period is open until September 9th of 2022. If you'd like to submit written comments, you may do so in the following ways: through our project website, by email, mail, phone, or fax, or to the Federal Highway Administration by email or mail. All of this information is also available on our website, and the information on the project website, email, mail, phone, and fax for MTA bridges and tunnels is also in the environmental assessment. In addition, formal oral comments can be made at the public hearings, as many of you are doing today. They will be recorded by the stenographer. Thank you again for attending this public hearing to learn more about the environmental assessment for the Central Business District Tolling Program. And now, we look forward to hearing from you.
We encourage anyone joining via Zoom or live stream to take a short survey using the QR code or the link currently being displayed. The link can also be found in the chat section of the Zoom. We are gathering public comments today on the environmental assessment for the Central Business District Tolling Program. Comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental assessment process. Responses will not be provided during today's hearing. There are 264 speakers signed up to speak tonight. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. At the 2.5-minute mark, the clock will turn red and you will hear a beep notifying you that you have 30 seconds remaining. We ask that speakers keep their remarks to the 3-minute time frame out of respect for all other speakers. We will be calling speakers in the order they signed up, but anyone who wishes to speak will have an opportunity. Due to the volume of speakers, there may be extended wait times to speak. Comments submitted by mail, phone, email, online form, or verbally at a hearing will be considered equally and carry the same weight. If you have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. If this is your preference, please indicate this in the Q&A function and we will provide you with further instructions. Please note that comments on the Central Business District Tolling Program are not being received via the Q&A function, and comments submitted in that fashion will not be part of the hearing record. When you are called on to speak, there will be a brief transition on your screen before you will be able to unmute and enable your camera. Please make sure that once your screen updates, your camera and microphone are enabled before beginning your remarks. If you do not wish to use your camera, you do not have to do so. You will not be able to unmute or enable your camera until it is your turn to speak. Please remain patient until then. In the event you miss your name being called, we will call you again after all other speakers in attendance have been called a first time. As a reminder, this hearing is being live streamed and recorded and will be available publicly on our YouTube channel and our project website at mta.info/CBDTP. Stenographers are present and will create a written record of this hearing. By attending this virtual hearing, you consent to be recorded.
We will now begin the public comment portion of today's hearing. Our first speaker is Jessica Sider, followed by Donna Westervelt. Jessica, your audio does not appear to be connected yet. Jessica, we will try to, oh, it looks like you're connecting. If you're able to unmute yourself, then you can begin your remarks.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Jessica Colette. I am a resident in what everyone is calling the Central Business District. Just calling to, put a couple of comments in. Firstly, as a resident, I personally feel a little erased by this zone being called the Central Business District. It's an erasure of scores of residents, and I think that grouping them under the congestion label is a misnomer. I think having essentially what's a daily tax is extremely onerous, especially for residents like me that are considered low income. Many of us don't have the extra cash flow to, pay a daily tax, and you don't have the ability to, wait until tax time to recoup, costs for stuff like that. We already are paying a premium to live here. And, there are residents I know that are like me. We don't have the ability to move around easily because we're lower income. I personally live in an apartment that I acquired through the housing lottery. So it's not so easy for a lot of us to just pick up and leave as much as we might want to. Secondly, as far as congestion and air quality issues, I really don't think this does a lot. I think what this does is it reroutes congestion and air quality problems to locations that are going to be just outside the border. I suspect that we're going to just see, people that are maybe doing a park and ride situation or just getting off just outside the border to avoid, these taxes. So it just seems like this doesn't really address that, and it actually might bottleneck a lot of the existing congestion. There's not really any impact to climate change itself, right? There's no actual reduction in emissions. It's just rerouting traffic around. And in my opinion, this is just another failed pay to pollute, policy where only the wealthiest can wield that privilege to just, exist. And as a resident, it's difficult because we don't have a choice to be here. We're not congestion. We live here. This is our home. Lastly, all of New York City and beyond uses the MTA system, not just those in and around the central business district. I personally think that federal lawmakers should fight for more federal funding to fund a robust MTA, especially since climate catastrophe is a crisis that the entire nation is facing. It's not really, just kind of localized here. Lastly, privacy concerns. The constant automated movement tracking.
Please conclude your remarks.
That's a huge privacy concern. In conclusion, as a resident in this district, I feel that there should be a waiver. Anything less.
Our next speaker is Donna Westervelt, followed by Burton Thielander. Our next speaker is Burton Thielander, followed by Kevin Anthony. Burton, you may begin your remarks.
Hi, I want to thank the folks that described the results of the data gathering about the impact of the toll collection process in the Central Business District. So I thank you for that analysis and presenting that data. And I live in Orange County with my wife. We are both RNs. We work part-time in the Central Business District. And we believe that it really is important to promote mass transit use, reduce congestion vehicle use in the Central Business District. And we believe that climate change, global warming is something that we really have to take action to reduce that impact. So we support the tolling program. And thank you again for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Anthony, followed by David Paul Gerber. Our next speaker is David Paul Gerber, followed by Michael Murray.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How you doing? This is David Paul Gerber. This is regard to the meeting, which is held in August, where very few people, many people be on vacation itself. And in regards to the meeting, something needs to be addressed about license plate covers. Yes, the ones that are used on the front and rear vehicles to illegally cover them or make them that would not be able to get the tolls in order. Meaning that if you have a license plate cover, if you go for the Central Business District tolling for the camera, it may not be able to take a picture itself. And I've seen that. I have seen it myself. I've seen 2 vehicles today in Lower Manhattan with license plate covers. And you know who does that? City workers, government workers, construction workers, everyday Joe Schmoes. So you even have one from the MTA. Well, maybe. He parks down there over near 2 Broadway. It's a black Honda. He's from New Jersey. He has got 2 license plate covers front and back. There's one there I also saw that belonged to a fire department employee, also have license plate covers. There's going to be increase in these drivers using plate covers to evade the Manhattan Central Business District toll. The Manhattan Central Business toll, as intended for the funding of the MTA capital program, is misguided. It does not really reduce traffic. It only brings more traffic to the Upper East Side and Upper West Side, where they will park and then take the train down. So there's a lot of abuse with these covers. They need to be addressed. Otherwise, I don't see anything. If you're not going to enforce it, why should people pay a toll up to $30 to enter Manhattan below 60th Street if the next guy, who happens to be maybe be an MTA employee, not pay the toll itself using those plate covers? They already used to evade tolls on MTA and Port Authority bridges and to evade enforcement cameras such as speed and red light cameras. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Murray, followed by Harold Auerbach.
Hello, my name is Michael Murray. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, well, first, for the benefit of the gentleman from the U.S. Department of Transportation, I'd like to say that the happy findings of the environmental impact study done by the MTA absolutely defy logic and need to be looked into more seriously. In any event, I'm grateful for this opportunity to offer my thoughts with respect to congestion pricing. My wife and I are both retired senior citizens living on a fixed income in what would be the Manhattan Central Business District. Moreover, I suffer from severe COPD and emphysema, with air pollution being a clear and present danger that threatens my very existence. In theory, this should make me a champion of congestion pricing that promises to improve air quality. But the reality is far different. Congestion pricing as currently proposed would be an absolute disaster for my wife and I. My health problems preclude me from using mass transit. We need to drive to essential medical care. And under the current proposal, we'd face punishing tolls every time I need to go to New York Presbyterian to see the lung transplant team, or whenever I need to get to the National Jewish Respiratory Institute at Mount Sinai. Moreover, we'd face onerous tolls whenever driving to see relatives on Long Island, or simply doing something like going to Stu Leonard's in Yonkers. In essence, the current proposal would largely limit our lives to the confines of the Central Business District, erasing our right to travel. No other population would face the hardships that would be imposed on residents of the CBD. Moreover, residents of the CBD are not the cause of our traffic congestion. Commuters, trucks, and for-hire vehicles cruising our streets while they wait for fares are clogging our streets. And the groups claiming that residents of the CBD have many options other than driving all seem to assume that people are healthy enough to walk, bike, or use mass transit, while the Ubers, Lyfts, and taxi lobbyists arguing that they should get exemptions are asking the rest of us to subsidize the very activities that are at the heart of our congestion problem, while undermining congestion pricing's ability to get more people to use mass transit. In sum, fairness requires exemptions for residents of the CBD, especially seniors and the handicapped. And if politics precludes fair treatment of residents of the CBD, then perhaps we could follow London's successful congestion pricing program, where residents of the CBD get a 90% discount. Lastly, I have yet to hear how any of us will cope during the time between the imposition of congestion pricing and the actual improvements in mass transit that congestion pricing is supposed to fund. If congestion pricing works as intended, it will cause a massive increase in the use of mass transit, forcing riders into a system to be able to handle the load.
Our next speaker is Harold Auerbach, followed by Colette Vogel. Our next speaker is Colette Vogel, followed by Norbert Siren.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Colette Vogel. I live in Murray Hill. I spoke at the last 2 meetings, and I'm going to be speaking again as many meetings as I can to express my disgust with the idea of congested pricing, not just for the residents that live in this zone, who, by the way, we have a subway desert. We have no access to the 2nd Avenue subway. So if you're going to go anywhere south of 2nd Avenue, you have to walk or take a car. It's not right that you're even considering it, considering you have not expanded the 2nd Avenue subway all the way down to Lower Manhattan. We need access to that subway. But in terms of your proposal earlier about adverse effects, the one thing that you're missing is the adverse effect that will have on the people that get assaulted on your subway systems. You still have not addressed the high rise of crime on your subways and buses. And there's no plan in your environmental study to address that. You need to address that. If you want people to feel safe to use your subways and buses, you need to fix the crime problem that you have down in your subway systems. And no one is addressing that. Not one person or not one study has brought that up. So I don't believe that this environmental impact study is accurate. I think it's totally slanted to the MTA. I agree with the other gentleman that said that this will do absolutely nothing to climate change. All you're doing is moving it around. The FDR now is a mess on rush hour. Can you imagine if this goes through? No one will be able to move. No one will be able to go anywhere. It takes approximately 40 minutes to go from 38th Street to 96th Street on the FDR during rush hour. Can you imagine how much longer that will take now? If you implement this congestion pricing, it will be impossible. I also want to address all the mom and pop businesses in this area. So anyone who goes to shopping, who buys, who gets a haircut, who gets a repair refrigerator man that comes to their home, all of those costs of goods and services will increase dramatically. You don't think that businesses are going to absorb a $23 fee for deliveries for all their goods. No, they're going to pass it on to the consumer. Again, we already pay the most amount of money and taxes in anywhere in the country. The cost of groceries skyrocketed, and now to add the congested pricing on top of that is not feasible or reasonable to even consider. So this thing needs to be thrown away, and you need to start from scratch because this plan is horrible. And unless you all change your mind, we will not elect any public official that is supporting this. We will make sure that you are not elected next time you run for office. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Norbert Siran, followed by Samir Chatterjee. Our next speaker is Samir Chatterjee, followed by Deirdre Huntley-Smith. Our next speaker is Deirdre Huntley-Smith, followed by Michael Streeter. Our next speaker is Michael Streeter, followed by our 15th speaker to sign up, Mikhail Shichukin. Our next speaker is Mikhail Shichukin, followed by Chris Vanderlee. Our next speaker is Chris Vanderlee, followed by Margaret Van Cleve. Our next speaker is Chris Vanderlee.
Yeah, hi, Chris Vanderlee here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I registered just because I'm totally against this congestion pricing for several reasons. Obviously it's a regressive tax on, anyone who comes into the city. And also on top of that, I think to some of the other callers that called in, it's going to increase the cost of goods and services in regards to deliveries and tradespeople. I also feel that this is just the worst time to put in this congestion tax due to the fact that, the city's coming back from COVID. You also have less folks in the offices and less, more office capacity. It's just a terrible tax on regular working people. And the timing couldn't be worse as well, et cetera. And it's also, my understanding, I believe the tax is also for 7 days a week. So, even if someone wanted to bring their family and spend, money on the weekend, off-peak hours, the tax will still be in place. So again, I'm very much against it. I think it's really a ploy to take money out of working people's hands and just give it to, big developers and offices. It's just terrible. I mean, when I was growing up, the fee to go across, when I graduated high school, the fee to cross the George Washington Bridge and the Lincoln Tunnel was $4. Now we're paying $16, and I live in New Jersey. And it's just now we're paying 16. If we don't get a credit, 23 and 16 is almost $40 to come visit the city with your family. And it's just a horrific tax on those people that can least afford it. So that's where I'll leave it at, and that's my comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Van Cleve, followed by Devindranuth Sriratan. Our next speaker is Devindranuth Sriratan, followed by Bahrain Parikh. Our next speaker is Bahrain Parikh, followed by our 20th speaker on the list, Carla Sanderson. Our next speaker is Carla Sanderson, followed by Heather Seslavsky. Carla, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla Sanderson. I work in Midtown Manhattan and have commuted there for over 10 years. I think the process is flawed because the environmental assessment procedure does not consider the harm of doing nothing. It doesn't consider the status quo and how horrible it is. Cars, trucks, and SUVs are absolutely destroying our city. And this goes for the Central Business District and elsewhere. Pedestrians are getting killed. Children and babies are getting killed. There's a glut of paper license plates everywhere. These cars should be towed off our street. Our air quality is getting worse and worse. It smells, it's loud, and it's dangerous. The congestion pricing should do everything to decrease car ownership and driving in the Central Business District as much as possible. We should incentivize as much public transit use as possible. We have an excellent subway and bus system throughout the Central Business District. And for those who can take it, they should take it. And I saw some speakers were afraid to ride the subways, but far more people die on the city streets every day from bad drivers. I also don't see why buses should be charged. I don't see why taxis should be charged multiple times a day. If we're trying to discourage individuals from driving into the Central Business District, people who can take their families on the PATH train, on public transit when they commute in. Drivers should pay for the use of our streets and the harm to our air and quality of life, especially those who are commuting into New York City, who don't live here. Again, I urge you to consider the harm of the status quo and the absolute mess caused by so many cars, SUVs, and trucks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heather Seslavsky, followed by Public Advocate Jumani Williams. Our next speaker is Public Advocate Jumani Williams, followed by Michael Sosin.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much. Peace and blessings, love and light to everyone. I just want to thank everyone, including the MTA, New York State Department of Transportation, New York City Department of Transportation for holding these hearings on the Central Business District tolling program, commonly known as congestion pricing. First, I do want to say that I believe this needs to move forward and needs to move forward expeditiously, not only because, of course, the funding that will help come to our transportation, but of course, because of the help that will come to our planet. I do think in order for this to work, there has to be minimum to no exemptions because with a lot of exemptions comes a lot of loopholes. There are two areas I think if exemptions aren't giving, there should be some nominal fees. One of those would be to our yellow taxi drivers. I believe that industry has been almost decimated. I believe the government has been culpable in that decimation. We also know that they give already 50% of every trip since 2009, $250 when the trip begins and ends on 96th Street and below since 2019. We also know a portion of the vehicle lease paid by drivers who rent their cabs already go to the MTA. So I think that industry, if there was one to ever get an exemption, should be that one. They have not contributed to the congestion that's there. Matter of fact, they might help it. When it comes to Uber and Lyft drivers, I do think, unfortunately, they have added to the congestion that's there. But in this new schematic, I think it would help to move folks around. So while I don't know that they should be treated like yellow cabs if they get an exemption, I do think $9 to $25 to $23 would be way too much. I think there should be a nominal 50 cents, $1, $2, but it shouldn't be charged to the drivers. It should be charged to the companies. So we want to make sure that we're getting the money from the people who need to pay this and not the people who've been just trying to make a living. Lastly, if there's going to be anything else, we may want to think of some kind of rebate based on people's income and how often they have to travel in there in that district, perhaps at the end of the year, if not full payback, but considerable depending on your income. It's really, really important that we get this right. I know there's going to be a lot of people pushing for exemptions for this and that reason. Many of them will have a lot of good reason then to really think about it. But the more you open up exemptions, the less things this is going to work. And so it's my opinion that those three buckets that I described are the only places we should be thinking of. And I would just implore you to move this as quickly as possible. It's been needed, it's been held up, and I'm glad we're doing this now for the sake of our entire planet, for my new baby girl, for my daughter, and for the people who will be coming later, and of course for the mass transit that is suffering right now. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Michael Sosin, followed by David Romales. Our next speaker is David Romales, followed by Peter Wong. Our next speaker is Peter Wong, followed by Gerald Adams. Our next speaker is Gerald Adams, followed by Jason Seo. Our next speaker is Jason Seo, followed by Brandon Buchanan. Our next speaker is Brandon Buchanan, followed by Stacia Cohen.
Greetings. My name is Brandon Buchanan, and I'm the Director of Regulatory Affairs with the American Bus Association. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to participate in these proceedings related to the proposed Central Business District Tolling Program. Just briefly, the American Bus Association does represent motor carriers of passengers, motor coach operators, as well as tour operators, as also destinations. They're not only located in the Central Business District, but throughout North America. If this proposal were to move forward, we would like to see motor coaches and other mass transportation providers exempted from the tolling aspects of the program. Overall, we'd like to see this program reconfigured and a full environmental impact statement prepared, as we believe that this process is being rushed and that more time is needed for additional study, not only to ensure important stakeholders have an opportunity to meaningfully participate, but also that we believe that there is some data that is missing from being considered, nor is there an economic impacts assessment of the entire program and what that could mean for New York City and the region. I would note that we have requested a 120-day extension to this comment period. As other commenters have stated in prior testimony, we believe that this process is missing input from daily commuter communities such as Eastern Pennsylvania, the Hudson Valley, New Hampshire, as well as Boston. With those communities and commuters missing from the data calculations, we believe the impacts would be significantly greater than projected. The number of people who have attempted to participate in these hearings further suggests that additional sessions are necessary. We also would note that the timing of these hearings butting up right against the Labor Day weekend, which is the busiest travel time of the year, while people are rushing away to get their last vacation trips over before the fall. The monumental length of the proposal is far greater than any other environmental assessment that we have found to date. We will spell out more in our formal comments, but typically, per the regulations, environmental assessments are required to be 75 pages or less, and this is over 830 pages with more than 3,000 pages of appendices. We do think there should be some increased transparency through the publication of the public docket. We'd like to see FHWA kind of lead that effort. We do believe that some of the contributions that private motor coach services provide are not included, and we hope that you can consult with the Port Authority Bus Terminal and the New York City Department of Transportation and their intercity bus permit program to provide some additional traffic figures that you could add to the calculation, as there's more than 650 permitted stops and thousands of daily trips provided by private
Sir,
motor
could you please speak a little slower? Thank you.
including charter bus operations that are not considered in the analysis. So we'll close by asking that we look for some clarity for the progression of the program. We'd like to hear more information about how it will be reviewed for exemptions, pricing, revenue caps, audits, et cetera, et cetera. Will there be ongoing oversight from FHWA like with previous value pricing programs, participations?
Your remarks.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and we hope there will be additional changes made to this
Thank you.
program and hope.
Our next speaker is Stacia Cohen, followed by Sandra Fleming. Our next speaker is Sandra Fleming, followed by Malik Graves Pryor. Sandra, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
My name is Sandra Fleming. I am a motorcyclist in New York City. I've been commuting around New York City for the last 20 years or so. I now work in the Wall Street area. I initially took this job because I thought it was work from home. I didn't want to commute or work. I work in the field as a social worker, and I live near Kennedy Airport. So I wanted to work from home and not have to commute. Now my job has changed and I need to commute into the central business district, actually the Wall Street area. My commute by Long Island Railroad is $25. If I take the public transportation, it takes me 2 hours to get there because it's really far. So I ride my motorcycle year round to downtown Manhattan, and I can park for free because motorcycles only take up about 2 feet, 3 feet at the max. So I'm able to slip in and park there. Now, every other country that has instituted congestion pricing using the Sam Schwartz plan has incentivized two-wheel vehicles, and they have found significant reduction in the amount of fuel consumed. My vehicle it gets about 45 miles per gallon. So we also have a very small footprint on the destruction of the roads and need for maintenance. So I believe we should follow the example of all other countries that have instituted congestion pricing by incentivizing two-wheel vehicles. Not only do I save money as a lone homeowner in Queens, and I'm a lone homeowner because my partner died last year, I can't afford $25 a day, nor do I have an extra 2 to 3 hours to commute to Manhattan. And I would have to find another job on Long Island or somewhere where I can commute because it's just really a waste of life and a poor quality of life for me with this. So it would be fair to not have to charge motorcycles the same as cars because we don't cause the same kind of damage. We are the true congestion reducers as well as reducing pollution. Again, at 25, I think if you use motorcycles and you went to 80% cars, 20% motorcycles, you reduce the fuel consumption by $122 million with just using motorcycles. And we see now more two-wheel vehicles on electric vehicles, which would reduce congestions even more. So please. Exemption for motorcycles, because we are the true congestion reducing fuel economy vehicles and the reason and most efficient way of reducing congestion, right? So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Malik Graves Pryor, followed by Elise Leibowitz. Malik, you may begin your remarks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Malik Graves Pryor, and I live in the proposed CBD zone. I drive, take the subway, ride my bike extensively, and walk when I can. In other words, I'm a multimodal New Yorker. Why do I fully support the CBD tolling without exemption? One, traffic is a constant challenge in Manhattan and New York City generally. In particular, as a resident, getting into and out of the zone is a nightmare. This consists of having to get around the constant stream of parked and idling trucks, picking up and unloading the goods and services on small side streets, leading to significant backlogs of traffic, or those same trucks parking in bike lanes on major arteries and forcing dangerous diversions by cyclists into traffic. Worse still is when trucks simply park in driving lanes and cause traffic jams by cars trying to divert around them. In addition, I find there are, on average, roughly 10 to 20 TNLC drivers for every non-TNLC driver in every one of the frequent traffic swarms in New York City. Many times, those same slow driving and or idling cars lead to the very traffic we're trying to alleviate with CBD tolling, as well as the noise and air quality pollution degradation that comes with them. By reducing the number of cars and trucks on the road, this would help steer individuals to other modes of transit, which are far more dense and less environmentally taxing as rail, buses, subway, bicycles, and sidewalks. Two, this tolling would help directly fund the capital investments that the MTA requires as well, such as the Bike, Pedestrian, and Micromobility Strategic Action Plan, the Second Avenue subway expansion, and others, and basically support the influx of these multimodal New Yorkers across the various forms throughout the boroughs and reduce our dependence on cars. Our subways are essentially old and in desperate need of improvement. Our buses are horribly slow outside of the minimal number of dedicated lanes and corridors that exist, and it's one of the reasons that I tend not to use them. Our cycling infrastructure is improving, but still woefully behind other global cities like Amsterdam. Reducing car and truck traffic would also allow the general maintenance and upkeep of these roads to go much further since they aren't being beat to hell as much. We need this tolling in order to reduce our dependency on cars and trucks, increase demand for public transit, cycling, and walking, and especially in this world of increasing global climate change and the challenges that come with them, it's time we actually take this seriously rather than making performative statements that ultimately lead to no action at all. CBD tolling should just be the first step. In closing, with luck, I have another 40 to 60 years on this earth, which means I will be alive to see the worst of the climate change disaster to come if we do not make these changes. So my goddaughter and children of close friends, nieces, nephews, and cousins, many of whom are not even out of elementary school.
Please conclude your
I
remarks.
believe it's time we're individually and collectively stop being selfish and self-interested and put the greater good of New York City and the planet.
Our next speaker is Elise Leibowitz, followed by Sean Scott. Our next speaker is Sean Scott, followed by Esta Fisher.
Hello, and thank you to the MTA CBD tolling program team for listening to the public. I'm Sean, and I'm a resident of the CBD in the financial district, and I also work here. I walk, bike, take the subway, and I also sometimes take taxis and rent a car from here. I want to commend the team for considering details all the way to individual staircases. That was certainly impressive, and will echo one of the previous speakers that, yes, the assessment is 4,000 pages long with appendices, so this does seem thoroughly considered. I also note that we have a little bit of a vocal minority who feel more affected by this compared to the silent majority of 20 million New York area residents that stand to benefit from reduced noise, congestion, pollution, death, and stress caused by cars. And I hope to represent some of those folks in my remarks today that take public transit, bike, and walk. I wanted to go back to comments made by MTA Chairman Jano Lieber a couple of months ago when he said that fare-paying riders feel like suckers compared to fare evaders, which I thought was interesting. But in reality, I think that, I thought about it, and I feel a sucker riding public transit compared to driving in a private car, which previous speaker, Sandra, very astutely mentioned that riding public transit is more expensive than driving currently, and this is not a sustainable situation. You can't expect anyone to actually want to take public transit if it is more expensive than driving. What I like to think about is for a group of friends or a family of 4 doing a round trip, what would the public transit cost? And just to illustrate some of those costs, from Manhattan to Brooklyn, so just within the New York City subway, that would be $22 round trip at current prices. To Westfield, New Jersey, that would be $74, again, on public transit. And if you have to add the cost of the subway, that'd be $96, the 22 plus the 74. If you're going to Newark Airport, that's $124 taking the train from Penn Station to Newark Airport, plus again the $22 if you take the subway, so for a total of $146. All that to say that these congestion prices feel minuscule compared to the cost of a family or a group of 4 people taking public transit. And so I would urge the tolling program to implement these fees now and support public transit so that that equation is corrected. Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Estha Fisher, followed by Jared Markowitz. Our next speaker is Jared Markowitz, followed by Janet Liff.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Jared Markowitz. I am a resident in Sunnyside, Queens. I'm here to give my comment. I don't own a car, and so I rely on public transit for everything I do in the city and outside of it. I use the 7 every day to get into the city for work, and then I use the bunch of the other lines to get around, depending on where I'm going. I also use the 24 bus line to get to Williamsburg and back every now and then. Anyways, I'm here today to urge Governor Hochul and all of you transit leaders to work together to implement congestion pricing as quickly as possible. I fully support it. It's important to me because we should be prioritizing people over cars in our city. Our public transit is in desperate need of improvements. Almost every day, the 7 will have some sort of delay. One of the trains won't show up, or they'll be slow, or the monitors are just off. When I do take the 24, if I catch it, it's great. If not, it only runs every 30 minutes, which is kind of crazy. And then sometimes that doesn't even show up. So congestion pricing would be great because it would provide more funds to improve our transit, which would, encourage more people to take transit if it was running better. Additionally, cars are also a crazy safety concern in the city. When I'm not using transit, I try to bike into the city. There's only a handful of really protected bike lanes in the city. And then a lot of bike lanes are just kind of painted on. And then regardless of the type of the lane, a lot of times you have cars just parked in those lanes. And so it's really hard for me as a pretty aggressive male biking. I can only imagine what it's like to bike as someone who is not ready to drive or bike into traffic and stuff like that. So anyways, yeah, the pricing would help because it would reduce the amount of cars in the city, making biking less dangerous, in addition to just all the car injuries that happen in the city because of cars. I think it's the number 3 cause of injuries among children or something like that. It's crazy. So thank you for listening. I urge Governor Hochul again and all of you transit leaders to implement congestion pricing as quickly as possible. Unlike other infrastructure changes, this doesn't require a large construction project or a bunch of crazy investments. It's something that's fairly quick. And so we could see results very quickly, and it would be a win for everyone's quality of life, whether they live in the city or not. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janet Liff, followed by Elaine Walsh.
Hello, thank you. I'm Janet Liff. I live in the Central Business District, and I am here to say that I fully support congestion pricing. And I am sure that I am one of the 85% of my neighbors who lives car-free. I'm lucky enough to live car-free in the city, but it's also why I'm here. I think about leaving New York City, and every time I think about living in New York City, my sister says to me, well, you'd have to get a car. I live here because I don't want to get a car. On congestion, you know the statistics. You know that the true cost of congestion in terms of fuel, time loss, productivity, and business loss runs into the tens of billions of dollars. And you also know that the majority of us, I think it's 67%, use mass transit to reach a central business district. And ultimately, you must know it's just a matter of geometry. Cars take up a disproportionate amount of space in a space-starved city. The numbers, and I can share this with you later. I think a car needs roughly 700 square feet to move around, whereas a person in a bus only needs 45, and a pedestrian only needs 10 square feet. So this city functions only because most of us take transit, and it's completely reliant on our transit system. So it has to be our #1 priority to reduce congestion and invest in our transit. And then just a few personal observations. Someone mentioned safety, and a few other people mentioned it. I feel far safer in the subway than getting in a car. Getting in a car crash is way more likely to happen to any of us on this call. Somebody talked about the $20 that the plumber might have to pay. Well, if he saves an hour or 2 hours actually getting to the job site, that time saved will more than make up for that $20 fee. As for not being the time to do it, it is 100% the right time to do this. Traffic is up to almost 100% of pre-COVID, whereas our offices are only 40% full. We can't afford to move to 120% of our current level, and and the resultant impact on noise, air pollution, quality of life. I mean, now is absolutely the time. And then just a few more asides for personal experience. I work in commercial real estate, 25 years of doing office leasing. Customers never inquire about parking. Their major concern is their location vis-a-vis transit and transit commute times. No office flyer ever references easy access to the FDR drive. I implore you to do what's right for the vast majority of New Yorkers and move forward with congestion with minimal carve-outs. A toll is a toll. Keep it that way. Keep it fair and effective. And once it's in place, we can see the effects and improve upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elaine Walsh, followed by Susan Mendelson.
Yes, this is Elaine Walsh. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. After 3 years of COVID, I shouldn't have to say that, but it's a weird system you have. Good evening. My name is Elaine Walsh. I'm the board president of East 86th Street Merchant Residents Association, speaking tonight on behalf of our members on the Upper East Side in Yorkville opposed to congestion pricing proposal. This is the third attempt for the MTA to get congestion pricing. 3 is not the charm. I'm not going to repeat what others have said about opposing. Let me get to some of our points. Given the limited information, lack of specificity, as well as no examination of other avenues to obtain funds to fix the MTA, the East 86th Street Association is opposed to any plan, particularly one that impacts the Manhattan residents being charged for leaving or entering their home and going south of 60th Street. We request the state legislature and the governor look at other ways to eliminate the MTA deficit and fix the subways. How many times do we have to be burdened with additional costs for the MTA's mismanagement? We are already paying a payroll tax for the MTA, plus a charge of $3.30 to use a taxi in the community. We've asked, how are these funds used? We don't get an answer. We do hope, if this does go through, that we have a credit for the $3.30 we are now paying and have paid since 2009. When Richard Ravitch was head of the MTA, he wanted to raise the subway fare to avert this crisis. Why did this not happen? We also believe that the commuter tax should be reinstated. Yes, it's legislative, but don't put it on us because it's too hard for the legislators to get this done again. And indeed, once again, we want a credit for our 330. Congestion pricing is an ill-conceived scheme that opens a new revenue of taxation for New Yorkers, while we've got it rewarding the incompetence of the MTA with good money after bad. The scheme is regressive and will put an unfair burden on the backs of the poor, elderly, disabled, working, and middle class. Since all subways are not ADA, what choices do the elderly and disabled have for the cab? You are negatively impacting our business theater district. Bring back the commuter price. There's no dress, there's a commuter price, but let me say, the congestion pricing will displace traffic and congestion to residential neighborhoods such as ours in CB8 and is sure to create pollution, etc. We have one of the highest asthma rates for children. We are asking, what's your plan? Who controls the money? Why do residents have to pay for this? How are they spent? Projected income.
Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, I'm sorry. Projected income over the cost of installation and running the system. And
our next speaker is Susan Mendelson, followed by Max Kislevitz. Our next speaker is Max Kislevitz, followed by Boden Semchu. Our next speaker is Boden Semchu, followed by our 40th speaker to sign up, Jose Moronta. Our next speaker is Jose Moronta, followed by Sheldon Sudd. Our next speaker is Sheldon Sudd, followed by Sylvia Lynn. Our next speaker is Sylvia Lynn, followed by Rebecca Jones. Our next speaker is Rebecca Jones, followed by Chris Coppa.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Jones. I'm a biker, walker, and subway rider living and working in the Central Business District. I say yes, tax cars and trucks. Yes, let's do all of the things to achieve independence from cars and trucks. I'm one of the people in the 65% of people who use transit while cars take up 65% of public space. I'm here to say that we need to have wholesale changes to decrease car traffic. For one, equity. There's a disproportionate amount of public space given to those with cars. Two, environmental justice. Cars produce lots of air pollution and cause health problems. Three, safety. Cars cause deaths. They're not safe for bikers and pedestrians. Four, noise pollution as traffic backs up. And five, independence from the combustion engine to reduce climate change impacts. Personally, as a biker, I'm looking for space from the West Side Highway to my apartment or to work, and I'm having to divert myself around highly congested zones like Canal Street or zigzagging through narrow streets with a bunch of cars. And with this reduction of car traffic, I'm hoping that more space can be taken for bicycle lanes and other modes of transportation, along with just increasing the efficiency of buses. I am concerned about the study showing an additional burden on the Bronx with the diverted trucks. So I asked that definitely is addressed. In general though, like noise pollution wasn't even affected with the environmental assessment. So like in a lot of ways, I'm not sure congestion pricing actually addresses all of my concerns with car traffic. I am still on board for the congestion pricing, but I think we just need to be taking space away from cars. They're like a gas and they only eat up the space that is available to fill. And I think we need to be making that space smaller and smaller. And one of the points that I'm getting is that the big thing about congestion pricing is the money influx to fund the MTA capital plan. And I'm not sure, I think this money needs to be going to not maintaining the status quo and filling budget gaps, but that they need to be funding new alternatives to actually provide for all of these, for alternative modes. So we can reduce car usage in New York City and give all the New Yorkers more efficient, sustainable ways to get around. As long as that's true, I'm pro congestion pricing. And let this just be the first step in many to achieve equity with space, environmental justice, safety, reducing noise pollution, and providing new modal alternatives to achieving mitigating climate change effects. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Coppa, followed by Louis Alifano. Chris, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Oh, okay, great. So number one, I point out that I do ride a bike. I have a car for long trips, certainly outside of the city, but I don't use it in the city very much at all. I am in favor of the congestion pricing plan, but I'm also in favor of having certain exemptions. I think that exemption should be had for disabled persons who have no choice. I have a friend who literally can't walk down to the ferry to take that ferry and to take the trains and things like that. She has no choice but to go in by car. So I think disabled persons should get a pass on that. As far as Uber, there's also been a proposal for Uber drivers to get an exemption to only have to pay once in a day. I don't think they should be getting an exemption at all, because I think we need less Uber drivers in the city than we have. We really have too many cars, and that's just another car. We don't need to have a system and basically subsidize a system that allows a person to get a car within 3 to 5 minutes. That's ridiculous. We have to get that's incentivizing people to take cars everywhere they go. We don't need that. People can get on the bus or take a subway if they're in Manhattan. So as far as Uber, definitely not exemptions for that. I think that one of the reasons I have problems with riding in Manhattan, I only ride on the west side or the east side drive because it's too dangerous anywhere else. We have to make our bike lanes safe for bicyclists, more protected lanes, as opposed to just painted on lanes that car drivers just drive onto or park in. So we have to make that harder for drivers. And I think that we're also incentivizing people from Brooklyn to just drive into Manhattan instead of taking the subways. Maybe we'll do that. They say, well, it's cheaper to just drive into Manhattan than to get on the subway. So they drive into Manhattan. We need to take away that incentive. So yes, I'm in favor of the proposal with those certain exemptions. Disabilities.
Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, so certainly disabled should have an exemption. Uber drivers should.
Our next speaker is Louis Alifano, followed by Sylvester Otasawi. Our next speaker is Sylvester Otasawi, followed by Bill Beards. Our next speaker is Bill Beards, followed by Carlos Cole. Our next speaker is Carlos Cole, followed by Neil Cosgrove. Our next speaker is Neil Cosgrove, followed by our 50th speaker on the list, David Draper. Our next speaker is David Draper, followed by Claudia Leyva. Our next speaker is Claudia Leyva, followed by Peter Patino. Our next speaker is Peter Patino, followed by Jessica Jean Baptiste. Our next speaker is Jessica Jean Baptiste, followed by Eva Jacobowski. Our next speaker is Ava Jacobowski, followed by Ira Gershenhorn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eva Jakubowski, and I have lived in the East Village, Lower East Side area since 1978, which is obviously a part of the so-called Central Business District. In the early 80s, I worked with a group of my neighbors to convert an abandoned building here in Alphabet City to an HDFC co-op using sweat equity. My neighborhood, the Lower East Village, Lower East Side, is now and has always been a predominantly residential neighborhood that, despite the current gentrification, is home to mostly low and middle income residents. It is very unfair to ask those of us who have a car to have to pay a fee to leave and return to our homes. How do you think people who live in Brooklyn, how do you think people who live in Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, and Staten Island would feel if they had to pay a fee to enter and leave their neighborhoods? I'm sure they would be outraged. There would probably be riots. It is often said that people who live in Manhattan should not have cars, and I admit it can be frustrating to deal with the car. But as a Manhattanite, I feel that I have just as much right to own a car as my fellow New Yorkers in the other 4 boroughs. I would also like to comment on the proposed tax credit, which is a tax credit, not an exemption, for residents of the district earning $60,000 a year or less. In 2022, very few families can manage a living in New York on that income. You know, as a comparison, President Biden now proposes to eliminate all or a portion of student debt for individuals earning $125,000 or less and families earning $250,000 or less. That is what the federal government considers middle income. The current Central Business District tolling program only provides tax credits to the very poorest residents who probably don't even have cars. I would propose that a much fairer and simpler solution would be to implement a toll on all the free East River crossings. You know, the Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan Bridge, the Williamsburg Bridge, the Queensboro Bridge. That would spread the penalty much more equally and probably also help to even out the traffic between the various crossings. How many times has everyone sat in traffic on the BQE to get to the Brooklyn Bridge as they watch the traffic move easily on the BQE to the Battery Tunnel entrance? In conclusion, as someone who has lived in the zone for many years, I strongly urge that the tax credits or exemptions for CBD residents be expanded to include middle income, as well as senior and handicapped residents.
Please conclude your remarks.
All the East River crossings, which has been a plan proposed numerous times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ira Gershenhorn, followed by Christopher Trivel. Ira Gershenhorn.
My name is Ira Gershenhorn. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I support the Central Business Tolling Program. Anyone asking for perfection is asking too much. This has been delayed too long. We cannot set conditions for it to start, as there will always be conditions and it will never start. All predictions are speculative. I cannot believe people are saying there's no congestion now because of COVID. Vehicles not moving. I have to trust MTA models over speculation and anecdotes from individuals. I live in view of the West Side Highway, and it moves so slowly at many times of the day. There are many car collisions. There is much cost and trash resulting from the highway. I look forward to a reduction of traffic on the West Side Highway and the Harlem River Drive. Congestion pricing would allow converting both sooner to boulevards, with results of reducing higher highway speeds and allowing connectivity to water and not affecting average travel time, possibly decreasing average travel time and reducing costs due to fewer collisions. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Tribble, followed by Alex Glott. Our next speaker is Alex Glott, followed by Joshua Steinberg. Our next speaker is Joshua Steinberg, followed by Thomas Walsh. Our next speaker is Thomas Walsh, followed by our 60th speaker on the list, Elaine O'Sullivan.
Hello, my name is Thomas Walsh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just wanted to first mention that the program is really not doing much to quell congestion as much as it is to just moving congestion to a different part. I believe that there'll be a lot of traffic around the 60th Street entrances. Taxis will just be building up there, waiting for people to come meet them there so that they cannot enter. It's but otherwise, I'm an employee of the city of New York. My yard is located in downtown Manhattan on 38th Street. And the burden that this is putting on workers who are servicing the city, people who are keeping your city safe, putting out your fires, cleaning up your garbage, and keeping the water running, they'll now be charged to go into work for the city. By the city, they are protecting and helping and trying to keep clean. Our professions run around the clock. So right there, some forms of public transportation are off the table. What's left is sporadic, unreliable, and unsafe. I live in Staten Island, and the only way for me to get into the city is a ferry at some times, which is now notoriously not running at times. A city bus ends at 5:30, 6 p.m. That's not an option for some shifts. It's going to do nothing but push workers out of out of Manhattan. They can go to other boroughs to work. You're going to be left with nothing but low income, newer people working in downtown Manhattan that really can't afford it. And I also want to know what the plan is for when snow hits the city. We're emergency workers. Obviously, buses stop, so emergency workers really should get an exemption on these tolls. The remedy is pretty simple. City workers should get one exemption per day just to come in to and out of the city. We're not driving around. We are just coming to work and leaving. I think congestion is also a bad idea for everyone. It's going to do nothing but just jam up the Cross Bronx and the Staten Island Expressway. The children in the Bronx have the highest rates of asthma in the world. And we're just left with a unsafe subway system and the MTA, who is notoriously terrible at managing money, corrupt, inefficient, and we're not trusting them with billions of dollars extra that they'll do the right thing, which I am sure they will mismanage as well.
With your remarks.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elaine O'Sullivan, followed by Joshua Steinberg. Our next speaker is Joshua Steinberg, followed by Valerie Mason. Joshua, you may begin your remarks.
This is Jonathan Steinberg here. As a resident of near both New York City and the London Central Congestion Parking districts, I'm outraged at this blatant money grab from drivers, which can only be justified if it's politically okay, both in New York City and London, to hate drivers to make them pay through the nose.
Could you please speak a little louder?
If it's politically, this congestion pricing can only be justified if it's politically okay, both in New York City and London, to hate drivers and make them pay through the nose for public transportation all over the state. The proposed charges are staggering to begin with and will, if implemented, increase exponentially. I do accept that the city would very much like to maintain an Orwellian system of people surveillance, like the one now implemented in London. Do we New Yorkers really want that?
Sir, could you please speak a little slower?
Congestion pricing is being staged in this way because last time it was tried, a simple mistake was made, and those pushing it accidentally asked the people who would be affected if they approved of the city blatantly grabbing their money. Not surprisingly, those affected didn't approve of this outrageous charge. So they changed tactics and tried asking people who aren't affected, those who have Governor Hochul who do not live in New York City, whether those affected should be charged. With no politician to throw out, this outrageous proposal starts to gain traction when the governor realizes that she may not lose an election on this issue, if she can make it sufficiently attractive to people living in Albany, Binghamton and Oneonta, to ask them whether New York City people should be charged for driving in New York City. If New York City businesses should be prejudiced by charging their customers to come to their doors. It is especially outrageous to tell people who are discovered my flat in London that if you turn left out of your apartment, you have to pay a charge. If you turn right, you don't. We were promised it would help with congestion in London. The congestion is just as bad now as traffic is just as slow as it was under the previous regime. If it was a genuine benefit, it should stand alone. It wouldn't be necessary to back it up with propaganda. What sort of propaganda? Well, let's remember the Iraq War, when there was really no justification for attacking Iraq, beyond the fact that Saddam Hussein was nasty and we didn't like him. So we started hearing blatant lies in the run up to the war about how he had...
Sir, could you please speak a little slower? Thank you.
Sorry. So we started hearing blatant lies in the run up to the war about how he had mysterious weapons of mass destruction with no plans to gas or nuke us in the next 10 minutes. We now learn that we had been lied to. In the same way in the run up to congestion pricing, we started hearing all sorts of ludicrous propaganda about how millions of people would be dying of things like tuberculosis in the next 15 minutes if we didn't implement congestion pricing. Now this propaganda is being rolled out again all over New York. Again, the people who are going to be affected aren't being asked what should be done democratically. It's all being coordinated in Albany, so that we can't throw out any elected officials pushing it. This is the tip of the iceberg. Once implemented, the already high cost of congestion pricing will skyrocket.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elaine O'Sullivan, followed by Valerie Mason. Our next speaker is Valerie Mason, followed by Noel Haddam.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Valerie Mason, and I'm the president of the East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association. I first want to point you to a public hearing that was held on March 21st, 2019 at Cooper Union at the behest of the then Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. You should really take a look at that hearing. It went for over 5 hours. And it was before congestion pricing was passed by the legislature. And it was a clear showing that congestion pricing was nothing more than a regressive tax scheme. I want to applaud the people who thought about it, because everyone in this city is against congestion. They're against the horrible effects of climate change. And for the government to be using that as a tool to put through a regressive tax is absolutely shameful. There is nothing that is coordinated with this congestion pricing scheme that is coordinated in order to reduce congestion in this city. For example, Why not reduce or eliminate parking on crosstown streets that are feeders to tunnels and bridges between 7 and 10 a.m. and then between 4 and 7? What about making out-of-state residents pay to park in our streets? What about getting rid of the thousands of parking placards that encourage city employees to come in via this car? What about the fact that most of our elected officials choose to ride around this city in cars? What about higher penalties for idling? None of this is accompanied by congestion pricing. In addition, CEO Jano Lieber from MTA in November 2021 said that congestion pricing wasn't necessary. The MTA has received millions and billions of dollars from the federal government to do the necessary repairs and upgrades that the system needs. The congestion is, in our opinion, mayor-made. The Department of Transportation has reduced the number of lanes of traffic to create just a false narrative here. And I want to end, there's so much more to say, but I want to say right now, the fact that there's a congestion pricing tax is killing the taxi industry, and it is unfair to everyone who lives on the island of Manhattan that has to pay more to come home from city airports just because we happen to live in Manhattan. This is a discriminatory tax. It's completely unfair, and it needs to be repealed immediately. All during COVID, elderly people who lived on the Upper East Side of Manhattan had to pay extra money to go to hospitals within their district, $3.50 and on a $10 fare, $3.50 of which was monies that had to be spent in order to get to a hospital. The fact that this continues is an outrage and should be immediately repealed.
The next speaker is Noel Haddam, followed by Jacqueline Hayes. Noel, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Okay, hi.
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. So first of all, I have been on the community board too, member of the Traffic and Transportation Committee for 7 years in the past. I ride my bike a lot around the city. That's my main mode of transportation. I'm also from Queens, so I know the roads really well. I'm not convinced that people who are involved in this scheme really do know the roads that well. So I also do own a car, okay? But I only put 3,000 or 4,000 miles on it a year. So I use it primarily for leisure. In your study, to begin with, I didn't see you didn't say how much money might be lost for the city if people are taxed this money, they may not come in. You didn't mention higher costs that might result from it. How much does it cost to implement this whole thing? There's also nothing was mentioned much about Lower Manhattan, which is where I live. So I think it's important to work with some of the dynamics if you're gonna implement this. To raise $1 billion, it's a big calculation, but it does have a great impact, and it is a great expense on people. I don't find it to be very fair. You have the governor of New Jersey criticizing it. You have Staten Island criticizing it. You have cab drivers criticizing it. And I mentioned I live in the West Village, and there's very little congestion down here. Charging people who don't have much to do with creating congestion in Midtown, such as myself, and that to me is not very fair. I think you need to consider Manhattan residents and where they live in this program, particularly people who are south of 14th Street. Now, I mentioned also that I don't contribute to the traffic around here or Midtown. I don't use my car for that. So just as some suggestions, I think it's totally absurd if I have to take the West Side Highway and pay $9 to get off. I live a block from the West Side Highway. Then I have to pay $9. To me, that's totally absurd. Now, my mother also She's in assisted living on Long Island. I visit her twice a month. Now I have to pay $23 to visit her. I think that that's ridiculous. I think the tax deductions that you're mentioning won't amount to much savings. I think seniors and disabled should get some kind of breaks. And I think you need to find better ways to raise money, especially for people who barely contribute to congestion and traffic in the city, such as Lower Manhattan. And I know there are certain intersections in Lower Manhattan that do create traffic, but you have to find a better way. And there are certain such as the Williamsburg Bridge, Holland Tunnel.
Please conclude your remarks.
I think I said enough, and you should reconsider this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Hayes, followed by Jane Reff. Our next speaker is Jane Reff, followed by Mercedes Castrello Huntley. Our next speaker is Mercedes Castrello Huntley, followed by Barbara Casavana. Our next speaker and 66th speaker on the list is Barbara Casavana, followed by Renee Lau. Barbara Casavana. Barbara, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Our next speaker is Renee Lau, followed by Michael Westervelt. Our next speaker is Michael Westervelt, followed by Victoria Indino. Michael, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Michael, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
How about now?
Now we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments. I am a Weehawken, New Jersey resident, just outside of New York at the Lincoln Tunnel. And this plan directly affects me, my work, and it needs further review. The purpose of the program is, of course, to reduce congestion. It is to increase revenues for the city, all of which I understand and appreciate. Bottom line is that it does not take into consideration the environmental impact of different types of vehicles. We had a caller earlier who was talking about her commute using a motorcycle, and that needs to be considered. There's a reason why toll prices vary based on what type of vehicle you're driving, because not all vehicles are created equal. You have some that are polluting, you have some that are tearing up the roads, you have some that are creating more congestion than others. A tractor trailer simply doesn't take up as much space as a motorcycle. So I know I speak for Sandra, that caller who obviously will be infected by this, and I speak for electric vehicle owners as well. There is no consideration whatsoever for the many individuals who choose to purchase an electric vehicle, to make those investments and to do what's right. And quite frankly, it's shocking to me and unacceptable that the impact of electric vehicles has not been considered at all on this program, and it needs to be. And I think before anything moves forward, it absolutely needs to be part of the conversation in an effort to not only reduce congestion, but also the environmental impact. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Victoria Indino, followed by Ruth Klein. Our next speaker is Ruth Klein, followed by our 71st speaker on the list, Daniel Bezzetta. Our next speaker is Daniel Bezzetta, followed by Joshua Williams.
Can I be heard? Yes?
We can hear you.
Sorry. Okay. My name is Daniel Bezzetta, and I am a owner of Peter Jarima Funeral Home located in East 7th Street in the East Village. As a small business owner in the CBD, I am asking for consideration for some exemptions for hearses and removal minivans. I'm not asking for private funeral director vehicles, family vehicles, anything of that sort. The New York City Medical Examiner's Office is located in the CBD, multiple hospitals, multiple nursing homes, the New York City Health Department, all funeral directors, when moving bodies, both on a stretcher and on a casket to go to a cemetery or a crematory, have to use a vehicle. For obvious reasons, we cannot use public transportation. All I'm asking is for some consideration for that, because 25 years ago, there was about 25 to 30 funeral homes in the CBD zone. Currently, there's only about 8 or 9 funeral homes left. This is because of a constant attack of taxes and fees and policies that make owning a small business in the CBD zone harder and harder and harder. And when you have a death in your family and you call somebody, you certainly hope that a funeral director is there to answer it and can assist you. If I already know I'm going to have to raise my prices, because you're not going to give consideration to casket deliveries, funeral supplies, embalming fluid supply companies. I get it. They're hitting me up for fuel surcharges now for the past 2 years because the gas price has gone up. I know what's going to happen when this gets hit. It's going to just go on my bill with every single delivery, and I'm going to have to pass that along to all the families I serve. Because a single funeral can cost, probably could be told 3-4 times. Pick up a body, Mount Sinai, 98th Street, bring it to my place. There is not a cemetery or crematory in the CBD zone, which means every single funeral that we do, we are going to be leaving the zone and coming back in that hearse or that removal minivan. It's unavoidable. And so basically, I'm just asking, there's only, like I said, 7 to 10 of us, maybe a couple of funeral homes outside the zone. We're talking about a maximum of 50 to 100 vehicles total. Most places like mine, I have 1 hearse, 1 removal minivan. That's it. Not talking about a fleet of 30 cars here. I own 1 funeral home. It's a family-owned mom and pop, small location. That is all. I'm hoping, we're not taxis, we're not Ubers. We're here to serve the neighborhood. And obviously, moving bodies requires a full-size vehicle, either a hearse or a minivan. And I know once the tolls are implemented, it's only going to go up. $23 this year, $25 next year. 3 years later, it'll be $30. Before you know it, I'm closing up shop because I can't be charged $400 in tolls for every job I do. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joshua Williams, followed by Cheryl Stewart. Joshua, you may begin your remarks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Williams. I work in Manhattan and I teach night classes at School of Visual Arts. My wife works in the West Village. She teaches recreational cooking classes in the evenings. We live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. We recently got a car because of COVID. And honestly, I love driving in the city. It's great. I get to pick up my wife after she's off work. I think at night now, she's not as comfortable like riding the train home. Like she's been assaulted. She's been groped multiple times. Like the trains, they're kind of sketchy right now. People are like openly smoking crack pipes on the train. It's like, it's not the best. So I think, that's fine. That's kind of what we do. We hang out in the city. We grab sushi in the West Village and then come home. I also drive when I go to teach because, I don't want to really have to transfer trains at night. There's a lot of time construction and it's really difficult for me to get home at night from the place I work. So for me, I drive in, I find a spot, I pay the meter, like I'm doing all the things that you want me to do. And I honestly can't afford a $23 toll to come in to the city to pick my wife up at night or to get home from my night job. That the trains are often under construction when I get off work. I mean, it's honestly really insulting that Manhattan thinks that it's the exclusive borough when we're all New Yorkers. I pay a New York City tax just like everyone else who lives in New York City. And, you know, I would understand if this is some sort of toll that's like equivalent, you know, like I love MTA. I have a 9-to-5 job that's now remote. There is a change in the way work happens. And maybe MTA needs to look at their budget separately from those who drive cars because, you know, it's different now. You know, we're not all going into Manhattan for work anymore. And they need to kind of come to a realization with that. So there's other things MTA budget needs to think about other than car congestion, because this bill doesn't seem about car congestion. It seems about MTA needing to think about what they're doing. And if we all want to pay $275 to get into Manhattan, I'm fine with that. You know, I understand if I need to pay a little bit just like I used to on the train, that's cool. But to say that I need to pay 10 times more because I'm in a car, that's super unfair, guys. It's just super, super unfair. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheryl Stewart, followed by Sheila O'Connor.
I'm Cheryl Stewart, representing Riders Against Congestion. I'm a co-founder of the New York Motorcycle and Scooter Task Force and a founding member of the Sirens Women's Motorcycle Club. In addition, I serve on the Motorcycle Advisory Council convened by New York City DOT to address motorcycle safety.
Ma'am, could you please speak a little slower? Thank you.
I'm a professional freelance artist. I live in Red Hook, Brooklyn, a neighborhood poorly served by public transportation. Many of my work days find me transporting my sculpture tools, reciprocal saws, rasps, chisels, mallets, keyhole saws. Like any construction worker, I'm not allowed to bring these tools on an MTA bus or subway, and yet I must transport them. If the subway served my neighborhood, which it does not, I would still need to use a private vehicle to transport myself and my tools to work. Many of my coworkers load up their giant pickup trucks. I strap my tools on the back of my fuel-efficient, congestion-reducing motorcycle, which is my primary commuting vehicle. I was surprised and displeased to read in the environmental assessment that my commuting motorcycle has been miscategorized as a recreational vehicle and therefore is not included in the count of New York City commuter vehicles. Moreover, this plan calls for tolling my alternative congestion-reducing vehicle at the same rate as a commercial van. The original goal of congestion pricing is and was reducing New York City's notorious traffic. We can help do that, just as London city planners continue to incentivize a mode shift towards motorbikes as part of their successful congestion reduction strategy. Our small, lightweight vehicles have an outsized effect reducing traffic congestion. Sam Schwartz himself authored a 2008 report demonstrating that even a small mode shift away from autos and towards motorbikes would result in enormous decreases in traffic delay, traffic delays and a commensurate reduction in CO2 emissions. With our tiny parking footprint, 6 motorcycles can fit in a parking space occupied by 1 SUV. Plus, our lightweight vehicles produce negligible wear on roads and infrastructure. Now, motorcycles receive a 100% exemption from congestion tolling in London and Stockholm, as well as every other European municipality where congestion pricing has been successfully imposed. Everywhere. Incentivizing motorcycles is part of their congestion reduction strategy. Why would then not employ the same successful congestion reduction strategies employed by London and Stockholm? Danny Harris, Executive Director of Transportation Alternatives, has said that Transalt wants New York City to adopt the London Congestion Pricing Plan in its entirety. We agree. As they do in London, the MTA should grant motorcycles a 100% exemption from congestion tolling as part of New York City's congestion reduction strategy because we're part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sheila O'Connor, followed by Luke Athedi Rizzaro.
Good evening. My name is Sheila O'Connor, and I am a resident of Hell's Kitchen, which of course is part of the Central Business District. And I'm here to express my strong support for the congestion tolling program. Like the overwhelming majority of residents in my neighborhood, I do not own a car. I walk, I bike, I use public transit, yet I pay the price of the congestion I experience daily through poor air quality, excessive noise, and delays from emergency vehicles. Walking across 9th Avenue where I live after 3 p.m. is a simple hazard. Intersections are often blocked, and it's insanity every day. Just to give you an example of how the current state of congestion impacts residents in my neighborhood every day. A year ago, while I was recovering from a broken ankle, I had limited mobility and I needed to get to a location on 11th Avenue, just 2 blocks away. I used a for-hire vehicle and it took an hour and a half to get 2 blocks. Essentially what that means is someone with limited mobility on the west side near the Lincoln Tunnel is trapped in their home after 3 o'clock every day because they cannot move around if they aren't able to walk. And a friend of mine who's in this neighborhood is faced with that. She does have limited mobility and has often had to cancel doctor's appointments because the traffic was too much and she just couldn't get there. Commuters are making a choice to drive into Manhattan and they need to pay for that privilege. The traffic has gotten significantly worse since offices have come back because many offices have gone hybrid. So commuters are deciding that since I only have to come in a couple of days a week, it's actually cheaper to drive than to use public transit. So we need to not only incentivize using public transit, but we need to make it more appealing than driving. And that means investing in our public transit system so that the trains run more smoothly and it's more comfortable for riders to take that on. So again, I just want to applaud the work you've done so far and emphasize that I fully endorse what this will do for my community on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luke Athade Rosario, followed by Michael Benson. Our next speaker is Michael Benson, followed by Thomas LaMadrid. Our next speaker is Thomas LaMadrid, followed by Michael Goals. Our next speaker is Michael Goals, followed by David Zellman. Our next speaker, the 80th person to sign up, is David Zellman, followed by Marcia Robbins. Our next speaker is Marcia Robbins, followed by Gary Roth.
Okay, sorry. My name is Marcia Robbins. I'm a residential renter inside the northern part of the proposed congestion pricing zone on the west side. I've lived in my home for 18 years before it had become filled with 100-story mega towers housing few and causing a new name for the streets around Central Park, i.e. Billionaire Row. I am a senior and my car is 21 years old. I paid it off before I returned to New York City after a job took me to Florida. So while I may not have purchased a new car living in New York City, having it has been absolutely essential for transportation to see and help an elderly mother out of state with errands and doctor's appointments and visit other family not inside Manhattan. Congestion pricing will discriminate against people living in the zone, particularly seniors like myself, who already are dealing with significant increases in rent and other costs that have driven so many out of my neighborhood.
There is a misperception that all the residents of our Midtown congestion pricing area are wealthy and can afford the additional cost imposed. I heard this from an office of one of my elected officials in New York City. Is this the purpose? To reduce traffic for the wealthy? Congestion pricing is a regressive tax on people who are older with income leveling off, especially during a pandemic that still persists. My income took a big hit during the last few years, and I'm still trying to recover. In London, one of the first cities to implement congestion pricing, residents of the congestion pricing zone receive a 90% reduction in cost directly, a discount in the cost up front. A tax credit is not sufficient because it is delayed and unfair to many. Why not adopt London's model here for residents in the CBD? I am not a commuter. I do not drive around Manhattan. But when exiting the city, I will pick up my car off the street where I park and pick up my luggage at my building. When I return, I drop my luggage off or any other heavy bags at my building's entrance. For this 5 to 10 minute pickup, I will be penalized, taxed, to drop off my own belongings to my own apartment right inside the northern part of the zone. Carrying luggage or bags 10 blocks or more up or down subway stairs to reach my apartment is unsafe and untenable as a senior. I'm requesting an exemption or major reduction in the cost for residents like London, especially for older residents like myself who live just inside the zone. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary Roth, followed by Eric Bell. Our next speaker is Eric Bell, followed by John Doe.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Hi, my name.
Eric, I think you muted yourself.
My apologies. My name is Eric Bell. I grew up in Rockland County. Currently reside in. I lived in the Bronx and currently reside in Westchester. I use public transit and I also drive. I am speaking today in objection to the congestion pricing plan due to its lack of comprehensiveness. The fantasy in this plan is the assumption that people will drive less and instead take mass transit. I would like to show how the incentives to drive less and therefore curb pollution are just not there. Here are my 4 points and corresponding suggestions. Number 1, the MTA still does not offer a green pass or carpool easy pass plan to encourage drivers to use electric or hybrid vehicles or to carpool. This needs to be added to this plan. Number 2, the New York City Department of Transportation needs to increase parking in the city to avoid cars from circling blocks to find a spot. Number 3, I work overnight and the Metro North Railroad does not operate when I get out of work. My only option is driving, so the plan just penalizes me for a lack of another option. If my wife and I want to come to the city on the weekend from Central Westchester, it costs over $60 round trip plus parking. Yet if I take the car to the city, even with congestion pricing, it's still cheaper to drive. So make commuter rail more affordable and fully transferable to all the other MTA rails so that more people will use it. Number 4, this plan sets the precedent of the MTA collecting tolls for areas not considered their property. The question for me is, if the MTA can ask drivers to fund the transit system, where might this expand to in the future when the MTA will inevitably need more money? Will the MTA soon ask cyclists and pedestrians to pay a toll? Might there be tolls at the borders of the city and surrounding counties where they operate other rails? I think with this precedent set, there's no stopping future tolling. So I've come to the conclusion that this is just another case of the MTA needs more money. There's no trial period to see if this will actually increase or decrease congestion or pollution. The state and the MTA have refused to look internally to restructure, modify their bloated salaries, curb overtime, or ask New York City transit riders to pay more for the unlimited service they use. No matter how much money the MTA says they need, if you give it to them, they'll always turn around and ask for more. I ask you to reject or rethink the details of this plan with some of these suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Doe, followed by Richard Sonnenberg. Our next speaker is Richard Sonnenberg, followed by Lucy Coteen. Our next speaker is Lucy Coteen, followed by Scott Goldberg.
Hello?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. The people have spoken, but is anyone listening? Governor Hochul, are you listening? Of those who have spoken, the comments have been 3-1 opposed to the plan. Those in support have been mostly young white men who show no understanding, no compassion, no thought of the needs of anyone but themselves. Their response to every issue is hop on a bike, hop on the train. They lack imagination to see that one day it will be them who is in need. It doesn't matter if you're disabled, if you have respiratory disease, if you are old, if you are afraid, if you have encountered racial hate on the subway. If it would take you 3 hours to get to your job on the subway, if you are taking a relative to get medical care, if you are an essential healthcare worker with an off-hour shift in the zone, if your residence is in the zone and you just want to go to your home, your family and friends will no longer visit you in the zone because they don't want to pay the fee. That businesses will leave, that longtime residents will be forced to move, that congestion will shift to surrounding areas and boroughs, including in EJ communities. At a time of recovery, tourism will suffer. Clearly, working class people who the city depends on will be hurt. And no, it is not only the wealthy who own cars. At a time of soaring inflation and financial hardship, there are no exemptions from the passed on increased charge from truck fees. Every grocer, pharmacy, theater, bar, restaurant, bodega will pass this tax on to you, the consumer. With these fees, Chinatown, the theater district, and cultural institutions will suffer. The city has created the congestion along with their handmaidens of the cult-like lobbying group Transportation Alternatives. Restaurant sheds, bike lanes, plazas, commercial enterprise have taken over lanes and parking spaces, and no limit was placed on the number of Uber or Lyft vehicles circling our streets. Endless construction of high-rises block lanes of traffic that cause street backup. The repeated refrain is that the public does not trust the MTA. They have squandered billions of dollars. Executives have obscenely large salaries. There are cost overruns on every project. With every utility bill, we pay a subsidy to the MTA. Every taxi rider subsidizes the MTA with a $3.50 charge. How many times did you hear, this is nothing but a money grab? The MTA will come back to the people after they squander this tax. You cannot shut that door once it is open. You heard it said that subways are not reliable and not safe. How many millions will it cost to build out the infrastructure? 300 to 400 million of the budget will go to administer congestion pricing alone, and the administrative.
Please conclude your remarks.
Outside New York State. I'll send in the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Goldberg, followed by Ezekiel Zimmerman. Our next speaker is Ezekiel Zimmerman, followed by Vincent Jenkins. Our next speaker is Vincent Jenkins, followed by Dana Ohlmeyer. We're ready for you. if the ASL interpreter, yeah, thank you.
If the time limit is setting up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one
Could
second,
you-
interpreter. Okay.
Could you ask Vincent to
Okay.
start over?
Hi, my name is Vincent, and my last name is Jenkins. And I feel that this is a huge, huge inconvenience, and the information, there's so much information and such an impact on that area, the central business district. I don't know much about that area, but deaf people need to be set up with, you know, different services so that we can understand more about that community and the hard of hearing community that's in that. The MTA needs to do more advertising and reaching out to that community. They need to do more outreach to provide more information about development and what's going on for the students and for everybody that's involved. I just feel that we as a deaf community are we're not being recognized, and our input is inclusive upon this, and that we need to be involved in this process. So we need more discussion. The MTA needs to involve more of the transportation issues and the tolls and the buses and the subways. And I mean, we have very, very little information. There's no captioning. There's no area for the blind. I mean, you haven't even fixed that yet. It's so dangerous for deaf people and for people that are blind, for the subways and for any kind of mass transit. That needs to be fixed first before anything happens. You know what? It's just extremely dangerous. There's no visibility for people that have have problems, visual problems, and for people that are deaf. There's no captioning anywhere in Manhattan. So, I mean, the elevators don't work half the time. It's very rare. The communication is again, I'm repeating myself, but this has got to be fixed. Every day there's a problem with the state of New York and with what's going on with the licensing, and that needs to be checked. My license is, I mean, I just feel that everything. Thank you for listening to me, but I think that this is a huge impact on myself as a deaf individual, and I feel I've learned a tremendous amount of what needs to be done with the community and what is hopefully will be done. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dana Ohlmeyer, followed by Constance Stellis. Dana, you unmute yourself. You may proceed.
I just did. My name is Dana Ohlmeyer. I live in Long Island City, and I've got some statistics. If you're concerned with environment and with congestion, Mayor de Blasio oversaw the increase of numbers of riders that use rideshare from 80,000 to 120,000 licenses. Those are the licenses that were given out. That's from 2018 to 2019. That's 1 year. He went to town on giving all these licenses out. The cabs stayed the same, 13,500. So yellow cabs, not green cabs, yellow cab licenses. In 2019, there were some incredible numbers, 498,641 rides. That's the number of times people rode around, mostly within the congestion area. If you want environmental impact and if you want congestion impact, take down those ride shares. All you have to do is have them. Make people go to the trains that way. What's happening is that the privileged who have the money to pay for these ride shares are okay. They're fine. What happens to the subways? I don't care. They don't want to know about the subways. Make them get on the subways. They have the money and the legs. I'm a senior citizen. I use the car that I have, a 2011 Prius with 40,000 miles, to go once a week to my concert at well, it's actually the Solomon series. It's a town hall. It's on 43rd Street and 6th Avenue. I get to my lovely concert 4 or 5 times on Sundays. And you know, as a senior citizen, it's a privilege to get there. I have to use the car because going down the stairs and up the stairs in the subways is a big struggle. And people who are younger than me are going past me and through me and around me and over me. You have to give a break to the people who are older, as well as get rid of the congestion in one fell swoop. It's easy. Get rid of all the ride shares, or have them at least. If you want to have the gasoline delivery bikes off the streets without hitting people, I almost got hit a couple of times. They go in the lanes. If you want to go on Broadway, uptown, to go to a restaurant, your life is in your hands because all the delivery guys are going past you, the bike lanes at 50 miles an hour. They have no cares. Again, this was a de Blasio institution. You have to do reverse engineer to get back to pre-de Blasio levels of congestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Constance Stellas, followed by Stephen Casavana. Our next speaker, the 92nd person to sign up, is Stephen Casavana, followed by Diane Brown.
Okay, I'm online now?
We can hear you.
Okay, my name is Steve Casavana, and I reside in Queens. I'm opposed to the congested pricing for the following reasons. Number one, you must look outside of the DOT and MTA to see who in God's name designed the bicycle lanes. They narrow each street. Often they are up against the curb, forcing cars, vans, and trucks to park in the middle of the street, causing congestion. The cyclists pay no usage fee, are a menace to people who cross through their lanes, sometimes in both directions, and blast through stop signs and stoplights unimpeded. Number two, also motorized scooters, razors, e-bikes are sometimes driven by children in their teens or younger with no helmet. They whiz up and down sidewalks, the streets. They have no fees and follow no rules whatsoever. They're darting in and out of traffic, causes congestion because drivers must slow down. If there is an accident, it's always the driver's fault, unfortunately. Number three, we motorists have plenty of rules and regulations, licensing fees, tolls, taxes, speed and red light cameras, speed bumps up the kazoo, and solve the problems of the mismanaged, out of control MTA. They want the congestion pricing fees to bail them out and fix our road beds instead. Number four, congestion pricing in other cities like London, and according to my friends who live there, put the city in worse financial straits because they're eroding tax base. Many firms relocated outside of the city limits, just as the congestion pricing could force more firms out of New York City and into Connecticut and New Jersey. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll listen and heed to what I've said. Congestion pricing is yet another government ploy of taxing the motorist yet again for mass transit mismanagement. However, it will not reduce congestion. Statistics say what you want them to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Brown, followed by Arthur Miller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So I am a resident of East New York, Brooklyn, very close to Southeast Queens. So I'm going to share a lot of the sentiments that we have here. This congestion plan is highly inconsiderate of folks who live not near the city and, quite frankly, highly capitalist and needs to be reconsidered. For those of us who live in this area, we already drive toll roads and we pay tolls to go in and out of the city already, which are already exponential. This will negatively impact those of us in the area who are Black and brown, low and barely middle-income citizens. So the notion of having a $65,000 threshold for those who will get a rebate, not even like a discount, a rebate, is just completely unrealistic when the cost of living in the city in general is well above $83,000. This will also really just, this whole entire plan just sounds very Manhattan-centric. It doesn't really consider anybody in the other of the four boroughs, let alone those of us who are living in the margins, because we have nowhere else that we can afford. Bus routes and other alternatives have not been offered to us at all. We've been historically underserviced. Many of us live in what we call a two-fare zone, meaning that we have to take a bus, maybe even two buses, to a train. And that's even just to get to the train, not even considering the breakdowns of trains, delays on trains, which for many of us at end of lines can make or break our getting to work and to where we need to be going on time. These patterns need to be rethought. Effort needs to be put into considering the Black and brown populations of the city, as well as rethinking traffic patterns that already do not make sense, as everything seems to be funneling to a chokehold point where you could decentralize it and actually create routes that circumvent that. So I think that the MTA, DOT, and everyone involved really needs to do a little bit better in reconsidering what this all means, what this looks like, and to be more transparent when they are coming up with these plans and not waiting until the last week before Labor Day and giving 5 very inconveniently scheduled Zoom meetings in order to get community feedback when you don't reach out to the communities who it would affect the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arthur Miller, followed by Adam Liggio. Our next speaker is Adam Liggio, followed by Craig Sands. Our next speaker is Craig Sands, followed by Denise Ruggiero. Our next speaker is Denise Ruggiero, followed by Josh Gottheimer. Our next speaker is Josh Gottheimer, followed by Pamela Fewer.
Hi, this is Josh Gottheimer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. As I said, I'm Josh Gottheimer and I represent New Jersey's 5th Congressional District. From nurses working in the early shift to restaurant workers and Uber drivers working the late shift, many of the residents in my district and across North Jersey—
Could you please speak a little slower? Thank you.
Sure. Many of the residents in my district and across North Jersey have no other choice but to drive to New York to make a living. I join an overwhelming majority of those who have already testified in strongly opposing the MTA's outrageous congestion tax, not only because it'll drain our families' pocketbooks and small businesses who are struggling, but it also does nothing to actually help the environment or ease congestion. In fact, for those of us in North Jersey near bridges and tunnels, to those in the outer boroughs and north of 60th and Manhattan, the congestion tax, by the MTA's own admission, will lead to more traffic and more pollution, disproportionately hurt lower income families, and poison our children's air. From the MTA's perspective, they desperately need the cash. Despite the recent surge of $15 billion in federal COVID dollars, their woeful mismanagement and lax enforcement of fare collection has led to a $2.5 billion budget deficit. In their eyes, who better to pay the bills than Jersey drivers in the outer boroughs? And the number is eye-poppingly insane. Can you imagine a hardworking nurse or taxi driver from New Jersey having to pay $23 a day or $5,000 a year on top of the $16 they pay to go over the GW Bridge? When you add gas and parking, that's $20,000 a year. Well, I'm sorry to say to the MTA, New Jersey is not your ATM machine or not your piggy bank. And let me be clear, every scenario the MTA released will whack drivers with a new tax. That's why there's been such an outcry of opposition from taxis, Uber, Lyft, seniors and the elderly, small businesses that will get whacked, and so many hardworking families. Parents shouldn't have to choose between spending money on their families or paying this absurd tax. Elderly and people with disabilities who have no choice but to drive because of their health shouldn't be forced to travel on the dangerous, dirty, and inaccessible
please
subway.
speak slower.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. Elderly and people with disabilities who have no choice but to drive because of their health should not be forced to travel on the dangerous, dirty, and inaccessible subway, or instead pay congestion tax. People should not be taxed for driving to receive life-saving care at Beth Israel or NYU because they can't risk being on public transit. This is nothing more than a cash grab to fund the terribly mismanaged MTA. I hope New York's mayor and governor are listening, because our families, our governor, Governor Murphy, the city's small business owners, and taxi and Uber drivers are telling the MTA to reverse course on their congestion tax plan. This public pushback is overwhelming, as you've heard tonight and night after night. Please rethink this. It's the right thing to do to save the taxpayers' money and to help all those who need help. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pamela Feuer, followed by Liam Blank.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pamela Feuer. I am a resident of the CBD in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. I am a born and bred New Yorker who returned 20 years ago to the city to continue my career as a pediatric intensive care physician, for which I provide services to the critically ill and injured children of New York City at all hours of the day or night, and currently do that in Staten Island, where there are very few experts in my field. I live in this neighborhood, and I also moved my octogenarian, nonagenarian parents into the neighborhood 5 years ago so that I could help them enjoy the later years of their life and manage their health care as best as we can. I find that this program as presented is a huge mistake and is very discriminatory for those of us who live in the Central Business District and have positions and family obligations, caretaker obligations, which require use of a vehicle. I certainly cannot get in a timely fashion to take care of my patients by any means of public transportation. 2 years ago, I was considered a healthcare hero and driving through the desolate streets of New York to take care of patients when many people were locked behind doors at home. Now, I'm told that on top of my $26 commute to Staten Island, I'm going to have to pay a tax to come in and out of my own neighborhood, my own garage, to get sleep at all, different hours of the day or night, to get my parents to healthcare appointments, to shop. I use the city. I'm a I use the city for everything, to shop, support small businesses. I exercise in the city. I utilize all the parks. I'm a cyclist. Really, the congestion that should be worked on is the congestion on the sidewalks, the wheeled vehicles, the scaffolding, all of the things that need programs to work on improving our pedestrian life in New York. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liam Blank, followed by Rosa Reyes.
Good evening. My name is Liam Blank. I'm the Policy and Communications Manager for Tri-State Transportation Campaign, a nonprofit organization fighting for sustainable mobility in the New York City metro area. Today, I join with those advocating for New York City's congestion pricing program. The key to ensuring safer, more reliable, efficient, and accessible public transit, as well as cleaner air, less traffic congestion, and safer roads, is through a swift implementation of congestion pricing. Congestion pricing is expected to generate $1 billion per year, thus allowing the MTA to complete its essential capital program to remedy longstanding issues plaguing our public transit systems. The state and city should act to mitigate any potential negative impacts that congestion pricing may have on environmental justice communities located in the outer boroughs. The environmental assessment lists 7 tolling scenarios to investigate potential impacts. Tolling the central business district will lead to reduced traffic entering the area with a net benefit and congestion reduction for the region. Discounts, crossing credits, and exemptions will lead to higher toll rates for everyone else. Daily truck traffic in Manhattan's core could decline anywhere from 21% to 81%, meaning thousands of trucks will no longer drive through Manhattan. The diversion of these trucks has been accounted for through the truck reduction programs outlined in the environmental assessment. If more exemptions are allowed, higher toll rates will still lead to more traffic reduction in the CBD, but depending on the scenario, potential adverse impacts could turn up along the Staten Island Expressway and the Cross Bronx Expressway. The MTA will need to mitigate these impacts as it creates the final program. This is imminently doable. Under some of the scenarios, the MTA's transition towards electrifying its fleet through deploying zero-emission buses will reduce emissions in neighborhoods most affected by poor air quality and climate change. Later this year, the MTA will prioritize deploying new electric buses at the Kingsbridge Depot and Gun Hill Depot, both located in and serving primarily environmental justice communities in Upper Manhattan and the Bronx. Tri-State believes the identified potential impacts in the outer boroughs are solvable through coordinated mitigation efforts by the multiple agencies responsible. The bottom line is we all want a clean climate, but what many drivers tend to want more than that is cheap gas, no tolls, and free parking. When the price of driving starts to creep up, people get unhappy. The way I think about it, we're still very much in the fossil fuel age. If we're going to talk an aspirational game of net zero by 2050, then we need to start taking the necessary steps today. This is the year 2022, and we are still way too dependent on gas-powered cars. I'm terrified that we're not going to do nearly enough fast enough. The clock is ticking. It is hard to be optimistic that our region will get its act together in a way that's going to allow us to make a meaningful difference. Climate change means, to me, looking in the eyes of my children and wondering what kind of hell they're going to have to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the 101st person to sign up, is Rosa Reyes, followed by Wahid Habib.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak at this hearing. My name is Rosa Reyes. I want to start by saying that if congestion pricing was in another neighborhood or in another borough, my reaction would be, sure, do it, because it doesn't affect me. Just like politicians who don't live in the zone and support it, but I do live in the zone. I live in a natural occurring retirement community. And it is completely outrageous to penalize residents and businesses by subjecting us to pay these fares just to enter and leave the area. Congestion pricing will destroy the economy in the zone because businesses will be affected, as will residents. Once business overhead costs increase, what do you think will happen? The prices, what do you think will happen to consumer goods and services? The prices won't stay the same. Businesses are not going to take a loss. So the increased cost of doing business in the zone will be passed on to consumers that live in the area. So whether or not you own a car, you will be adversely affected. And I want to repeat that. Whether or not you own a car, you will be adversely affected. Small businesses and restaurants who cannot compete because of higher prices will have to close. We already have a problem with high commercial rent in the zone and many, many vacant storefronts. Congestion pricing will only aggravate the problem. In the zone, there are a lot of elderly, disabled, low and middle class residents who are struggling. They're struggling to pay for basic necessities like rent, which you know a rent hike was approved recently affecting millions of residents. Currently, the median rent is $4,000 a month. I don't know who can afford that, just the wealthy, I guess, and people struggling. People are struggling to pay for food as well. Because of the shortages and inflation that we had during COVID, prices of milk and meat and produce have skyrocketed. And it's just going to keep going up with congestion pricing because, again, businesses will not take a loss. They will pass on the prices to consumers. Let's not forget, when the decision was made a few years ago to pass congestion pricing by politicians who do not reside or represent constituents of the zone, there was no COVID, there was no inflation, which rose to 9.1%, and there was no federal grant to the MTA at an amount of $6 billion. The carve-out does not do enough to leaving out many struggling residents. If congestion pricing was fair, then it should be rolled out to all of Manhattan and include all the boroughs, Long Island, Westchester, since the railways are getting some of this revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wahid Habib, followed by John Seaborn. Wahid, you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Wahid Habib. I'm a follow taxi driver, FHA. This is an unpractical idea because affecting all taxi drivers who are already struggling. During the COVID, the city need us, and we were there for them. And this will cause us have a less job, which then affect our income. We are all hardworking who are just trying to provide for our family. Not all of us are fortunate to become a big business owner. It is also not fair to our passenger who also travel to work, as it will be double cost for them as well. And about the I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Seaborn, followed by Kyle Carnuta. Our next speaker is Kyle Carnuta, followed by Peter Mazer.
Hello, I would like to see congestion pricing instigated as soon as possible. The negative community effects of vehicles on the road and the traffic they cause are diverse, well documented, and are proven to be detrimental to the health of most New Yorkers. As a car owner living in Brooklyn who does drive into Manhattan with some regularity, I support this initiative. I'm also a bike commuter and experience the dangers of cycling on overcrowded streets in Manhattan on a weekly basis. I would like to see any provision allowing commuters from New Jersey and the outer boroughs to deduct congestion fees from other tolls to be eliminated. This exception will diminish the intended impacts of this program. I support incentivizing some behaviors like credits for carpoolers or two-wheeled commuters and accepting other shared transit like buses and yellow cabs. This program will be part of a holistic plan to create better, more affordable transportation by funding expanded subway access and should fund dedicated bus lanes and protected bike lanes as well. But we need accountability and transparency to ensure the funds collected from this program are used to expand public transportation access and bike lanes. Otherwise, there will be no trust from the community in any program like this again. I call for some kind of live dashboard and hearings to communicate how funds are appropriated. Tax credits and stipends should also be given to low-income New Yorkers living in the outer boroughs whose income is under a determined threshold and who live beyond easy access of existing and future public transportation hubs. This needs to be done equitably and it needs to be done soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the 105th person to sign up, is Peter Mazur, followed by Jacob Hercules.
Good evening. My name is Peter Mazur, General Counsel to the Metropolitan Taxicab Board of Trade. We are a 70-year-old not-for-profit association representing owners and operators of licensed New York City medallion taxi cabs, a license recognized and protected by New York state law. MTBOT will be submitting more extensive written comments to demonstrate that a full EIS is needed to analyze this program. A stated goal of the tolling program is the reduction in the number of vehicles entering into the congestion zone by at least 10%. In theory, this pricing system is modeled after London, which exempts taxi cabs, but the plan has a number of scenarios that include taxi cab service. The tolling plan envisions that if cabs have passengers, the charge would be reflected on the taxi meter and paid by the passenger. If the taxi cab has no passengers, the charge would be borne by the driver upon entry into the CBD. The vast majority of taxi cabs are either garaged outside of Manhattan or owned or leased by drivers residing in the other boroughs. Most cabs enter the congestion zone at the beginning of the shift because that's where most street hail business is found. Unlike for-hire vehicles and TNCs, which rely on calls from passengers, far fewer taxi cab trips originate outside the CBD. Hence, drivers and not passengers are likely to bear the burden of this toll, at least for the initial entry into the zone. The net effect will be to reduce the willingness of taxi cab drivers to serve mid and lower Manhattan, reducing service and depriving prospective passengers of this needed form of transportation. The environmental assessment does not address this vacuum in taxi cab service and its impact on congestion in the CBD. Without such an analysis, that these passengers would now migrate to mass transit or use alternatives such as biking and walking. It does not address the reality that taxi cabs move large numbers of passengers efficiently, and that if the service is reduced and unavailable, the possibility exists that these displaced passengers will use private automobiles, thereby adding to congestion either in the CBD or in areas directly adjacent to it. In order to fully analyze the impact a tolling system will have on congestion, it is necessary to include in any analysis the impact the tolling plan will have on the number of taxi cabs, the number of trips, and the likelihood that former taxi cab passengers deprived of service will use private automobiles, thereby increasing congestion. Presently, there are more than 100,000 taxi trips a day, and this number is increasing as the city reopens to tourism and business. More than 90% touch the central business district. That means some substantial portion of 90,000 daily taxi cab users will need to find other means of transportation. If many of these use private automobiles, the congestion mitigation goals will not be achieved. A full environmental analysis will determine what percentage of these riders will now use private motor vehicles and impact traffic congestion in both central business
Please
districts
conclude your
and
remarks.
adjacent neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacob Hercules, followed by Carol Parker.
Hello, my name's Jake. I am a car owner in Brooklyn. I do love driving, but I also love and support anything that gets cars off of the road. When I see a bus or a train go by, I'm thankful that it means there's dozens of cars that aren't clogging the streets, clogging the air, and the odds that accidents, injuries for other pedestrians, cyclists, or even people still in their cars all go down. I would love to see a city where it isn't regularly faster to drive across town than to take transit. That said, my support for something like a congestion charge comes with a caveat. In a lot of the media coverage for this proposal, these efforts are likened to the cities like London that have already pulled something like this off. But what I feel gets overlooked is that unlike Manhattan, those cities are contiguous with their surrounding areas. They aren't a collection of islands that one has to cross to get to the rest of the state or the rest of the country. Some 2 million vehicles registered in Long Island will pass through Manhattan at one point or another, simply because that's where all of the connections to the mainland are, especially if you're trying to access Newark Airport, where it could take you an hour or more to cross from the Manhattan Bridge to the entrance of the Holland Tunnel. As others have pointed out, in London, different vehicles like motorcycles, electric cars, or hybrids get reduced to even free passage through those zones. And on top of that, Easy Pass and tolling systems we already have should be aware of what make and model of a car passing through the toll plazas are. So why are we charging small efficient vehicles like a Honda Fit the same rate as a larger, more polluting vehicle like a Cadillac Escalade, Dodge Charger type of thing? We spent decades enabling commuter drivers to, which means that all of the bridges and tunnels in or out of the city are located within the proposed congestion zone. And while the pricing will decrease traffic in the core of Manhattan, I'm still worried that New Jersey, Brooklyn, Queens, Long Island drivers unable or unwilling to give up their cars will add distance to their journeys just to circumvent these charges. And that traffic will divert to your only other two alternatives, Washington Bridge, like you said on slide 15, that would require more vehicles to go through Washington Heights, Upper Manhattan, Harlem, or they go over the already congested Verrazano Bridge, and by extension, clogging up the Brooklyn Belt Parkway, BQE. Even though you mentioned in your studies you didn't believe that it would do so, I really find it hard to believe that.
Please speak a little slower. Thank you.
Even though you mentioned in your slides and in your studies, you didn't believe it would add more traffic or more noise or pollution. I just can't believe that you wouldn't also increase accidents and noise in those communities, affected disproportionately down there. I do support the idea of making Manhattan's core a less car-saturated place, but please place greater consideration on the fact that we don't have the same alternate route options that London or Paris have. As an extension of that, congestion pricing should not be a way to push the problems from one area onto everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Parker, followed by Joseph Leota. Our next speaker is Joseph Leota, followed by Bertha Lewis. Joe, be sure to take yourself off mute and proceed with your remarks. Joe, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Our next speaker, our 110th person to sign up is Bertha Lewis, followed by Branch Warsham.
Here. Hello, my name is Bertha Lewis, and I am the founder and president of the Black Institute. The Black Institute is a New York City-based racial justice action tank dedicated to research and advocacy that leads to racial equality and fairness. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the environmental assessment of the CBD and their tolling program because there's a lot to say. The fact is that the congestion pricing plan is none of the things that we stand for, nor what communities of color actually need. It is not fair, it does no justice to our communities, and in fact, will only lead to further racial inequality in New York City and the metropolitan area. This environmental assessment has grossly and inexcusably misread the environment that any of the proposed tolling scenarios would affect. It will do significant economic harm to New York's most vulnerable and numerous communities. People of color living in the outer boroughs and above the 60th Street boundary. The EA has failed to do any more than the bare minimum to address potential justice concerns. And this is the fine print that will ruin our communities. New York is a majority minority city, a city that runs because of an underpaid workforce comprised largely of immigrants and people of color. New York would not run without them and pays them next to nothing to do so. We need every dollar to survive. We live paycheck to paycheck. And yet this EA suggests that all they would get is a tax break. What about the for hire drivers of the city who are, surprise, by and large immigrants and people of color? You would take their money, kill their jobs, thousands of them, and for what? Buying new buses and fixing our city's decaying public transit system is noble, but why are we taxing our poor citizens to do so? There are so many flaws in this EA and the proposed tolling scenarios to highlight, but I don't have the time. So I'd like to use my remaining time to completely and totally denounce both this EA and these hearings, which are exclusionary and rushed. The MTA has disenfranchised communities of color who are most impacted by making these hearings virtual and holding them all at once, only a few weeks after the EA's release. It is crystal clear that unlike its operations, the MTA's desperation to push this half-baked plan through is not to serve this community. Rather, it is to deny our communities, people of color, the right to oppose these inane plans for the MTA's own self-interest. Therefore, I demand that the MTA publicly retract this EA and investigate the economic impacts of people of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Branch Worsham, followed by Lorraine Capelli. Our next speaker is Lorraine Capelli, followed by Sam Hecker. Our next speaker is Sam Hecker, to be followed by Joseph Leota. Our next speaker is Joseph Leota, followed by Paul Friedman. Joe, you may proceed.
Can you hear me, guys?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to say that I think this program is a mistake. It's really going to be a tax on the outer boroughs. I think most importantly, it's going to raise the cost of living. I work in retail at the moment. I just know how the pandemic and inflation has really impacted small businesses. I can tell you firsthand that if you start putting a tax on these sort of trucking industries, it's going to increase the cost of living throughout the central business district area. And now this is especially something Manhattan can't afford, especially considering that places like Soho, they haven't been able to attract a business to really stay in years. It's very difficult. They've been relying on pop-up shops. And just beyond that, there's also a lot of reasons why people do need to take cars into these areas. People, for the most part, are afraid of subways. There's a lot of crime. Mayor Adams has been doing absolutely nothing to do anything about the crime, even though this is what he campaigned on. Crime has just gotten worse. And if you talk to anybody who lives outside of Manhattan, they will tell you that traffic has increased throughout the pandemic. Currently, I'm living in Brooklyn in a subway desert. The traffic here is 10 times worse now than it was before the pandemic even started. This is because people are afraid to take the subways. You can't be putting in a congestion pricing plan with the idea that more people are going to take public transportation, more people aren't willing to access the subway, and people can't even access the subway. For me, it's way faster to travel anywhere in the city by car than by taking the subway. I'm 20 minutes away walking from the nearest subway, 15 minutes away driving. That's how bad it is. And even then, when I take the subway from Brooklyn to Manhattan, it's an hour minimum. Well, driving could take you 45 minutes. We have to address these things first. Now, I know the congestion pricing plan is designed to help sort of pay for these sort of programs, but frankly, I think we need to look outside of the city. I know the Tokyo subway, for example, is the only profitable subway in the world. They've actually done real estate investments along the subway lines, and they were so successful with this, they got contracted to do the Hanoi subway system in Vietnam that just opened early this year. We're going to have to look outside the box and really think of better options than congestion pricing, which is really going to make people avoid Manhattan, if anything. It could potentially hollow out the economy of the area. So I don't think you're going to be making as much money as you think. As far as the environmental idea, frankly, what's going to be happening is you're just going to be moving the problem elsewhere. People are still going to be driving in the outer boroughs and the suburbs. All you're doing is taking the pollution and moving it to the boroughs. Nothing's going to be solved. I think our leaders, to be honest, to put it bluntly, the schmucks. They don't really care about poor people. They're just pretending to care about poor people. Frankly, people like the mayor, the public advocate, all you're doing is pretending to care about poor people. This is going to help them, just going to hurt them in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Friedman, followed by L. Singer. Our next speaker, the 115th person to sign up, is L. Singer, followed by Danny Sena. L. Singer, be sure to take yourself off mute and you may proceed. Our next speaker is Danny Sena, followed by Michael Hirachi.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Danny Sena. I'm Director of Operations at Agape Transportation Management. We're a family-owned and operated transportation company that specializes in non-emergency medical transportation. In 10 years, we've grown to become the largest provider for Medicaid transportation in the state of New York, something we're very proud of, but something that is also very concerning, or that brings us a lot of concern when considering the new tolling. Because we specialize in non-emergency medical transportation, it means we transport people who need to be transported, who have no way of reaching their hospital or medical appointments without our service or services like ours, as well as our drivers. We specifically and only work with for-hire vehicles, black car livery vehicles throughout New York City, who are primarily or generally lower income or middle income New Yorkers, oftentimes immigrants, like my father who started the company, who moved here as an immigrant with no college degree, with not even a high school degree, I think at the time, and was able to build a business because he started cabbing. So this tolling program will be extremely strenuous, not only to the New York City cab drivers, but also to men and women who are sickly or older, who won't be able to reach their medical appointments or will have an even more difficult time reaching those medical appointments. So what I'd like to propose and request is that a carve out is made similar to what is mentioned about accessoride in the plan for non-emergency medical transportation providers. Right now, it's relatively simple, I think, to implement this, as all New York City TLC bases have to report their trips to TLC. Any driver associated with a company who primarily does medical transportation can be exempt from the tolls via just putting that information together. So I think that should be strongly considered, specifically because, again, these passengers can't be transported. It can't reach any of their appointments any other way. As some have mentioned, they're elderly or they're sickly, so they can't take public transportation, and they can't walk, they can't run, they can't take bikes like others can. So something should be done for this population and for the taxi drivers that move them as they did throughout the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Guarachi, to be followed by L. Singer.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, yeah. So I've heard a lot about cash grabs, people of color, lower income people, poor people, blind people, people with disabilities. Where are these people going to travel when the city's underwater? Where are these people going to go? Who are the first communities impacted during climate crises? I'll pause. That's right. It's low income people of color. We're so concerned about cash grab. You want to know the biggest scam in New York City and in American society is the police budgets. Okay, we're talking about $11 billion. Where's that going? Funnel those funds back into our community. We need to start funding public education, public healthcare, public transportation, public works all around. This is just the beginning. Hashtag ban cars. I live right outside the Lincoln Tunnel. I'm very lucky to live in a low-income building. I'm very lucky to be surrounded by some very awesome neighbors, lots of actors, lots of people from different backgrounds. There's non-stop traffic. Department of Health and Human Hygiene 2018 Community Health Profile noted that 9.5% PM2.5 particulate matter, the highest in New York City, the highest in the Central Business District, okay? You wanna talk about clean air? These funds that we will generate from congestion pricing will help clean the air. You wanna take it a step further? Let's ban cars. Let's put a cap on how many cars can enter the Central Business District. I will say the biggest obstacles are, again, going to be Port Authority Bus Terminal of New York, New Jersey, Mayor Adams, who's just bullhorn for the NYPD insatiable appetite for money, and definitely Hochul and the Mayor of New Jersey. We could talk about how this money can also provide some circulation on the platforms. I think that would really help. I think the platform doors coming is a really great pilot program. Let's not make that pilot program last 15 years because we know that we need them. Police do not combat safety. Let's knock that myth out of the ballpark. I've been traveling on these subways for over 20 years. I know how I present. I'm very fortunate, but I also know it's probably one of the safest public transportation systems I've ever ridden on in a Western industrialized country. Thank you for all that you do, and I thank you for having me during these meetings. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elle Singer, followed by Richard Weiss.
Can you hear?
We can hear you. Please proceed. We can't cut. Could you speak louder?
Again. I'll start over. I echo Josh Gottheimer's remarks. I am an elderly senior citizen with mobility issues. Congestion pricing has not adequately addressed the impact on the sick, compromised, the financially disadvantaged, the people of color, the blind people, the deaf people. I am appealing to you to roll back the plan and not to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Weiss, followed by Paul D'Antonio. Our next speaker is Paul D'Antonio, followed by Michelle Grossman. Our next speaker, the 120th person to sign up, is Michelle Grossman, followed by Arya Sajedi.
Hi, I live in the CBD. I am for the environment and reducing congestion, but I am against the current congestion pricing plans. This is my last time speaking here. I have already come before this board to share concerns around the timing of this process being late August, reliability, accessibility, and safety concerns, and the impact to people who live in the CBD, people who must drive into or out of the CBD for work, and the impact to businesses in the CBD. In my calls and letters to elected officials, I also included concerns around accountability, pandering to special interest groups, and the current proposals not being a fair and equitable plan. Many others have spoken to all of these topics. Look, I come before this board really fighting for my community and not myself as an individual. I am really fortunate I personally will survive all of this, but I deeply care about other people and my community as a whole, which doesn't just mean the neighborhood I live in, but it means all people this impacts, and this impacts a lot of people. Some final requests. In the spirit of transparency, as opposed to responding to people individually about their concerns, make all responses accessible to the public. Like you, I have listened to all 25 hours of presentation and testimony so far, except I'm not getting paid to listen to this, and it's on my own time. A response to the public on all the concerns raised is the only respectful, fair, and transparent route. 2, a suggestion. Please fine people for blocking the box and fine people for unnecessary honking. That alone will greatly help congestion, generate revenue, and vastly improve the quality of life for residents, motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians. We all win then. 3, most importantly, please have compassion and empathy as you move through this process. Of the 341 testimonies so far, only 25% have been fully in favor of this. Of the 243 people who spoke against this, think of Paul Rizzo, who highlighted how this will impact clubs in the CBD like the Bitter End, and Cindy Roberts, a senior on low fixed income who can't ride a bike or walk. Think of Leatrice Smith, who lives in a 2-fare zone and would need to spend a whole day getting from doctors, and Daniel Bezzetta, who spoke to how this will impact the few remaining funeral homes in the CBD, and rewatched Jonathan Gibbs' testimony, who, as he understood through media, was for congestion pricing, and after listening to 2 hours of testimony of how this will impact real people, said to this board, I couldn't be you and make this decision to continue on with this. Like Jonathan did, remember, there are real people impacted by this, and remember, compassion, empathy, fairness, and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aria Sajetti, followed by Jessica Lavoie. The next speaker is Jessica Lavoie, followed by Clarence Tennell.
Hi there, good evening. I would like to speak to you from my own experience as a resident of New York City for the last 25 years, and all but 2 of them, I've lived below 60th Street in what will be considered the congestion zone. I live here with my family, I work here, my husband works here, our son goes to school here. You can find us at neighborhood events and community get-togethers, cleaning up our local park and planting flowers with our older neighbors. I'm telling you this because it sounds like many people think that Midtown and Lower Manhattan is just a place for people to drive into work or to come visit tourist attractions. As wonderful and as fun as those things are, this isn't just a place where people drive into work 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. This is our home and the home of many others who don't leave at 5 p.m. each weeknight when the workday is over. We are Little League parents and Cub Scout parents, just like anyone else who lives outside New York City. We take public transportation and we walk on a regular basis. And my husband rides a bike to work and back. We do drive to visit family several hours away, maybe once a month, and we go grocery shopping outside the city with a car at times. And I'm just wondering if anybody thought at all about asking the actual residents who live below 60th Street how we would feel about having a wall of cameras and tolls surrounding our neighborhoods and for being penalized for doing nothing other than just living here. Why wasn't it even a thought to consider the actual people who live in what will be the CBD? This will change our lives whether we are drivers or not. The residents of the CBD are not the ones driving around in the CBD. You will not lose money on that exemption if it were to be one. We are the ones who are just trying to leave the CBD if we're ever in a car. Regardless of income, we deserve a full waiver in the CBD. And if not, a 90% waiver like in London. The residents living below 60th Street who call this place home should be able to leave their neighborhood and come back home without being charged such an enormous and unfair tax, just like our neighbors above 60th Street. I ask you to think of the people and not just the money this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Clarence Tennell, followed by Carol Mason-Wave. Our next speaker is Carol Mason-Wave, followed by Tracy Annunziato.
I thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carole Maisonneuve. I am a mother of 3. I have been a NYC resident for 13 years, and for the past 10 years, I have lived in Harlem, a community which is disproportionately affected by road violence and environmental inequities. I work midtown in the congestion pricing area, and yet I wish to convey my strong support for congestion pricing. And I welcome the recently published environmental assessment. From my understanding, today's meeting is supposed to be about the recently published environmental assessment of congestion pricing. It is not supposed to be about the opportunity to adopt congestion pricing. This decision has already been made, and we must now bring it to reality. I'm here tonight not to discuss whether we should have congestion pricing, but to demand its full implementation as soon as possible, as per the decision that have been made by the legislature, and because climate change cannot wait. Tonight's meeting is not supposed to be about listening to individual complaints. Instead, we should be assessing the plan's expected impact on current and, more importantly, on future generations of New Yorkers. Tonight's discussion should not be either about defending any particular interest of a small minority of car users in particular. Instead, we should be acting with the greater good as our guiding principle. And we should bear in mind that many voiceless communities don't have the luxury to make the time away from their busy schedule to sit in this meeting and voice their views. With the issuance of the environmental assessment, it is undeniable that congestion pricing will meet its goals. It will reduce traffic congestion, not only in the zone, but also outside the zone. Air quality will improve. Bus service will become more reliable, which is so critical to people who depend on them, especially the elderly and persons with disabilities. Congestion pricing will benefit public transit. This is all we want to know to move the plan forward to the next step and to put an end to the delaying maneuvers orchestrated by vested interests. I thank you. And on a related note, I also want to add that the NYPD and DOT must urgently address the issue of defaced, missing, and fake plates, as it will be critical to making congestion pricing effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the 125th person to sign up, is Tracy Annunziato, followed by Ali Ryan. Tracy, be sure to unmute, then you may proceed. Tracy, you're still on mute. Tracy, we can't hear you. Our next speaker is Ali Ryan, followed by Sandra Lerner.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Ali Ryan, and my family lives in the Lower East Side. Today, I am testifying against congestion pricing. Last year, I ran to represent City Council District 2, which is within the Central Business District, and met many residents who asked me to oppose congestion pricing, specifically because they were blue-collar workers who drove to the outer boroughs for work, located in public transportation deserts at odd hours of the day. They said that the exemption for families who live in the zone and earn less than $60,000 would not apply to them, even though they lived paycheck to paycheck. Data shows that lower income and middle income families and individuals live in the East Village and Lower East Side, and thus will be adversely affected and limited if required to pay congestion pricing to use the FDR. I find it laughable that the MTA and our politicians want to tackle congestion and pollution when the city of New York has chopped down almost 600 mature 82-year-old trees in East River Park that runs along the FDR in the Lower East Side in the past 7 months. Last year, City Council members approved over 6,000 new residential units in Lower Manhattan. Traffic Mobility Review Board member Catherine Wild, called for more affordable housing to attract young people in a recently published op-ed in AM New York. However, no one mentions increasing manufacturing and local businesses outside of restaurants, bars, legal marijuana smoke and puff shops in Lower Manhattan to enable current and future Lower Manhattan residents to work and shop closer to home. Only one small business owner today has realistically explained how the congestion pricing will impact his business. We have a congestion problem in Lower Manhattan. Why are politicians and bureaucrats creating and passing rezonings and development projects to increase density, AKA more people living in Lower Manhattan, which will increase congestion as a byproduct? The statistics that the MTA is using to justify congestion pricing are obviously outdated due to COVID and do not take into consideration open streets and open restaurant programs. Before Mayor Eric Adams started cracking down on restaurant sheds a couple weeks ago, over 2,000 restaurant sheds were in Lower Manhattan, which reduced the number of parking spots. And for example, Broadway is closed off to car traffic between 42nd Street and 17th Street.
Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. If you want to write the...
Our next speaker is Sandra Lerner, followed by Tracy Annunziato. Sandra, unmute and you may proceed. Sandra, you may proceed. Sandra, we'll come back to you. Our next speaker is Tracy Annunziato.
Do you hear me now?
Oh, okay. Sandra, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sandra Lerner. I live on the Upper East Side. The fact that the city, state, and MTA are proposing a congestion tax to make up for lost revenue after they've received billions in matching grants through the federal infrastructure bill is absurd and goes to show how mismanaged the authority is. There should be legislature requiring the Federal Department of Transportation Office of Inspector General to conduct a full audit of the MTA to see how the authority spends the billions it receives from the federal government. Do not implement congestion pricing until a thorough economic impact analysis is completed. Also, there should be a thorough analysis of how congestion pricing will impact commuters, tourists, and businesses. Let's talk about commuters. You are a nurse that lives in New Jersey that pays $16 to go over the GW Bridge. You pay for parking and gas and work at NYU Langone, and you're going to pay an extra $23 to go to work every day. MTA looks at New Jersey right now as their personal ATM. It is time we audited the MTA. Let's talk about businesses. You have a small business, a bakery, a florist. I know we heard from the funeral director, but these businesses have to go into the congested pricing zone in order to make their deliveries. Who incurs the burden of the $23? Is it going to be the consumer who cannot afford it, or the business who will eventually go bankrupt? This plan is about the environment, it's all about revenue, not about the environment. When we talk about emissions, Governor Hochul and environmental groups have recently said most emissions come from buildings. I checked today, 70% of our emissions in the city come from buildings. Building efficiency is critical to achieving the city's carbon neutrality goals, not eliminating cars. It is absurd if you live in Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, or Staten Island to have to pay $23 to come into the 5th borough of New York City. In London, they have congestion pricing from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, 12 to 6 Saturday and Sunday. One price, $17.50 US money. Not 24 hours, not a floating scale. People who don't drive into the zone take taxis. It is barraged with Ubers and taxis who don't pay the fee. The same thing will happen in the city. The Inspector General should audit every federal dollar the MTA has received. Enough is enough. MTA, my message to you, get your house in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tracy Annunziato, followed by Andrew Fine.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Tracy Annunziato, and I am currently out on permanent disability, and I currently possess a New York City handicap parking permit. I have extreme limited mobility due to all my chronic pain conditions. I can't tell you the amount of doctors that I have with NYU as well as Mount Sinai in Manhattan. And every time now I have to rely on my car to take to Manhattan, I'm going to have to pay. I would gladly take the subways. However, they don't have elevators. Every station does not have an elevator. Every station does not have escalators. And if they do have elevators and escalators, they're not always working. So I rely on my personal car in order for me to get around. And if I have to pay, in addition to coming through the tunnel, it's an extreme hardship for me. So I just think you need to consider that all of us that possess this New York City handicap parking permit have it for a reason, because we need it, our cars, in order to get around both the city. I come from Brooklyn. We need our cars. Without our cars, we have no way of getting around. So thank you for listening to me, and have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Fine, followed by Margaret Lehman.
Did I get here on time? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not sure you can hear me because 8 out of 10 people that are on this call are not really being heard by the MTA. Reality is that this is a bit of a charade. You guys are going through the motions, and 80% of the people on this call are completely against this boondoggle that the MTA has cooked up to improve their budget. And thank you, by the way. I made the observation that the people that are actually in favor of this either don't have a car, or they're under the delusion that this plan will either improve transit or improve the environment, of which neither is really true. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrew Fine from the East 86th Street Association in Manhattan. Congestion pricing is a regressive tax and an MTA boondoggle that is ableist, classist, anti-senior, and anti-family. The MTA cannot be trusted to manage money. Currently, they run a huge deficit, and they're approaching $3 billion a year in debt service, quickly burning through, what was it, 8 or 10 or $15 billion of federal money, a windfall, thanks to COVID. Yet they can't manage it. They can't manage their finances. They're going to use the congestion pricing money for, guess what? To leverage for more debt, so they have more debt service. It's ridiculous. This organization cannot even enforce the fares. People are walking in the doors every single second in the MTA system. Collect the fares. Don't collect it off of people that actually have legitimate license plates that drive around Manhattan on occasion. The bottom line here is border areas like the Upper East Side are going to have displaced traffic. They're going to have noise, pollution, congestion. demand for transit that's off the chain, parking wars, skyrocketing garage rates, more pollution, more asthma. You guys are taking it to the Upper East Side, and you're also taking it to these environmental justice zones. There's no justice. The reality is the people in those zones are going to not be able to drive into Manhattan anymore because they don't have the money for it. It's ridiculous. Not only that, they'll get more traffic, more pollution. This thing is a sham and it should be scrapped immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Lehman, followed by B. Kumar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I am Margaret Lehman. Thank you for your time. I oppose this congestion tax. Its dollar impact on those who live and work here is draconian. As so many of your speakers have said tonight and in the prior testimony on prior evenings and afternoons, this plan needs refinement and change, reflecting so many of the comments you have heard, so that the approach is less of a club approach and more of a scalpel approach. This plan simply expands the congestion zone. It expands the traffic congestion north. As so many speakers have said, it simply reroutes it. The MTA needs to analyze the ripple down negative effect of its plan. The damage is so broad-based. As again, so many speakers have said, there needs to be a detailed economic impact statement. We haven't seen that. Where is the MTA analysis of the actual money effect of the toll on those who will be most affected? People who, as has been said, people who need to drive in for jobs, people who have small businesses, such as that funeral owner of that funeral home, and such as the yellow taxi industry, which just cannot take another body blow. As one of the most negatively affected groups, the mitigation offered to it by your plan, such as tax credits and offering MTA jobs, assumes an apples to apples solution, which of course it isn't. And to say that drivers will pay the toll, to say that drivers won't pay the toll and that riders will, ignores the fact that there will be far fewer yellow cab riders precisely because of this toll. In addition, the amount of monitoring required by the Department of Transportation in your presentation seems woefully unrealistic. The frustration that the New York City public experiences now with the Department of Transportation suggests that such ongoing and intense monitoring is simply idealistic and won't happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the 130th person to sign up, is B. Kumar, followed by Brian Foster. Our next speaker is Brian Foster, followed by Walt Iwachu.
Hi, I'm Brian. I live in Brooklyn and I work in the Central Business District downtown. And I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed tolling program. As someone who works for an agency contracted by the city to provide social services to low-income and other New Yorkers in need, I do believe, if not an exemption, a budget line item will be needed to account for the toll-related expense increases It contracts to provide services like Meals on Wheels, which does rely on private vehicles. So I do want to express my hope that the MTA and the city will work together to balance those costs in a way that treats nonprofits justly and equitably. As someone who cycles to work, I'm also looking forward to
Excuse me, sir, can I hear you? Your background noise?
my apologies.
You may proceed.
As someone who cycles to work from Brooklyn to Manhattan, I'm also looking forward to safer streets and a smoother ride in Lower Manhattan on my route as well. But more importantly, I want to express my support for this and any effort by the MTA, the city, and the state to address climate change. We have targets for emissions and fossil fuel reduction at the state level by the end of the decade that we know we are not on track to meet, especially without policies like congestion tolling. I want to state clearly that I support any policy proposal to reduce the number of vehicles on New York streets. We frankly need to be thinking about a city with 1 million fewer cars in it as soon as possible. Knowing that our solutions need to be equitable and knowing that our transit system is currently inadequate, we also know that we are fighting for safer streets, we are fighting for cleaner air, and we are fighting for every tenth of every degree in global warming that we can avoid and mitigate. It is not too late to join this fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Walt Iwachu, followed by Ken Wiederhorn. The next speaker is Ken Wiederhorn, followed by Henri Falconi. Our next speaker is Henri Falconi, followed by Jane Loke. Our next speaker is Jane Loke, followed by Consuela Hublau.
Hello?
We can hear you.
All right. I don't know. Sorry, lights are out. So can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello? Yes.
Yes.
So I live in the CBD district. I also run a small business in the CBD district. And I want to start with a couple of things because I was looking up congestion pricing schemes that have run around in various parts of the world. And I'm going to start with this because this keeps being brought up again and again by people who are for congestion pricing. A 2011 independent study published by the Health Effects Institute from King's College London found that there is little evidence that congestion charge scheme has improved air quality. The research used modeling and also actually compared actual air pollutant measurements within congestion charge zone. And investigators concluded
a little slower, please. Thank you.
Investigators concluded that it is difficult to identify significant air quality improvements from a specific program, especially one targeted at a small area within a large city, against backdrop of broader regional pollutant weather changes. And this meshes with what we've already heard that, it reroutes traffic. And so maybe congestion, air quality is slightly better inside Manhattan, but across the river, it's worse. And so are we really improving anything? In fact, it noted that changes due to improved vehicle technology did way more to improve air quality than this. And I'm going to double that with a previous speaker who noted that most of the emissions that we're talking about reducing actually come from buildings and not cars. So the idea that the scheme is marketed as something that improves air quality is very questionable. Secondly, I also looked at the Singapore scheme, and there's a very, very big difference on that one, which is that it is a very affordable scheme. Charges on the congestion zone pricing are anything from the order of cents to dollars in the single digit, not $23 or double that or no cap, which is what we're talking about here. Effectively, what we're talking about in our scheme is building a wall around Manhattan. And I don't see how that is an effective way to manage the city. I'm going to speak as a small business owner who serves customers in the Chinatown community, but also various Chinatown communities, including the ones in Brooklyn, in Queens, even in New Jersey. And so it seems to me that fracturing communities like this is not the way to go about in our city. Effectively, my customers, I don't just serve people in Manhattan, I serve people in other places. I mean, it costs them $23 to come in, they're just not gonna come. And this is gonna be very, very harmful for a lot of the small businesses, particularly in the Asian community in Chinatown, especially since Asians in particular have been at the receiving end of a lot of assaults and are very fearful to take public transportation. So,
Please conclude your remarks.
hello, sorry. So I think that's all I have to say, but I speak for the 600,000 Chinese people who.
Our next speaker is Consuela Hublal, followed by Bob Carpo. Please be sure to take yourself off mute, then you may proceed. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I appreciate the opportunity. I would like to address the buzzword that has been in all the information presented by the folks who are putting forth this plan, and that is equity. The focus on congestion pricing, to me, it's anything but equitable. The focus is on the impact, the negative impact it will have on low-income communities, for which I feel compassion, but it almost completely ignores its negative effects on middle-income communities. Like so many of these programs and initiatives, it seemed to design to turn middle-income residents into low-income residents. It is a burden for a middle-class family of 4 or 5 people to use mass transit to enter Manhattan to enjoy the benefits of this magnificent city for which we pay very high taxes, very high fees. Now we'll have to pay another price on top of everything else. As seniors, due to the dearth of accessible stations, seniors often have to drive in. You know, they've worked hard all their lives. Now you retire, maybe once a year you want to go to a show. It just makes the cost immeasurable. I'm not even going to get into the safety issue, but seniors can't ride bikes, walk up and down steps, run for buses, as has been detailed before. But one of the benefits you touted was improved travel time within the CBD. But improved travel time for who? I believe somebody else touched on this as well. But it may slightly improve bus speeds, but it's only going to improve traffic for those who can afford to pay $23 a pop each time they enter this district. So that's the people who deliver goods and services who will pass along that cost, and also well-to-do businessmen who can afford it. We all want a cleaner planet. Make the subway safer, cleaner, more efficient. New Yorkers pay enough taxes and fees already. In addition to that, motorists already pay additional taxes and fees. We pay dearly for the privilege of owning a car. How about more traffic enforcement agents, not to write tickets, but to facilitate the flow of traffic? The Manhattan grid is very difficult. A lot of times people block the streets despite their best efforts. Use the money for that. Also, congestion pricing maybe should be more of an HOV model where people who come into the city with one person have to pay. But right now, this is just going to kill middle-class people. And we have very little faith that the revenue realized will be used appropriately or properly. This will just continue and they'll have to come up with another scheme soon. Thank you for this opportunity and for all the work you've done on this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Carbo, followed by Ron Simoncini. Our next speaker is Ron Simoncini, followed by Richard Sandano. Our next speaker is Richard Sandano, followed by Maria Gonzalez. Our next speaker, the 140th to sign up, is Maria Gonzalez, followed by Nicole Murray. Our next speaker is Nicole Murray, followed by Newell Schoon.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Murray. I grew up in the suburbs sharing a car with 3 adults, and to gain my independence, I took the plunge to move into the city where its public transportation system could get me to school and work. And for that, it's been a complete lifeline for me. It's my key to the city, and as it is for millions of other New Yorkers. As outlined, I would largely support scenario E. It raises the most money, reduces the most trips, and some of the exemptions are fair. One such exemption is for taxis. Taxis and members of the Taxi Workers Alliance must cross bridges and tunnels by the very nature of their work and should largely be free to do so. Taxi driving is one of the most grueling and demanding jobs in the city, and I do stand in solidarity with these workers who are asking for this exemption. I also suggest potentially exempting disability placards until the MTA is at least 75% accessible instead of the miserable 25% like it currently is. I would uncap for hire vehicle trips because, as we know, the proliferation of for-hire vehicles cannibalizes both taxi and transit rides. Driving is a full-time job. It should be unionized work and accountable to passengers through municipal channels, not Silicon Valley apps that do who knows what with our data. Absolutely no credits for using a tunnel. Last summer, the M21 bus was suspended 87 out of 132 weekdays from March to September due to traffic around the Holland Tunnel. This status quo is deeply regressive and unfair to bus riders, pedestrians, and people who live and work downtown. I even know someone who quit their job because the noise pollution was too much to bear. The New York Times last year printed stories from workers who drive, like those for a service that delivers food to the elderly, and they had to haul their equipment on the subway because the roads were at a standstill. When I first moved here, I worked a night shift. I took the train from Queens to Midtown, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Standing on that platform as a 23-year-old woman, I felt safe because there were other people on the train with me. These days, there are fewer and fewer people on the train. Ridership needs to come back. That's what makes transit safe, more riders. If you do need to drive, how much is it worth to not sit in traffic, to not circle endlessly for parking, to get back hours of your day? Isn't that worth something? There is no one weird trick to clearing up congestion or funding the MTA, but congestion pricing offers the double whammy. While more reforms and system-wide upgrades are absolutely needed, like full station and stop accessibility, real bus rapid transit, and 6-minute headways all day, every day, and funding public transportation like a public service with state and federal dollars and value capture to get us all the way, this is a step in the right direction. Finally, if and when enacted, transit riders, drivers, and the public deserve clear and transparent data from the MTA and DOT on the effectiveness or potentially lack thereof, and swift adjustments proposed by the legislator to deliberate on and enact. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Newell Schoon, followed by Darren Goldner. Newell, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Newell Schoon, and I'm Coach USA's Regional Vice President responsible for the commuter lines that service New York and New Jersey. As my colleague Diane Rodriguez made mention in the previous hearing, Coach USA removes over 25 million cars off Manhattan streets every year. We've been part of the solution for some time and take pride in having lessened the carbon footprint. By way of example, a regular car or SUV releases 89 pounds of carbon dioxide per 100 passenger miles. Our bus is at 12.1 pounds of carbon dioxide per 100 passenger miles, and with every passing year, that number goes down. For the past 30 years, Coach USA has partnered with New Jersey Transit and the MTA since the summer of hell to provide critical commuter services that bring in millions of commuters into the area that will be designated the central business district for tolling.
Please speak a little slower. Thank you.
During the pandemic, we proudly provided commuter services to the first responders and essential workers who saved lives. We continue doing so, but in addition to those commuters, we now provide transportation to employees of New York businesses, as well as those going into the city for health appointments, tourists taking in Broadway shows, a Knicks or Rangers game, or any of a number of shows and museums the city offers. We have close to 400 buses that transport passengers every day into Manhattan on weekdays and almost 200 on weekends. This amounts to hundreds of thousands every month, which translates into many cars which are not traversing streets throughout the city. Moreover, as I am the person or drivers and who interface moreover, as I'm the person or drivers and passengers interface with, I've been told time and time again that the passengers are delighted with the economical and affordable option we provide for them to get to their Manhattan jobs or visit with family or friends, as well as taking in a Broadway show or concert. From an operational perspective, any additional charge to us will place pressure on us to increase our fares. We do not want that. Those who use our services are individuals who are financially insecure and during difficult financial times are hard pressed to meet any additional costs. I would like to repeat that what was said earlier by my colleagues and others from our industry, that we are seeking to have what's already been well established in London, Singapore, and Stockholm. These cities embrace bus service as a major way to address their congestion issues, as well as a way of lowering carbon emissions. A tolling exemption should apply equally to all buses, whether publicly or privately owned, and whether operated for intercity or other service. Coach USA and its subsidiaries operate some buses under arrangements with public transportation agencies, but some, like Megabus, are privately owned. All services, whether privately or publicly funded, benefit Manhattan and surrounding communities, and all should be exempted from tolling. We do not believe that the MTA, the Traffic Mobility Review Board, or the Federal Highway Administration can justify imposing tolls on certain buses while exempting others, particularly in light of the significant environmental, economic, and public benefits provided by all bus services. I respectfully request that this board's recommendations be of providing an exemption to all bus operators at all times.
Our next speaker is Darren Goldner, followed by Rena Zager.
Hi, my name is Darren Goldner. I was born and raised in Brooklyn. I've lived and worked most of the last 40 years in Brooklyn and the Central Business District. Growing up, like the vast majority of working class New Yorkers, my parents, my two brothers, and I did most of our commuting by mass transit. My parents are older now, they're disabled, and they're on fixed incomes. Like most non-wealthy New Yorkers, they ride transit, for hire vehicles, and accessorize. My mother has been disabled for most of my life. She's ridden the bus as long as I can remember. I've never seen her drive a car. Congestion pricing is both a carrot and a stick. It encourages better transit by funding vital MTA projects, and it discourages the driving behavior we know to be unsustainable, exclusionary, and dangerous. Congestion pricing should be implemented as soon as possible and with minimal exemptions. I believe exemptions should be limited to taxi drivers and buses, similarly to in Plan E. There should be no carve-outs for tunnel use or for hire vehicles. Taxi drivers deserve direct support, and we should work toward that versus the exemptions, which are effectively a rider discount. Buses are the unsung heroes of our transportation system, and we should be encouraging bus service and ridership. For the last 15 years, I've worked in the Central Business District. I commute any number of ways, by subway, by bus, bicycle, and even for hire vehicles. Every day I'm there, it's abundantly clear that our roads are snarled with traffic. It's clear that the majority of the vehicles are private. The majority have just one occupant, the driver. The statistics this very group has shared back this up. Again, the vast majority of New Yorkers in the Central Business District do not drive. The majority of New Yorkers don't even own a car. Cars cost on average $8,000 a year to own in New York. That's unattainable for many. Wealthier drivers choose to drive into the Central Business District and park. Our existing systems encourage and subsidize this behavior. These drivers create traffic that doesn't just affect them, it affects all of us. It affects buses full of commuters that can't move. It affects our air quality. It affects our literal space to move as pedestrians, bicyclists, and taxi riders. As a socialist, I believe we must prioritize the good of the many. We must take action quickly and effectively to curb climate change, transit injustices, and exploitation. Congestion pricing is that type of action. It's a first step. Congestion pricing is an effective way to discourage the behaviors that we know to be damaging and preferential to the wealthy. It's an effective way to fund transportation and street use that's both more sustainable and more equitable. We must implement this program and then do more. We must be bold to end systemically enforced, regressive regressive, unsustainable car dependency. Thank you, and let's do this quickly.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rena Zager, followed by Nina Jody. Our next speaker is Nina Jody, followed by Seth Hughes. Nina, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Sorry, I'm starting my video. My name is Nina Jody. I'm a retired city worker living on a fixed income in the East Village, New York. I believe that this congestion pricing is a misnomer. If those of you on this panel and this hearing have visited the East Village lately, you will see that we are not congested. We're practically a ghost town. We have only vacant storefronts, homeless encampments, crime-ridden streets, and at my subway stop at the F train, 1 out of every 2 people are walking through without paying their fare. I think many people have alluded to the fact that we don't have any faith that the MTA can effectively monitor this program or have told us the truth about it. I'm somebody that rides a bicycle, I walk, I always take public transportation, but I do own a car. Occasionally I want to go and take my granddaughter to the beach, or I want to go upstate for a camping trip, and I do not earn less than $60,000 a year, but I am solidly in the middle class. I believe that there should be a pause on this program while we recover from the pandemic. We are absolutely struggling here. The theater district is failing. Our movie theaters are folding. There's not enough commercial business to make for a commercial tolling. We also need an exemption for those of us who did not bargain to live in a prison where we would have to pay to enter and leave just because we happen to have found ourselves here. I'm a born and raised New Yorker. I believe that my living here has contributed to whatever is good in this city, and I don't feel that I should have to pay $23 or $19 or $15 to use my car when people outside of the borough are going to be able to use their car to go and shop or do whatever it is that they want to do with their car. I think the entire plan needs to be paused and revisited when and if New York City ever regains its footing, when and if the MTA ever gets a hold on their payments to their own employees, which is overtime, which is a misuse of federal funding. And this needs to be revisited. And those of us in the congestion zone need a 90% exemption so that we can live like human beings in our homes the way the rest of the city will. This regressive tax is a money grab that is not going to serve the purposes, and it's not the right time. Government needs to learn to pivot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Seth Huse, followed by Eric Marzoff.
Hi, I'm Seth Hughes. I live on the Upper East Side of Manhattan and go to school at Stuyvesant High School in Battery Park City. I would like to say that I am very much in support of the congestion pricing plan. It will reduce congestion, make our streets safer for cyclists and pedestrians, while also raising money for public transit. It is needed now more than ever because of the financial crisis the MTA is facing because of COVID-19. It's absolutely absurd that drivers can still even drive into the central business district of Manhattan for free. Cars, roads, and highways are subsidized just as much, if not more, than public transit. Even with rising crime factored in, taking transit is still much safer than driving. Very, very few low-income New Yorkers drive into Manhattan's central business district, so this congestion pricing plan will help most of who take transit. Since congestion pricing will likely lead to less cars and more pedestrians, it will increase foot traffic for small businesses as well. Congestion pricing has been successful in many cities before, such as London and Singapore. It is important that we implement congestion pricing as soon as possible to reduce the number of cars on the road. That being said, I do have a few nitpicks. We need to limit the number of exemptions so we can keep the tolls relatively low, especially for trucks. High tolls would cause more traffic to be diverted around Manhattan to the outer boroughs, like the Bronx's Cross Bronx Expressway. Also, my school is located across the West Side Highway. We do have a bridge to cross, but sometimes we are a few blocks north or south and are forced to cross on street level. The West Side Highway is not a highway. It is a dangerous high-speed road that pedestrians are forced to cross with little time given at intersections. I am afraid that exempting it from the congestion pricing plan will make this problem worse by diverting cars from central Manhattan around to the West Side Highway. Please consider not exempting this road, as it is not truly a highway and pedestrians will have to deal with those consequences. Once again, I'm very in favor of this congestion pricing plan, and it should certainly be implemented quickly so we can start seeing the benefits of reducing traffic and increasing transit funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Marzal, followed by Matthew Sullivan.
Hi, good evening.
You may begin your remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a Central Harlem resident working in Midtown, and I strongly support congestion pricing. Though we have 3 kids, our family lives car-free as 80% of Manhattan household. We walk, bike, ride the subway or the bus, take taxi or rent cars, whatever is more convenient depending on the situation. As a biker, I observe firsthand the countless issues created by the too many motor vehicles on our streets for pedestrians, bus riders, or cyclists. I see sidewalks, crosswalks, bus stops, bus lanes, and bike lanes blocked by motor vehicles every day. I see buses and emergency vehicles stuck in traffic. I also directly experience road violence. We need to urgently shift trips out of cars, improve public transit options, and reduce pollution. We need to do so because we are in a climate crisis, but also because it will make the city quieter and safer. Many before me have already highlighted the price of road violence and pollution. 160 people killed on our street in 2022 alone, while air pollution kills as many as 3,000 people per year, according to the New York City Health Department. Congestion pricing is one important tool we have to raise the cost of driving, while generating revenues to fund alternatives for everybody, including for those who believe they have no such alternatives. Fewer cars on the roads will help those who really need to drive, including delivery trucks and other people delivering goods and services. The time saved will be well worth whatever fees is paid under the 6 scenarios. Ultimately, fees to enter the CBD with their motor vehicles are justified by their many externalities. This is why congestion pricing needs to be implemented as quickly and effectively as possible. In light of the time already lost, the program should be as strong as possible. I support scenario E. Transit buses and taxis should be exempt. Adding more exemptions will weaken it and not raise the money we need to fund transit. Lastly, I agree with some opposing congestion pricing that there are other ways to reduce congestion. They mentioned reducing parking placards and ending free on-street parking. Congestion pricing and those policies are not exclusive, they are complementary. We must implement congestion pricing and do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Sullivan, followed by Jorge Urena. Our next speaker is Jorge Urena, followed by Patrick Johnson. Our next speaker and 150th on the list is Patrick Johnson, followed by Maria Denzillo. Our next speaker is Maria Danzillo, followed by A. Patel.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Danzillo, and I'm speaking for a grassroots group called One City Rising. It's a 5-borough advocacy group with the mission of supporting laws and programs that will unite our neighborhoods by bringing diverse communities together. We're all volunteers. I also want to mention I just ran for New York State Senate in District 47, which ran from West 10th Street up to West 103rd, Park to River, and west of 6th Avenue below 59th Street. I spent over 4 months talking with voters every day and listening to their concerns. And the overwhelming issue is concern about the future of New York, quality of life here in Manhattan, including significant public safety concerns, especially around the subway and cost of living. I strongly oppose this regressive tax. I do want to say I garnered over 10,000 votes from residents in the district, which was a very low turnout year, over 25% of the voters. And while I lost to a 10-year incumbent who spent 15 times as much as I spent, my message of restoring public safety and the economy and giving hope to New Yorkers about our future resonated strongly with the voters. The timing of this program could not be worse. We have a central business district that is a shell of its former self. High inflation is making life more and more expensive and untenable. Our seniors are I live on the Upper West Side, and one of the areas in our West Side has seen a 300% increase in food insecurity and cost of living. We have an unemployment rate that is double the national average, that crime that went up to its highest amount in 12 years, and more people leaving New York than any other state in the country, and we have the highest tax burden in the country. A recent Siena College poll found the majority of New Yorkers believe we are heading in the wrong direction. So why are we doing this now? And don't we need to give this some time for New York to recover from COVID? This seems like an ill-conceived plan. I'm listening to everyone speaking. The word regressive tax keeps coming up, middle class, hurting our middle class neighborhoods and hurting our small businesses. This plan will not restore jobs, it will not enable growth, and it will not get people back to work. It will not address public safety either, as the money is not earmarked for improving public safety. Our business districts need time to recover, and then government can evaluate what is needed. Moving cars to other neighborhoods is not a solution and will not address the environmental concerns that are of great concern to all of us. Let's stop punishing car owners and instead incentivize them to transition to electric vehicles like California is doing. I also believe we really need a permit parking program for our neighborhoods, regardless of whether this program goes through. This will raise additional revenues for the city. As for environmental issues, in my neighborhood, we've got idling vehicles, delivery trucks, and the car shuttle twice a week for street cleaning that never seems to happen. We have to make sure that a plan that we adopt is going to help not only our neighborhood,
your remarks.
Well, yes. It is also very concerning to me that this plan includes exemptions for big tech companies, multi-billion valuations.
Our next speaker is A. Patel, followed by Andrea McLeod. Our next speaker is Andrea McLeod, followed by George Pileri. Andrea McLeod.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Good evening, my name is Andrea McLeod. Thank you for listening to all speakers. The CBDT program, from all appearances, looks as though it may ease the congestion problem for Manhattan and Manhattanites, but it will not do so for the Bronx, specifically. For those of us who are asthmatics, the Bronx already has the unfortunate stigma of having the highest incidences of asthma in America, not just the 5 boroughs. As mentioned on News 12, the MTA study on the effects of this program equates to Bronxites receiving the brunt of pollution and poor air quality. More than 4,000 more vehicles and 704 trucks will enter at the McCoons Road entrance of the Cross Bronx Expressway daily to avoid paying the tolls into Manhattan below 60th Street. Now, the word diversions was used during the slide presentation. I think in regards to trucks not being able to enter that entrance. I beg to differ. I have seen cabs and trucks exit from an entrance ramp on a major highway. Drivers will always find a way. According to Mr. Lieber, the chair of MTA, these problems will be addressed. This line is often used as a filler word to lead one to believe a solution is somewhere on the horizon, when in actuality, it's quite contrary to what the study shows. The study clearly states there will be an increase of pollutants, but there will be no mitigation needed and no adverse effects, followed by Mr. Lieber stating there may be localized impacts, and he has confidence these issues will be addressed. Translations, we, MTA, will do what's best for their interests at the expense of the Bronx and any and all others. Why? Mr. Lieber nor any other executives reside in the Bronx. Well, to the MTA and Mr. Lieber, I say, not on this Bronxide's watch. Let us not forget that in the middle of this pandemic between 2020 and 2021, the Bronx was the leading borough to have increased ridership on buses and trains. We helped the MTA. Now it's time to apply that same standard of quid pro quo and not saddle the Bronx with more pollution. Your confidence, Mr. Lieber, isn't what the Bronx is looking for. What Bronxites need and demand are results. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is George Pileri, followed by Bruno Bianchi. George Pileri. Our next speaker is Bruno Bianchi, followed by Michael O'Brien. Our next speaker is Michael O'Brien, followed by Alan Fernandez. Our next speaker is Alan Fernandez, followed by Philip Kinscherf. Our next speaker is Philip Kinscherf, followed by Joan Goldberg. Our next speaker is Joan Goldberg, followed by our 160th speaker on the list, Kian Betancourt. Our next speaker is Kian Betancourt, followed by Timothy Watson.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for all your time today. I'm here to speak on behalf of the current proposal to impose a congestion surcharge on cars entering the central business district of Manhattan, for which I am in vehement support of. The congestion charge, which proposes to bill anywhere from $9 to $23 on cars entering the central business district, would be a phenomenal quality of life improvement for countless New Yorkers and serves to boost an already underfunded and indebted MTA that is so vital to travel for so many New Yorkers. In my comments, I hope to address the fact that this surcharge would be an already fantastic boon to an already struggling New York City economy that has struggled to rebound economically relative to other major cities in the US. Across New York City, only 27% of people drive to work, and this varies considerably across boroughs, but the data is quite clear. The median household income for those who own cars is higher than those who do not. The congestion surcharge would hardly be a tax on those that can least afford it, and while not all car owners in Manhattan are wealthy, they are assuredly wealthier on average than the 85% who take transit into Manhattan CBD. The other effect here is declining public transit. The MTA is facing a $2.5 billion budget deficit by 2025. We have to acknowledge that work is forever changed and hybrid work is here to stay. That means we need new and innovative solutions to ensure our transit system runs efficiently and effectively. This would be a tremendous source of revenue to revitalize the New York City subway system and utilize said funds to improve the quality of life for most New Yorkers. And after all, shouldn't revenue dollars collected in a city be used primarily to improve life for the most amount of New Yorkers possible, Should that be the 85% of people who benefit commuting into Manhattan CBD via transit, or the remainder who do so via cars? This is also about safety for non-commuters and residents. Traffic-related deaths have increased 44% in the first 3 months of 2022 and follows a larger trend of 251 New Yorkers who died due to motor vehicle accidents last year. All of these are preventable. Lastly, I want to emphasize that for this to be possible, the license plate fraud that is rampant in New York City must stop. Arrests involving displayed temporary plates have increased 300% since 2016 alone, and that's simply those that are actually caught. For this to be the revenue source, it has to be the enforcement is essential, and the cameras in their current form cannot account for fake plates. All New Yorkers must pay their fair share who wish to drive into the CBD, and that includes those who have engaged in rampant fraud to avoid paying into the city with their fair share. My comments thus far have focused on the most prominent issues, but there are countless other benefits: cleaner air, quieter streets, safer bike lanes, faster public buses, and innumerable other benefits by implementing the plan I simply don't have time to speak to in the allotted time. I want to thank you all for your time and consideration, an amazing amount of analysis, and sincerely hope you'll commence with a proposal that will benefit so many. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Timothy Watson, followed by Francis O'Hanlon. Timothy, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Tim Watson. I work for a charter bus company in upstate New York. And although we don't go there every day, we bring well over 100 bus loads of visitors to the Central Business District every year, each bus replacing dozens of passenger cars. Please understand that we also hate the congestion in the district, and we understand what you're trying to accomplish and how. However, most of your scenarios toll buses for every entry into the district. We could live with that if there were any realistic expectation of parking a bus in the district while our passengers contribute to your economy. However, the bus layover parking in Manhattan has been steadily shrinking. More than half of the already insufficient bus parking in Midtown has disappeared in the last 10 years. So, a large percentage of buses go back across the rivers to park, usually in New Jersey. We're already paying that toll twice, along with the fuel and time it eats up to complete the circuit. We don't want to, we have to. A significant increase in that cost, and remember that you would have us pay it at least twice, would have the effect of incentivizing having buses remain in the CBD, either circulating or parking illegally, thereby increasing congestion and exacerbating parking and idling problems, the very issues the plan hopes to address. Without a cap or exemption, risking a parking ticket starts to look like the lesser of the evils. Crossing credits could be a step in the right direction, but it entirely depends on what the net additional cost turns out to be. We have no insight in that because the toll for buses is never addressed in your definition of tolling scenarios. Yet again, when it comes to planning, the city pretends that buses don't exist. Our alternatives under these scenarios are limited. To drop off in New Jersey and have passengers take PATH into the district is an often touted alternative. But do you seriously imagine that PATH can add and maintain the capacity to replace all those buses? Only 2 buses would overwhelm an entire PATH car. Replacing 9 buses would require adding an additional train, which would never happen. Imagine taking PATH on matinee days. How many buses could you hope to replace with PATH? Or we could take the northern bridges and drop off uptown, having passengers take public transit into the district. But drop off where? And doesn't this just move the congestion and parking problems to the Hudson Heights, Washington Heights, Upper West Side area? Next time you're riding the A or 1 train, just imagine adding over 100 people to the train that you're on. That's just 2 buses. Either alternative creates a complication for visitors. The larger the hassle, the fewer the visitors. You just spent over a year without tourism. How did that affect your economy? Discouraging tourism will ease congestion in the CBD, but at what cost to your economy? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Francis O'Hanlon, followed by Conrad Stoddard. Our next speaker is Conrad Stoddard, followed by Henry Schilling.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so yes, my name is Conrad Stoddard. I am a lifelong Queens, New York City resident. This is more about a revenue stream than limiting traffic. The London plan, which has been in effect for 20 years, has had little positive impact on traffic. Is it a regressive tax against poor, working, and middle-class New Yorkers? Politicians on both sides are afraid of real estate developers who besought our skyline with Swiss bank account billionaire spires for the few. Charge a 10% transfer tax for all those buildings, plus a $1 fee on all Wall Street stock buys and sells, and these funds can go to transit without taxing average New Yorkers. If you must, you can do this regressive tax scheme. These are the following exemptions you must apply. For New Yorkers who live in the outer boroughs off the subway grid and have to take a bus and subway, there should be a discount. Fees should be permanently waived for New Yorkers with handicap plates and tags, New Yorkers over 65 years old, New Yorkers of limited income, New Yorkers who own electric cars, and discounts for New Yorkers who own hybrid cars. A 24/7 scheme is outrageous and limits many New Yorkers on a budget from enjoying the best our city has to offer, and will negatively affect restaurants and other entertainment venues when many New Yorkers just stay away from Manhattan permanently. This scheme should be turned off on the evenings so people can come in and enjoy New York City, and on the weekends. Definitely all Sundays should be exempt. When Mayor Bloomberg kept parking meters on all week, the city council overruled him with an idea that New Yorkers deserved at least one day off from fees. This forward thinking should be definitely applied to this scheme if it goes into effect. And also remember, people coming into the city to enjoy what it has to offer will be going mostly to the Village and the West Side and not Midtown Wall Street, which are the areas of congestion. I am 100% against this scheme, and I think it will do more harm than good, and hope my comments and suggestions are taken seriously in any capacity. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Schilling, followed by George Pileri.
Hi, my name is Henry Schilling. Thanks for the opportunity to offer feedback, and I appreciate actually your perseverance. It's a long evening. I'm a resident of Lower Manhattan as well as a car owner. That said, I don't drive much at all in the city, and both I and my wife use public transportation, or in my case, from time to time, I use my bike as well. I support efforts to reduce traffic and traffic congestion in the central business district, but would like to offer two recommendations for consideration. The project's purpose is to reduce traffic congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District in a manner that will generate about $15 billion in revenue for future transportation improvements. The beneficial effects on air quality and quality of life improvements are, it seems, secondary considerations, and there does not appear to be a focus on greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Yet, as we address climate change as a nation, as a state, and as a city more broadly, there is an opportunity for the MTA to consider evaluating ways to craft the tolling plan so that it might have the maximum impact on CO2 emissions reduction. For example, the MTA might, at the very least, consider the following action plans. First, to incentivize the use of low emission vehicles such as EVs and other low emission vehicles, with a particular emphasis on the 23 million freight trucks that the MTA estimates use MTA bridges by offering toll reductions or credits or some other means. And secondarily, incentivize drivers who come into the city via car to use public transportation once they're in the city by calibrating tolls based on the number of miles or hours driven in the central business district. Also, as one of the capital program's tenants, the MTA expects to use capital raised via the congestion pricing program to improve safety and customer service through technology. This means positive train controls, electric buses, and Omni. The MTA should study ways to employ technology to reduce loss of revenue due to fare avoidance that, based on published accounts, runs to about 500 million a year, which translates to about 6% per year of the proposed 2020-2024 capital
Please
program,
conclude your remarks.
and an even higher percent of the MTA's budget deficit.
Thank you.
And also to study ways.
Our next speaker is George Pileri, followed by Lourdes Aquino. George Pileri. George, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Congestion pricing is just a fancy name for a tax. There is so much wrong with this, I don't know where to begin. Is it about reducing traffic or money for the MTA? We'll start with the traffic aspect. There's been traffic in New York City for a long time. Sure, it has gotten worse, especially since the pandemic. There are more cars and more traffic. Let's explore some of the reasons and how the city itself helped create the traffic and the problems. How many new high-end high-rise luxury buildings have they approved in both in Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and Staten Island? And most people have to work in the city. An increase in the population will increase the traffic. Over the years, the city has impeded the traffic by creating green sitting areas which interrupt the flow of traffic and force it to be diverted to another path. More recently, the creation of lanes for bicycle riding, parking, and outdoor dining structures have taken up space and usable driving lanes. After years of promoting and encouraging and investing in the public transportation system, the city scared off many riders with the fear of COVID during the pandemic. And with that, fewer working people were riding and crime went up, causing more people to abandon the subways. Fewer riders means less revenue in theory. For years, the MTA has subsidized public transportation, buses and trains, with revenue from bridges and tunnels, their cash cows. So for a little over a year, when people stayed home from work, revenue is down. But now more people are driving and taking to their cars, and the toll revenue at the bridges and tunnels should be up, being able to fund mass transit much more than the fare box. The other aspect is where the MTA spends its money. I mean, I would like to see it spent on police maintenance and equipment. Most recent announcements have the MTA spending money on Wi-Fi services for trains and some sort of barriers, which really aren't necessary. This is a tax, and it's an oppressive tax at that. 200 years ago, over 200 years ago, there was a Tea Party in Boston for far less, for a fraction of what you people are requesting that we pay. I'm not here for myself because this will affect me very little, as I'm going to retire probably by the time it goes in. But for all the hardworking people that have to suffer under this. Thank
Please
you.
conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lourdes Aquino, followed by Ruth Fassel.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, my camera is not working on my laptop, but I'll just begin. Thanks for allowing me to share with all of you again. I'm the third generation New Yorker who, spoke last week, who grew up in Manhattan for 40 years and understand the need for the reduction of traffic. However, I'm also the mom who had to move.
Please speak slower. Thank you.
I'm also the mom that had to move because my neighborhood wasn't safe. It was worse now than it was in the 80s. I have to go into Manhattan every day to drop my kid off and go to work. My husband takes the MTA. I worry for his safety daily, as I'm sure many other New Yorkers do and have expressed. Also, while I drive in, I don't park in the street so residents can have a spot. I lived there all my life, so I get it. After listening to everyone's comments and New Yorkers' opinions, some are pro-congestion pricing, right? But many, many New Yorkers are against this plan. If it truly benefits the environment, then yes, let's unite and implement. But financially, you're going to put many constituents and customers in such a financial hardship that we may not be able to deal with. Many who are facing financial struggles that are, none of us are aware of. Also, everyone's talking about exemption for big businesses, low income, taxi residents. But what about those people who come into Manhattan like myself and other people, going to doctor's appointments? So I was thinking, I propose that you create an exemption, right? Where we provide proof of work, parking spots, doctor's notes, or school letter to qualify for something. To truly change the circumstances we're all in, we have to really value money again because the value of money has been lost. We must empathize and consider each other's situations and work with one another, not disregard a regular person who doesn't own a business or make under $60,000. This isn't a win for the quality of life for all people if you truly think about it. And for those people who think and who spoke that people who make over $60,000 have the money, no, you don't, because you get taxed. Everybody needs to wake up and know that there are different tax brackets. What thought process excluded the regular worker or patient from these exemptions? It's going to cost my family $460 extra a month just to have this handled. So to fix financial problems, we don't continue to create financial problems. That's not where we're at. So, I just want to leave everybody off with this. This is the last time I'm going to see you all. And there's a quote that my mentor in life shared, and I'd like to share with every single one of you. Dr. Daisaku Ikeda says, each form of life supports all others. Together, they weave the grand web of life. Thus, there really is no happiness for oneself alone, no suffering that afflicts only others. So please rethink this plan. Most of the people don't want this. Have a good night, and thank you so much for staying on this call with all of us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth Fassel, followed by Prasad Chilasani.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Fassel, and I am the Senior Policy Manager for New York at Lyft. I'm also a New Yorker who's lived in Manhattan for over a decade. Lyft has been a longtime supporter of universal congestion pricing, as we believe the only way to truly change the traffic volume in Midtown Manhattan is to have all cars pay their fair share. That said, Lyft was very concerned when the MTA released their recent EA environmental assessment and how they accounted for hire vehicles. The fact is, FHVs, such as those on the Lyft platform, have been paying a congestion fee to the MTA since early 2019, a fee that has provided over $1 billion in revenue to the MTA that was not acknowledged at all in the EA. This fee is the only congestion fee that has been paid to the MTA over the last 3 years and will continue to be the only congestion fee paid until phase 2 of congestion pricing goes into effect. The fee rideshare pays today was also set up to work how our industry works. The fee charges all TLC licensed vehicles that start, pass through, or end a trip south of 96th Street, which is 36 blocks larger than the current rollout of congestion pricing will account for. Additionally, the congestion fee built for rideshare accounts for shared rides, offering a reduced fee for separate parties that choose to take one car. This system rewards reduced car usage, where the second congestion fee and scenarios presented in the MTAEA we are discussing right now make no consideration of that fact. All of the MTA's highlighted scenarios include a double congestion fee for FHVs. And unlike personal vehicles, these fees are on top of a per ride fare, black car fund fee, and New York City sales tax charge. At the end of the day, congestion pricing is about reducing the number of vehicles on the road. And while our industry does pay the above mentioned fee to the MTA, the number of TLC licenses on the road is already going down separately from congestion pricing due to the TLC regulation. Unlike any other type of vehicle out on the Manhattan streets today, new FHV cars are not added to the road due to the cap the TLC instituted back in 2018. As the EA says, the number of FHVs making trips fell by nearly 50% from 2019 to 2022, from 120,000 between 2010 and 2019 to 70,000 in April 2022. We respectfully request that rideshare should not shoulder the responsibility of paying a double congestion fee, and that the Traffic Mobility Review Board acknowledges the congestion fee already paid to the MTA when making their recommendations. A double congestion fee will reduce the number of options for New Yorkers who already do not have a personal vehicle, and particularly for those who rely on rideshare as a key service option from transit deserts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Prasad Chalasani, followed by Warren Green. Our next speaker is Warren Green, followed by Larry Rubenstein. Our next speaker is Larry Rubenstein, followed by our 170th speaker on the list, Otto Angulo.
And hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. My name is Larry Rubenstein, and I'm Vice Chair of the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council and a member of the Permanent Citizen Advisory Committee to the MTA, the PCAC. I'm here tonight to speak in support of congestion pricing on behalf of the Long Island Railroad commuters.
Sir, could you please speak a little slower? Thank you.
No problem. Love it or hate it, we need congestion pricing. As both a frequent driver and a regular rider of the Long Island Railroad, I understand both sides. But I know that the Long Island Railroad needs the funding brought in by congestion pricing to pay for its critical repairs and improvements that will help make transit the best option for even more Long Islanders. Many transit improvements are already on the way, including East Side Access, Third Track, and this shows the MTA's commitment to improving transit to Long Island, including making it easier for reverse commuters traveling eastbound for work, which will revitalize the Long Island community and economy. Congestion pricing is going to raise billions of dollars for critical Long Island Railroad projects like upgrading the signals that keep our trains moving from Babylon to Patchogue, platforms and station repairs, and accessibility projects through the system to make sure that all the disability and elderly can rely on transit. New and more train cars, like more M9 unicorns to replace the M3 dinosaurs that are back from retirement, and state-of-the-art good repair projects will end up meaning faster, more reliable rides with fewer delays. Without this critical funding and congestion pricing, we risk delaying important repairs. Long Island has seen its fair share of storms and extreme weather over the last decade, leading to service outages on many lines, and we have to prepare for the worst. This capital funding will also help protect the Long Island Railroad from damage caused by rain, flood, winds, and snow. All the improvements will make the Long Island Railroad more reliable, accessible, and enjoyable. For those of you who do not end our trips at Penn Station or Atlantic Terminal, and soon Grand Central, it's clear that the city's subways and buses desperately need more maintenance and upgrades. This funding will help the majority of Long Islanders who take transit into the city by speeding up trains and buses and improving our transit system as a whole. Investing in our transit system means investing in our economy and our entire region, and the funds brought by congestion pricing are more important now than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Otto Angulo, followed by Adam Cohen. Our next speaker is Adam Cohen, followed by Magdamery Marcano. Our next speaker is Magdamery Marcano, followed by Kim Lawyer. McDemery, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. McDemery, you may unmute yourself.
Okay, there I go.
You may begin your remarks.
Okay, thank you.
Your time has started. Please begin your remarks.
I can't poop anymore, and I can't get to my okay, I can't get to my it's all just work with stuff. It's very, very upsetting. It's actually all my fault. I take full responsibility. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. As a resident of the Bronx, I have several concerns about this district tolling effort put forth for anyone traveling below 60th Street in Manhattan. Firstly, there are many disabled residents in my borough that have medical appointments at hospitals and doctors below 60th Street. Has anyone thought about the commute to those appointments? If they are traveling by cab service, the cost to the taxpayer will grow exponentially as a result. It will also impact the cost of cab commutes within the borough of the Bronx. As we are all aware, the Bronx is one of the poorest counties in the United States. It is always bearing the cost of the many unplanned and poorly promoted projects in New York City. That brings me to my second concern. Commuters from other counties in New Jersey can drive into the city and further the already critical parking situation in the Bronx. Many Bronx residents drive out of necessity and have limited parking availability due to the excessive amount of unregistered and unplated vehicles that are not being towed from our streets. If out-of-town commuters park in the Bronx to avoid the tolls, residents of this borough will continue to suffer the consequences of the excessive tolling brought on by the elected officials of the city of New York. Which brings me to the environmental impact this will have on our already medically overburdened community. The Bronx is a leader in upper respiratory diseases. Additional traffic parking vehicles concentrated in this borough due to the CBD tolling increase the current numbers of upper respiratory diseases for us. Was this considered through the planning process? This was already voted into law without community input. Please listen to your constituents' concerns. These concerns are real and unfair to the
Please conclude your remarks.
One solution is to have New York City and MTA join forces in making the transit system safer for all.
Our next speaker is Kim Lawyer, followed by Barbara Caparole. Our next speaker is Barbara Caparole, followed by Jack McCloy. Barbara, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Did I unmute? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, how are you doing? Thank you to everybody who's contributing comments and who has stayed on to hear other people's comments. And I also want to thank the representatives on screen. If you would please humor me, Allison, Lou, Patrick, Rick, and Richard. Can you show me your hands if you live in what is called the CBD or grew up in this district? By a show of hands, any of you? No? Okay, all right. No reflection on you, but I will say that a lot of people come and study urban planning, and then they come to our city and they decide how we are going to live. Let me just say, CBD, Central Business District. Everyone knows that's from 30th Street to 59th Street, 30th Street to 59th Street. I live in Community Board 3. This is a residential district, as the other representative from CB2 told you, and most of CB1. This is a neighborhood, a residential district where we patronize our local businesses, and there's some educational and vital medical services here, but we are not a business district. If you call a CBD again, we're gonna need to take some CBD gummies to chill out. Seriously, just like the Supreme Court is trying to control how we use our bodies, this big brother telling us, watching us, how we move is subject to a lawsuit of invasion of privacy. I am sorry. There was no such thing as congestion until the carpetbagger billionaire from Boston, Bloomberg, came here and started dropping chairs and tables in the middle of the street and closing streets, making traffic congested. And then put on all these ride shares, which is literally killing the taxi cab drivers. I live in a neighborhood where most immigrants came, Lower East Side, to start their lives. We still struggle to survive in our tenement buildings. We should not be charged if we have a car. We should not be spied on. And this is a big sucking sound because you're spending money on studying escalators at Union Square, crosswalks, infrared cameras. There should be no congestion pricing at night. And we are not in the CBD. We are not in the business district. We are a residential neighborhood. So get that straight, okay? Spend the money on the subway potholes and fixing our bridges, which should remain free. And don't tax the taxis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, excuse me.
I would just like to remind the speakers that this is a hearing opportunity for members of the public to comment on the environmental assessment for the Central Business District tolling program. Your comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental assessment process. Responses, verbal or otherwise, will not be provided during today's hearing.
Our next speaker is Jack McCloy, followed by Mamadou Diallo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Jack McCloy, and I'm a Long Island resident. Something needs to be done to reduce the traffic congestion in Lower Manhattan. Something needs to be done to improve air quality in downtown New York City, and something needs to be done to raise much needed revenue to maintain infrastructure. But congestion pricing is not the answer. Please consider an alternative, which I've called the Safer New York Roads proposal. Before I explain how it would work, let me mention that the Millman report of March 11th, 2019 for the Insurance Research Council states that the number of uninsured motorists ranges between 6% and 25% of all drivers on the road. Even if you believe that New York City may have a lower level of uninsured motorists, if you factor in unlicensed drivers, uninspected and unregistered vehicles, it is reasonable to estimate that about 1 in 4 cars on the road shouldn't be there. The technology exists to identify and remove from our streets those who shouldn't be there. We can reduce traffic congestion, improve air quality, and increase state revenue without creating additional hardships for legal, insured, registered, and properly licensed drivers. I have studied automotive congestion, injury, and fatality statistics, especially those within New York State, since the mid-1980s, there is one truth that no one can argue about. The worst drivers cause a disproportionately higher percentage of problems on the roads. My plan would drastically reduce the ability of these people to continue to drive. There is one other correlation that cannot be argued. Remove unregistered, uninsured, and unlicensed vehicles from the roads, and road congestion will be reduced. My plan addresses this issue also by using advanced technology that is available now. With the exception of those currently holding elective office, I've contacted legislators, state senators, governors, and mayors about implementation of such a program. And maybe it was too early to consider it at that time, but the time is now. By using technology, which would be similar to an enhanced Easy Pass system, and by tying it to a real-time database, which would verify proper insurance, inspection, vehicle, and operator license validity, the bad apples could be removed from our roadways. Traffic will be reduced, roadways will be safer, insurance rates will come down, and those willfully flaunting our laws can be held responsible. Let's not penalize New York City residents, theaters, entertainment businesses, and all that makes the city special by implementing congestion pricing. There is a better way. Please do not implement congestion pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mamadou Diallo, followed by Christina Poncel. Our next speaker is Christina Poncel, followed by Gordon Lee. Our next speaker is Gordon Lee, followed by Quintus Murray. Our next speaker is Quintus Murray, followed by our 180th speaker on the list, Kiala Montgomery.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, if you're going to implement congestion pricing, which will affect a long, broad region of commuters coming not just through the CBD, but from many areas throughout the city, I suggest maximizing the revenue generated to improve not just the MTA, but also other public transit agencies that funnel travelers and riders into the CBD as well. That also includes New Jersey Transit Path, as well as the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad. If you implement ways to allow people to avoid driving altogether by integrating the fares and having fares within the 5 boroughs being equal, people who would normally just drive into the city would no longer have to pay a second fare if they're coming in from New Jersey or Long Island in order to get into different areas of Manhattan. One way to do this will be to offer a combination fare structure between the agencies. So when congestion pricing is implemented, people would also have a different option to use existing transit services. Also, one way to implement bus service would be micro transit services, which would actually be more efficient use of resources in parts of Manhattan, since several buses duplicate the subway and do not serve many riders compared to taxis. Also, with new investments for the MTA, you should also consider investments into regional express rail that will not just improve New York City subways, but also create new paths and entryways for trains on Long Island Railroad, Metro North Railroad, and New Jersey Transit to serve different areas within the city through new RER corridors. Also, that you should also look into repairing the subway stations and reducing the impact of weekend service changes, which also discourages ridership during the weekends. Due to several disruptions on weekends, most people are unable to use the subways properly. And one way to mitigate this would be to end weekend disruptions or change the disruptions to late night hours. Goodbye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kiala Montgomery, followed by Jeff Friedman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good evening, the panel. I've been waiting a long time to speak, and thank you for having patience. I've been living.
Kiala, you're muted. If you could unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, should I start over again or continue where I left off?
Continue where you left off. Thank you.
You know what, I would think maybe I should just write a letter to you, and better yet, continue, because I'm losing the minutes on my conversation that I would like to speak, and I feel like I'm not even getting the opportunity to speak. I'm losing minutes on this conversation and being able to speak in front of this board of the DOT and MTA. Would I be able to get a couple of more minutes in?
Please continue your remarks.
I've been living in New York most of my life and have felt these draconian measures from the MTA since the first recession since 2008. I have not recovered, and I'm sure a lot of New Yorkers like myself who are working class or have been dealing with trying to keep up with rent and keep up with basic necessities. And with these draconian measures that you have been mentioning earlier about more pricing and more fare increases is really burdening New Yorkers at its worst. I think at a time of recession, we should think about helping New Yorkers and doing more to improve these capital projects that you have with MTA. We already have we've been talking about building sustainable communities, but you know, some communities have been left out. When you get on MTA subway stations, they are mostly you know, some of them are not as standard as other places that I see in other states and other countries. We need to improve our service where we are meeting the standards up to 21st century like other places that I've seen within the United States. We need discounts for low income and minorities communities in particular because they are mostly impacted due to economic inequity. As well as I think there should be an incorporated fee if you're going to do the pricing. It should be fair for people who live in a two-fare zone where they don't have to pay so much money. There should be a discount for people who live on fixed incomes, and that should be this should be mindful when these decisions are being made. As far as fare evasion, you know, I'm a New Yorker that I had. Okay. Hello, am I still here? Okay. As far as fare evasion, I have tried to stay within the parameters of following the law, but there are times I've had tickets because I was a victim of circumstances and couldn't pay my MetroCard fare to get on the subway. And I'm a person who's now disabled because I cannot get to my doctor's appointments. And it's unfair to a person like me who's been paying taxes most of her life and feel like, you know, I'm not getting any type of help from the city. So what are we to do with people who have limitations or who have less income than those who can afford it? Thank you for your time, and you have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Friedman, followed by Mamadou Diallo. Jeff, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for allowing me this time this evening, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long evening. My name is Jeff Friedman. I'm the owner of a company called Let There Be Neon in Lower Manhattan. We're a very small business. We currently employ 12 people, and we have one small transit van. We've been in business 50 years this year. We're very proud of that. But I must say it's getting more and more difficult thanks to the city of New York imposing taxes and fees on small businesses. I'd like to go on record for myself, and I'm sure for many other small business owners, that I oppose this program. I just don't think it's fair that we're being penalized for paying very, very high rent in Lower Manhattan. And I'd like to give a few very brief examples of what my immediate concerns are. We keep our one vehicle safely parked outside of the city in a garage, which costs us money. And we come in every day. And what happens on a typical morning when we load up the van once we enter the city, because we are located in Lower Manhattan, and take the tools and the technicians and go into Brooklyn and spend the day there. And the technician and the driver will go home from there. So we're being charged a fee just to come into the city to visit our own business to load up the projects for that day. And that's just not fair on any level. And another quick example is, what if we're loading up in the morning and we're doing a few projects within the business district? And what if we go outside of the district into Brooklyn for another job, or above 96th Street, and then come back at the end of the day to the city? Are we going to be charged twice? And I'm very concerned about this. And I'm wondering if that's something that has been thought about for small business owners. I mean, this is going to hurt us a lot. We're going to pass the costs on to our clients, and nobody's going to be happy. And finally, again, I just want to repeat that I don't understand why we're being penalized for having a business that's paying extremely high rents, probably the highest in the country, if not the world, in Lower Manhattan. We're here because we want to be here. We've been here for 50 years. And I hate to say it, but we're being pushed out. So those are my comments, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mamadou Diallo, followed by Armin Patel.
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can. All
right, perfect. So my name is Mamadou. So I'm here speaking. Okay, this congestion pricing, I think it's not fair. All right, hey, I'm a Muslim. I don't mind revealing my faith, but we know that the Jewish community are one of the most, they face a lot of anti-Semitic out there. All right, what are you going to tell a rabbi, and we know there's a lot of white supremacists out there coming from Long Island, always want to hurt them. Do you want to force those elderly to get on the subway and get punched, beat up in the name of pollution? Come on, MTA. You guys should know better. All right. These people getting beat up, they're facing anti-Semitic every day. Now you want to force some of those people to get on the subway? And you know damn well they will, sorry, excuse my French. You know very well they will get hit up. Some people don't like it. Just because, which I think is not a good thing. And plus, your panel, it is still not diverse. Your panel is all about just focus on one particular demographic, which I think is, once again, MTA speaking again. So please reconsider your plan. I think your plan is not fair. And most of those people that are living from that congestion area, they're not congestion area. The business area should be from, like the lady earlier mentioned, from 34th Street to 59th Street. That's the business area. How you gonna say 60th Street all the way down to below? Come on now, let's be serious. Please revisit your plan. Your plan is hurting everybody. People don't have the money for it. You know what? If you guys cannot handle the MTA, give it to Elon Musk, give it to Jeff Bezos or Amazon. They will do a better job. Privatize it. Maybe that will help. Okay? Give it to somebody else. Let them run it. That's about it. I think the MTA should just give it up, give it to a private company, let them run it. If you guys don't know how to handle all that money, believe it or not, they know how to handle the money. And come on now. Once again, think about the safety for people. If you're disabled, you're not going to think about the MTA. You think about getting a cab, getting a personal car, right? But once again, this is nothing but a money grab. They just want to steal money from your pocket because MTA always need money. Give it up. Give it to Amazon. Give it to Jeff Bezos. Give it to Elon Musk. They would make sure they would do a better
Please
job.
conclude your remarks.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate for giving me this opportunity. God bless America.
The next speaker is Armin Patel, followed by Nicholas Berkowitz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's a sad state of affairs when at 10:30 on a Tuesday evening, I have to express my disappointment once again with the MTA in this not nourishing project that you all are undertaking. When the pandemic, I grew up in the city. When the pandemic started, I had to stop taking the subway for my safety. I'm an essential worker. I am now driving to work every day. It's exhausting. I do not feel safe returning back to public transportation on the subway. I've had coworkers who've been assaulted. And I am now driving every day, and I don't see why I have to pay $23 and counting. It will probably go up because there will always be an increase the next year and the year after that. We need money for this, we need money for that and this, and it just doesn't end. So I think that there should be, if this unfortunate congestion pricing passes, I think there should be real consideration for either very deep discounts or total waivers and exemptions for individuals who live in the area, like myself, like my elderly parents, who I drive around, to medical appointments and such. And referencing what somebody else said earlier, to have, at least a dashboard presenting where all of the monies, right down to the last penny of the collections that you will be doing, so that everybody can see where the money is going and how it is being expended. I also think that there should have been a vote. I think people should have voted, should have been given the option to vote for this. And I think it's very unfair to working people. It's underhanded. It's using the pandemic to justify something else, which was mismanagement all along. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicholas Berkowitz, followed by Diallo McKnight. Our next speaker is Diallo McKnight, followed by Matthew Quezada.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'd like to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I've been listening since 5 o'clock, and I heard some very good points brought up. And I must say that I am also against this congestion pricing proposal, or this congestion pricing plan. I am a resident of New York City. I do live in Manhattan. I live in Lower Manhattan. And the very first thought that came into my mind when I heard about this was, why am I being charged to leave my home? Why am I being charged to return home? I'm also a city worker. I work for the city of New York, and I spend my day 8 hours a day being of service to the people of New York City. So I find it very unfair that I'm being told that in order for me to leave my house or leave Manhattan, leave the island of Manhattan, I must now pay an additional $23 in addition to the tolls that I'm already going to be paying. I'm hearing a lot of comments pertaining to the environment and pertaining to safety when in fact this is not about safety at all. Roads were made for cars, and as long as there are roads, there will be cars. So the idea that this will make the city or make the streets safer for pedestrians or cyclists, it absolutely makes no sense, because there will always be cars on the road, and for the people who can afford it, this won't stop them at all. But for the people who are facing financial challenges, they will feel the brunt of this the most. And, you know, there's always going to be someone who's going to say, well, just get on the subway or take the bus. And I get on the subways and the bus all the time. In fact, I take the train every single day. But quite frankly, it's unsafe. I also have young children. I have a 1-year-old and I have a 4-year-old. Now, can you imagine me trying to get on the train with a folded stroller and 2 kids at a subway station where there are no elevators, the escalators aren't working? You might get attacked by someone on the train. You might get attacked by rats. You sit on the train and there are people doing acrobatic tricks. You know, riding the trains aren't fun. And the safer option for me and my family is driving. So once again, I would like to say that I'm definitely against this congestion pricing, and I suggest you guys find another way to fund the MTA projects. And that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Quezada, followed by Gina Wright. Our next speaker is Gina Wright, followed by B. Dorsey. Our next speaker is B. Dorsey, followed by Lucy Garnett. Our next speaker is Lucy Garnett, followed by Laura Hogan. Our next speaker is Laura Hogan, followed by Stacy Shub. Our next speaker is Stacy Shub, followed by our 190th speaker, Alexander Samaha. Our next speaker is Alexander Samaha, followed by Manarul Islam. Our next speaker is Manarul Islam, followed by Regina Cornwell. Our next speaker is Regina Cornwell, followed by A. Medina. Our next speaker is A. Medina, followed by Laura Timoney. Our next speaker is Laura Timoney, followed by Amanda Levine. Laura, you may begin your remarks.
Okay, thank you. I know it's been a long night. I am a lifelong New York City resident. I've lived in Brooklyn, Queens, and I currently live in Staten Island. I worked in New York City for decades. I want to state I am against congestion pricing, but I am all in favor of reducing congestion, increasing the use of mass transit, and addressing environmental concerns. And I think pretty much everybody was here tonight, which but it seems the only answer we've been able to come up with is by raising a tax on this, making it congestion pricing. And that's always the answer, right? We raise property taxes, we raise tolls. I live in Staten Island. The Verrazano Bridge is I think, the highest tolled bridge in the country. It's just not listed that way because now we do two-way pricing. So I think for now, you know, this needs to be put on hold because clearly things have not been thought through to the level that they need to be thought through on all levels, whether it's crime, safety, economic consequences, residents, seniors, disabled, the deaf, the blind, that we really need to put a little bit more thought into this. What I haven't heard tonight, because we've all heard some of the reasons why, what's causing this, but I haven't heard the connection between rush hour, single occupancy vehicles, those commuters. And I remember after the 9/11 terror attacks, what happened was they banned single occupancy cars from coming into Manhattan between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. and congestion went down significantly and ridership and mass transit went up significantly. So can we try things at no cost, while we're figuring this all out to see if that will really address this environmental concern, this congestion concern, and the ridership? I also agree wholeheartedly. We have the best, one of the best, if not the best in the world, medical institutions in Manhattan that are going to be affected by this. People come in there. We heard about the seniors. We've heard about the disabled. My husband is a former first responder who is in need of a lung and kidney transplant. We have to go to Manhattan once a week, every week, for at least a year post-transplant. That we're at NYU Langone, that is in the CBT. Other hospitals, Columbia Presbyterian, Mount Sinai, Memorial Sloan Kettering, they are above 60th Street. They won't be affected. This really needs to be thought through. I am all for reducing congestion. We would love to be able to take mass transit. We can't. He's immunocompromised. He won't be able to do this. So please, I ask you to take your time. These are life-saving measures. We need to really think this through and get it done right, and maybe do something like the ban for single occupancy vehicle in the meantime, and don't charge people. And then you don't have to worry about all the other exemptions and issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Levine, followed by Richard Barr. Our next speaker is Richard Barr, followed by Catherine Manfredonia. Richard, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I live a little bit north of the entry to the proposed congestion pricing zone, West 80s. And well, I'm expecting that if this happens, parking will become even more impossible as cars heading south look to park before crossing into 60th Street. But even beyond that, at this point, it's become impossible between bike lanes and bike racks, and now block after block of outdoor dining sheds and West End Avenue. I realize there are many ways to look at this. I'm trying to give a very narrow local perspective on this. And many streets on West End Avenue have had spots taken away because they've created all kinds of turning lanes. And it'll be even more impossible once this were to take effect. It used to be that you could park on the street if you were willing to cope with the 4 days a week alternate side parking. But with so many spots having been taken away, you can go an hour back and forth, up and down, looking for a spot, any spot, on the good side for the next day or the bad side, and get nothing. So as a result, I have a garage that I had to take, which cost me $513 a month. If people give up on a given night and don't have a garage, they can put it overnight into a garage and maybe pay $40 or $60 or $80. It's really impossible, and it'll get worse. It'll get worse once this happens. And so do I really have to pay $23 or $27 if my daughter on the Lower East Side needs help carrying a big package to her apartment or from her apartment? It's something to think about. And one way of dealing with this could be if the city would find more municipal parking garages or parking lots. For example, at 125th Street under the West Side Highway, where Fairway used to be, there's an enormous outdoor lot that's not being used and is just locked up now behind a fence. Why doesn't the city take it over and provide reasonably priced municipal parking? And at least that would be some way of coping with this disaster that we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Manfredonia, followed by Derek Smith. Our next speaker is Derek Smith, followed by Elizabeth Caputo. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Caputo, followed by Gary Neal. Our next speaker is Gary Neal, followed by Shannon Phipps. Our next speaker is Shannon Phipps, followed by Brian Tomlinson. Our next speaker is Brian Tomlinson, followed by Steve Azor. Our next speaker is Steve Azor, followed by Brian Hess.
Hello, good evening. Not here to complain about anything. I'd just like to say thank you for allowing me to speak again. I think this congestion pricing is a great idea. Oh. Yes, hello, hi. I think this congestion pricing is a great idea. And unfortunately, it's not going to work. It's not going to help with the traffic. I don't care how many tests and analysts say this and that. There's just as many that say it's not going to work. In regards to reducing traffic, no. In regards to the environment, no. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to help. This is about money, raising money to be divided up against and get tapped into for everything else. Going to grow again. The MTA is going to have a unlimited amount of money that they can always raise and still get nothing done and cry that they didn't get enough money. All that's going to happen now is you're going to pay $23 to sit in traffic. It's going to be now a higher cost of sitting in traffic. It's not going to reduce traffic because somehow, some way, everybody's going to find the money that they're crying that they don't have to still get into a car because they're not going to get into this death trap called the MTA. You're not going to do it. You're going to find a way to get the money, whether it's through spending less when you get to Manhattan or just not coming, just maybe putting less gas in your car or whatever it is. If it actually did work, then that means that there's going to be less people, less cars on the road, which means less money for the businesses. And these aren't opinions. This isn't me, of disagreeing. These are facts. This is what's going to happen. Less people means less money. Just like during the pandemic, the streets was nice and clean. There was nobody here. And a lot of the people in Manhattan, they like that. They like the fact that nobody was able to come to their little neighborhood. All right. But how did the businesses turn out? A lot of them still never opened up. So that's what's going to happen. In regards to the hatred that goes on for the Ubers and for the Lyfts, be careful what you wish for. Because if we weren't around when the train breaks down, which is every day when the train breaks down, we won't be there to pick you up and take you home. I love working in the city. I love driving. All right. I love driving to the outer boroughs. If I never had to come to Manhattan, I would love it. But unfortunately, a lot of the working class people that need a ride at home, whether it's because they're scared to get on the train, or maybe they just want to treat themselves to a ride, I'm there. And I hope that I can stay there to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Hess, followed by John Trontos. Our next speaker is John Trontos, followed by Faith Zuckerman. Our next speaker is Faith Zuckerman, followed by Toby Pannone.
Hi. I think I'm live.
can
Hi.
hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. Hi. I've heard a lot tonight. And by the way, I know it's 11 o'clock almost. Thanks, everybody. I know everybody's getting a little glassy-eyed, so appreciate this. And thank you so much. I've heard a lot tonight about people commuting and the different impact it's going to have on commuters. However, not everybody who uses a car in Manhattan is a commuter. I am a big advocate of public transportation. I mostly take the bus. I take the subways. I don't take the subways after business hours because, quite frankly, I just don't feel safe on them. I have a vehicle that I use only to travel upstate. I have an elderly mother who lives in upstate. She's not accessible by any kind of public transportation. The only way I can really get to her is by car. I use my car to go upstate and back. I don't drive it around here. I park it in a garage that I pay a lot for. I haven't heard anything about how is it going to account for people who are paying to park their cars in the garage who aren't using them daily, and yet we're going to be charged a daily fee for a car sitting in a garage. Also, I work a job that sometimes takes me out of town for months on end, which time my car sits in a parking garage unused, and yet I'll be paying a daily fee just strictly because I live below 60th Street. I live in a longtime resident of the East Village, specifically Alphabet City. I had no idea that we were a central business district. Who would have thought? I believe I do agree with our previous community board member who said that she felt that the central business district was between 30th Street and 60th Street. So I would strongly advise that you look at the parameters of the blocks you're taking into account and literally keep it to a business district. Also, resident exemption. Will there be any kind of exemptions for residents who live here? I feel if I lived above 60th Street, if I lived on the Upper West or the Upper East Side, I could come and go with my vehicle and not be penalized. This feels very punitive for living below 60th Street. I don't think it's going to help congestion at all. And would love to see cleaner air, but I don't really think that the vehicles are a problem. There's a lot of other contributing factors. And I really sincerely hope that you guys take these comments into account. I'm skeptical that they will be taken into account, but I sincerely hope that they are. And I thank you for your time and your kind consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Toby Pannone, followed by New York resident 1.
All right, good evening, everybody. Audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm Toby Pannone. I am 19 years old and born and raised in New York. And I just want to be sort of upfront and say I am a very strong supporter of the congestion pricing charge. Maybe I'm a little bit biased. I do run a YouTube channel about the MTA and all the really interesting quirks of a system that's been around for over a century. But I also grew up in the city and have yet to ever drive a car or get my license or permit because I take the subway. I take New Jersey Transit when I want to go on hikes with my friends. I visit my friend who lives out at the end of Long Island in Shelter Island, and I take Long Island Railroad and then the North Fork Ferry. It is such a well-developed area that we live in when it comes to public transportation that asking people to leave their cars and preserve the environment, preserve the quality of our city when it comes to the noise that cars make, and our want as pedestrians, as people, to be able to live on a human scale, to be able to cross streets without panicking that we don't have enough time to get across. With all of these issues, the city should be made for the people that live in it and not the cars that they own. And, as much as I love to hear all this feedback that everybody is providing tonight, some of which I never would have thought of, I think the end all be all is that there are cities across the globe, London, Milan, Stockholm, Gothenburg, all of the, Singapore, they've been mentioned. And I think what really needs to be emphasized is we are not going to enact congestion pricing and all of a sudden the city falls into anarchy, everything shuts down. your life is ruined. Because if that's what happened, if we were that exceptional, then why has that not happened in any other city? Why has no other city had any severe difficulties with it? Yes, there are going to be growing pains, but no action is picking a side on making our city less livable for the people that live in it, that walk on the day-to-day basis, that walk to school, that get hot dogs from the vendor carts, that experience the world on a human scale. Not doing anything is choosing to say that the environment is less important, that the people that spend their time in the city are less important. And this seems like the absolute best way, in my mind, to make it clear to people that if you do not absolutely need to drive, and yes, there are people that need to do that, but if you do not absolutely need to drive, it's not a necessity for you to own a vehicle, for you to use it on a regular basis, because it is truly one of the worst things for the environment and for our day-to-day lives. So I truly hope that with some adjustments, with some preparation, essentially to give a trial period, to take feedback, that this will come through. So thank you all so much. And especially thank you to the stenographers and the ASL interpreters tonight, as someone whose hard of hearing is really incredible. So thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is New York resident 1, followed by Arlene Rubenstein.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
4 stabbings and 1 track death jolt New York City subway system on Saturday. Man shot and killed on New York subway in latest unprovoked attack. Titles of recent articles. I understand that the state budget authorized congestion tolling with an expectation of $1 billion annually out of the pockets of drivers. Regardless of that approval, the plan does not need to move forward. If people face more economic woes from congestion pricing, out of financial necessity, crime may increase. You have not addressed the potential unintended effect of increasing crime. During the pandemic, domestic violence skyrocketed. Someone I know is the victim of domestic violence by a man who went to jail for attempted murder. The domestic violence victim was stalked and followed in her car. That domestic violence victim, like so many victims like her, could not possibly take the subway or she would have been targeted and murdered. Domestic violence victims who fear for their safety must drive, like so many others, and all who must drive should not have to be taxed to support the unsafe MTA. That domestic violence victim, like so many victims, experience hunger, yet they must drive to stay alive. Per your own acknowledgement, the plan shifts congestion elsewhere, and therefore will adversely affect the environment elsewhere. Privacy issues exist. As you mentioned, a third party may access the tolling data. 16 states have laws controlling the use and access of data from automatic license plate readers. New York needs laws controlling access and use of EasyPass data and the data from license plate readers. The Brennan Center for Social Justice has policy recommendations. The tax credit is absurd as it may offer no benefit to those who do not make enough to pay taxes. The timing is terrible on the heels of the pandemic. Congestion pricing will cause more pain and harm to everyday New Yorkers than it will help. I hope you and the politicians are not heartless and have heard the pain of the people your plan will adversely affect. You should not punish drivers unfairly to subsidize New York's mass transit and take food out of people's mouths. You are literally stealing money from drivers to pay for the MTA, highway robbery. On Twitter, let's use hashtag no congestion pricing and consider a change.org position in opposition. A change.org petition. Have humanity, compassion, consideration for those who will be adversely affected, as many New Yorkers are feeling deep economic pain, and now you want to unfairly burden and tax them. It is insensitive and an inhumane, selfish money grab for the MTA and disproportionately affects the financially disadvantaged, marginalized, aged, disabled, immunocompromised outer boroughs, residents of NJ, tourism, livery drivers, entertainment industry. Please stop moving forward with this inhumane plan. Please find a different way to fund your MTA rather than stealing money from drivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arlene Rubenstein, followed by Deanna Douglas. Our next speaker, the 210th person to sign up, is Deanna Douglas, followed by George Nim.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Sienna and I live in the CBD district and I highly disagree with congestion pricing. It's going to cause businesses to pass the added cost to customers, and there's not enough debate about people who live in the district. If someone lives in a zone and works outside the city, they would have to pay sometimes over $20 in order to come in and out in order to make a living. People who live in areas that require a toll, for example, Staten Island, at least get a resident discount regardless of income. What this plan is going to do is cause people to not want to live or work in not only the zone, but in the New York City area. And this will cause a loss of potential MTA customers as they're leaving for different parts of the country for better affordability, which in turn will also reduce tax revenue. In addition, riding the subway currently is very dangerous. This plan is basically saying it's okay if people are in harm's way on the subway as long as the MTA gets more money. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying you have to scrap the plan altogether, but there should at least be discounts for people who live in the zone. And that's what I came to say today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is George Nim, followed by Michael Wilbekin. Our next speaker is Michael Wilbekin, followed by John Rockwell. The next speaker is John Rockwell, followed by Peter Sugar. Our next speaker is Peter Sugar, followed by Carter Simpson. Next speaker is Carter Simpson, followed by Angel Carranza. The next speaker is Angel Carranza, followed by Michelle Matlock. The next speaker is Michelle Matlock, followed by Martin Reinfeld. The next speaker is Martin Reinfeld, followed by Oren Schulman. The next speaker is Oren Schulman, followed by Brian Manzino. The next speaker is Brian Manzino, followed by Alicia Boyd. Our next speaker is Alicia Boyd, followed by Linda Cohn. Alicia, you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Alicia Boyd, and I have lived in Brooklyn all my life. I live about 2 miles from the Brooklyn and Manhattan Bridge. I'm an MTA rider, a biker, and a driver. Right before COVID-19, a state of emergency was declared on the MTA. And yet now you want more people to get onto the trains, bringing those numbers back to the pre-COVID levels, and yet nothing has actually improved with the MTA. Now all of a sudden the MTA is going to get a big bag of money to improve the trains. We've been here before. A project is supposed to create money, and once the project is finalized, the money disappears. Or as one person stated already, the MTA will be back for more money. Just wondering, how many of the people I'm seeing on the Zoom actually use the MTA lately? When was the last time you, Richard, or Allison, or Rick and Lou tried to get somewhere on the weekends and found a 15-minute ride lasting over an hour? So here's a real life experience I had this weekend when I rode a train and drove a car to Harlem to attend jazz concerts from Brooklyn. Here's my train experience. Someone jumped the turnstile and 2 men were smoking on the platform. When driving onto the Brooklyn Bridge to use the FDR to get into Harlem, there were cars backed up all the way into Brooklyn because the FDR was standing still. As an alternative, we got off the Brooklyn Bridge and went into downtown Manhattan to avoid the serious delay. Now imagine congested pricing. where everyone is now going on the FDR and not taking any alternative routes. What you have is congestion driving on the highway along the East River Park, where hundreds of trees have just been torn down. People who own cars do not all of a sudden give up their cars to ride the subways, especially a service that is riddled with crime, unlawfulness, and delays. They simply will divert their vehicles to avoid the tolls, causing congestion on these alternative routes. All the small businesses have already stated that they're going to be passing the tax on to customers, which means the people of New York City will be paying this toll. These billions of dollars will be carried on the backs of the people, along with increased congestion in other parts of the city. The next thing you know, the MTA will be doing congestion pricing for Lower Brooklyn and the Bronx, because once they start, they will never end. We will have more congestion pricing, and before you know it, everywhere we go, we will be paying a tax, because the MTA has decided that in order for them to be able to manage their budget, they have to continue to sit there and put it on the backs of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Cohn, followed by Suzette Francis. Linda, if you'll unmute, you can begin your remarks.
Am I on?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I come from a slightly different perspective because I have not lived in New York for more than 30 years. I grew up here. I lived in Brooklyn for 39 years. After that, I lived in Portland, Oregon for 31 years, and in Boise, Idaho for the past 2 years. I came back this April because of an abusive neighbor in Boise. In both Idaho and Oregon, current egg prices have recently gone up in price from $1.29 a dozen to $1.39 a dozen. When I landed here in Brooklyn, eggs were $3.99 a dozen. Something very unholy is going on with the price of eggs and food in general in this city, even though rents are higher here, and even though transportation may take longer to get food here than it does to the other places. 287% is unholy, and I don't know if it's price fixing or what. So what does this have to do with congestion pricing? What I want to know is, how can the tolls that you are proposing not cause even worse food inflation than we are already having, ultimately leading to food deprivation? And as far as the environmental fig leaf that is being put on top of this excessive tax program, I would like to remind you that Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada is outlawing the use of 75% of fertilizers in his country under the guise of limiting global warming. How is that going to work, do you think, in those environmental justice zones? Is that the direction you want New York City to go in, to use, quote, environmental concerns, unquote, to cause food shortages and ultimately starvation? Just say no, no, no to congestion pricing. And P.S. to Mayor Adams, if you could find price fixing in the egg industry or some other way to bring the price of eggs down, you would be a hero to New Yorkers for generations. Just a thought. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzette Francis, followed by Raven McNeil. Suzette, if you'll unmute, you can proceed with your remarks. Suzette, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. We'll come back to Suzette. Our next speaker is Raven McNeil, followed by Steve Markosian. Our next speaker, the 225th person to sign up, is Steve Margosian, followed by Anshul Gupta. Our next speaker is Anshul Gupta, followed by Don Mastro Giovanni. Please proceed.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Anshul Gupta, and I'm a resident of Westchester County. Some of my neighbors have previously spoken in opposition to the proposed congestion pricing. I'm calling in to voice my strong support for this plan. First, instead of opposing the tolling program, I would urge my neighbors in Westchester, Putnam, Dutchess, and Rockingham counties to fight for cheaper, convenient, faster, and more comfortable public transportation options. I can say with experience that reclaiming the commute time to work or relax twice a day goes a long way in improving productivity and quality of life for commuters. Those of us who choose to drive instead of using Metro North Railroad or a bus service may have our unique reasons for doing so. So let's examine the impediments to public transportation usage in our communities and try to get MTA to address those, especially with the additional revenue generated by the tolling program. I would also add that we are in the midst of a raging climate crisis, largely fueled by continued burning of fossil fuels such as diesel and gasoline. Hardly a week goes by without the news of a historic flood or a historic drought or an unprecedented heat wave striking vast swaths of various nations. Right here in Westchester, we lost lives to Hurricane Ida last fall. So congestion pricing should not be viewed as a tax or a toll. There is a huge societal cost to driving a private vehicle that the drivers have avoided so far. A program like CBD tolling is something that at least partially rights an existing wrong and corrects a situation where private vehicle drivers have avoided paying the true cost of their choice of where to live and how to commute. And for those of us who currently feel that they don't have a choice, we should be fighting to get those superior choices rather than fighting to keep the worst possible choice in place. Yes, a private automobile is the worst possible way to move around in a city. Therefore, contrary to what has often been incorrectly stated, the proposed toll is not unfair, especially to the elderly who have enjoyed the cost-free and consequence-free use of fossil fuels the most. And I'd also like to add that we have precedents for congestion pricing in major cities like Singapore, London, San Diego, Milan, Stockholm, etc. Congestion pricing has worked everywhere, more or less as expected. So I asked the MTA to go ahead and implement this much delayed plan as quickly as possible without unnecessary exceptions and carve-outs. I would, however, urge the MTA to consider reduced rates for two-wheelers.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you. Our next speaker is Don Mastro Giovanni, followed by Kenneth Pace. The next speaker is Kenneth Pace, followed by Francis Vaughn. The next speaker is Francis Vaughn, followed by Elba Acosta. The next speaker, the 230th person on our list, is Elba Acosta, followed by Lionel Morales. The next speaker is Lionel Morales, followed by Sophia Feist. The next speaker is Sophia Feist, followed by Robinson Quezada. The next speaker is Robinson Quezada, followed by Gonzalo Blanco. The next speaker is Gonzalo Blanco, followed by Thomas O'Neill.
Hi, can you guys
Hello.
hear me and see me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I live in Midtown. I've been living in Midtown since I was 7 years old. Been driving since I was 18. And I just don't understand how I'm gonna live in the city, leave to go food shopping or something in the Bronx, and then come back home to drop off my food and I have to pay a toll. That's unjust. That's unfair to a New Yorker, a true New Yorker. I've been living in Hell's Kitchen all of my life pretty much, and it's a shame that you guys are trying to implement this into all of us. We all work hard and we do a lot of things, running around, this, that, and a third, and it's unfair that you guys are trying to put this on us. You guys dropped the ball when the pandemic happened. You guys started letting people just take the train without paying anything. You could have, no matter how many people were going, you should have still collected that money. You guys need to be audited. The overtime with the MTA, it's always been an issue here and there. You have individuals that are doing a ton of hours that shouldn't even be there. The subway's not safe. People don't want to go on the subway anymore, guys. It's not being protected well. It hasn't been protected well for the last year and a half. The Cross Bronx, the congestion would be crazy. It's already the worst highway in our nation. And you're gonna implement this, it's just gonna make things worse. The kids over there already have asthma. It's the highest asthma in the nation. It's a small Times Square. Another thing, Times Square, they locked Times Square down. You can't drive through Broadway all the way downtown. That's congestion right there. You should have just kept that. Bloomberg had that. It's nice and everything, but it doesn't work for New York. It's nice for people to walk around, but you need to drive through that city. That's why every avenue, every street is forced for you to drive through it, and the sidewalk is for you to walk through it. People that are getting hit by other cars are usually on their phones, talking to their friend, crossing the street, not looking, and bam, they get hit. So really, really think about this congestion thing, because it's really, really, really not worth it. It's not worth it. You're going to lose more people in New York, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the 235th person to sign up, is Thomas O'Neill, followed by Judith Edwards. The next speaker is Judith Edwards, followed by Nabil Khatri. The next speaker is Nabil Khatri, followed by Allison Glaystein.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for everyone staying on this late. I'll keep it brief. My name is Nabil Ahmed Khatri, born and raised in New York. Today, I'm advocating for moving forward with congestion pricing as soon as possible and as swiftly as possible. Congestion pricing is a decade in the making. The legislature passed the law in 2019 and it's already been delayed. I get that people feel that this was rushed, but really it's been a very long time and it's already 3 years delayed. And New York City can't afford to delay this anymore. The environment impact of the status quo is something that's not talked about much by many of the people that have been testifying today. The traffic violence, noise pollution, air pollution, and externalities that drivers have put on the city is something that they haven't had to worry too much about until now. This congestion tolling goes one step to address that, but it doesn't really truly fairly collect the cost that gas vehicles have had on our city, but it's still a step in the right direction. I think New York City has to move away from car dependence. The income generated by this program will strengthen public transportation and it'll make it more accessible, faster, and better for all New Yorkers. I support earlier comments for temporary exceptions for those that are handicapped or until MTA can make the transit more accessible. I'd also like to advocate for concessions, limited concessions for two-wheeled vehicles and electric vehicles, including buses. Though I think electric vehicles still contribute to congestion, so they should not get full exemptions. If there need to be cars on the road, they should be those that have minimal environmental impact. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Allison Gleistein, followed by Jamie Serrano. The next speaker is Jamie Serrano, followed by Ali Madhu. The next speaker, the 240th person to sign up, is Ali Madhu, followed by Mitchell Mindlin. The next speaker is Mitchell Mindlin, followed by Thomas Healy. Mitchell, if you unmute, you may proceed.
Hi, I was planning to speak on how disproportionately burdensome this plan is on the people that live within the zone. But don't be mistaken, it is. But I listened on Sunday's hearing and heard compelling testimony from people outside the zone that would be overly burdened as well, from the disabled, lower income workers, from transit deserts to families getting their kids to school. So I went back and looked more carefully at the environmental assessment. What I found was that these issues were either glossed over or ignored entirely. The report is a sham and only agenda-driven. What makes matters worse, most of the data it relies on is from 2012 to 2016. Are you really going to make these decisions based on data collected 6 to 10 years ago and before the pandemic? Clearly, the authors don't live in the city the rest of us live in today. There are vacant storefronts throughout the CBD. Office occupancy is at record lows. Countless businesses cannot get their workers physically back in the office. And not to mention the number of mentally ill homeless and skyrocketing crime is surging. Yet somehow you've reached the conclusion that getting bus speeds from 5 to 6 miles per hour to 7.5 is going to make up for the increased costs of food, services within the zone, and have no effect on getting workers back or businesses to fill those vacancies. This is pure fantasy. The report casually mentions that some businesses may opt to relocate and take their workers with them. Guess what? It's already happening even before the effects of this plan. Better and sustainable mass transit, it is in all of our interests. And I understand the reluctance to offer exemptions, since the more there are, the higher the cost for the rest. I heard someone on Sunday who said he represented transportation alternatives declare all he hears is people who don't want to pay. That's ironic, considering the most vocal supporters, like him, are the ones that would not be paying for it at all. Why not spread the financial pain to all those that use the system? The more contributors, the less bite on any individual. There are other ways to raise these funds. 2 alternatives. One would be either a small MTA surcharge to all that live and work here, except for a poverty limit, or better yet, a value-added tax that would actually be more progressive, with higher wage earners and tourists paying a larger share. I heard many of these anti-car advocates yearn for the day when there were no cars. That's nice, but if we move in that direction, what happens to the revenue stream from mass transit? This plan is short-sighted and not sustainable. The MTA and politicians will be right back with their hands out again. And why are we trying to reduction in congestion?
Please conclude your remarks.
Please think about this and look outside the box that you've been put in.
Thank you. The next speaker is Thomas Healy, followed by Isaac Alvarez. The next speaker is Isaac Alvarez, followed by Joan Martinez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so I'm Isaac Alvarez. I grew up on the Upper West Side, and now I live in South Jersey, and I go to the Upper West Side every now and then with my car to see my family because I live in an area without train service, and It also, you have to pay to park at New Jersey Transit. Usually if I was taking the train, I'd only be going in for a day, not stay overnight. Now, this congestion pricing plan, if there's going to be a drastic impact on congestion and carbon emissions, not just in the CBD, but throughout the whole metropolitan area, then I'd say, okay, it's worth it. $23 is too much. I'd say it shouldn't be more than like 12 or so. And there needs to be credit for people who use the bridges and tunnels. No one should be paying more in one day using any of the toll facilities in New York, more than 20, at the very most $25. And this is for cars. I agree with what was said earlier. Motorcycles should not be charged the congestion pricing. Trucks should be charged more. And for at least in the beginning, there's also discounts for electric vehicles. And I'm sorry, but there really has to be a promise that there are going to be serious impacts to our public transportation that's going to happen. The pricing should not be in effect on weekends. The subway is less reliable on weekends. There are the general orders that limit the train service. And there needs to be far better coordination among the agencies, New Jersey Transit, the Port Authority, MTA, New York Waterway, et cetera, so that we have regional connectivity. Because what we need are orbital transit lines. And I feel for people who live in the CBD who, just because they live there, should be taxed. And I shudder at the thought of the Upper West Side losing parking. Yes, I understand it's important to move away from cars, but that can also go too far. There shouldn't always be finding ways to take cars off the streets, because they do force people to change their lifestyles. And what I also want to say is that this has to be in addition to taxing the very wealthy, not a substitute, because they are the ones causing the bulk of the problems. They don't pay enough in taxes, and they cause most emissions, and the working people should not have to pick up the slack.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joan Martinez, followed by Peter Negrini.
Good evening, almost good morning. My name is Joan Martinez. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm a lifelong New Yorker and a public school teacher who is opposed to congestion pricing. I live above 96th Street and have no choice where I am sent to go teach to work in Midtown. I have no choice when I go to visit the doctors who are in Midtown. I do not own a car because as a middle-class public servant on the Upper West Side, it's impossible. There's nowhere affordable or ready to park as it is now. I take the train and the bus, but I have not felt safe as a female over 50 doing so. And neither do my young students ages 17 through 21. We have seen a significant drop in attendance across New York City. And many, if not all of my students have cited the fact that they do not feel safe going to school. I myself have started to take yellow cabs due to numerous negative encounters on public transportation on a daily basis. Meanwhile, I need a yellow cab to drag my school supplies to school in Midtown. Mind you, I pay for those school supplies out of my own pocket. It's expensive taking those yellow cabs, but my safety is priceless. I am also outraged that since 2009, all taxi trips have included a 50-cent surcharge to help the MTA. In 2019, a $250 congestion surcharge was added to all the taxi trips south of 96th Street in Manhattan. Drivers for hire vehicles pay $2.75 per trip. And I see this toll as a waste of money because I have seen no improvement with these surcharges that we've already implemented in safety, in frequency or speed of the MTA service. In fact, I have seen a decline. This congestion surcharge pricing is a sham, in my opinion. It has not reduced traffic in Midtown thus far. How much more do we need to do in terms of subsidizing others who do not pay their fair share? I would rather see that transportation deserts like Queens have more parking for the 7E and F lines to encourage MTA use and thereby reduce car congestion. Finally, I'd rather see a full audit of the MTA, who makes billions of dollars. And lastly, we will no longer be your bailout. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Negrini, followed by Alexandra Volgiesi. The next speaker is Alexandra Volgiesi, followed by Simon Weiser.
Hello, good evening. I'm speaking as an Upper Manhattan and former New Jersey resident in favor of aggressive congestion pricing, such as through tolling scenarios E and F. I grew up in a New Jersey town 15 miles from the city, sandwiched between Route 46 and Route 80, two major highways to New York City. Every single day, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., these highways, which cut through our communities, sat clogged with bumper-to-bumper traffic. Trying to get around anywhere in the evening was a nightmare. And the evenings that I would take the NJ Transit bus, which usually would take 30 minutes, would sometimes take 2 to 3 hours, as the NJ Transit bus was stuck in highway bound. It was stuck in the traffic in the Lincoln Tunnel Helix. Even local roads would become backed up as local buses and cars became stuck in this traffic. In other words, New Jersey or New York City congestion cripples communities and connectivity, not just in New York, but in New Jersey as well, which is why policies like congestion pricing are instrumental. Some have argued that mass transit is not safe. I disagree. Poorly funded, underutilized mass transit is what is unsafe. There is safety in numbers, and as a young woman, I can assure you that I've never felt safer than on a packed subway car at 2 in the morning. The more people use public transit, the more pedestrian traffic there is, and the safer the streets are, which is why increased ridership increases safety, and which is why congestion pricing will ultimately make the MTA in our city safer. People concerned about this program have stated that they're concerned about it taking away the right to drive into or through the central business district. However, we do not have a right to drive, we have a right to get around, which you cannot do when you live in gridlock. This is why congestion pricing of the most aggressive kind, such as in tolling scenarios E and F, which disincentivize private car use without burdening taxi drivers or buses, is so instrumental. New York relies on robust and well-funded transit to function. If everyone took it, we'd have a better city. If everyone in New York drove a car, we'd have no city because people couldn't move because of gridlock, which is why the tolling program is so important. So I really hope you move forward with it. And again, I'm in favor of scenarios E and F. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Simon Weiser, followed by Maria Rodriguez. The next speaker is Maria Rodriguez, followed by Mary Pelzer. The next speaker, the 250th person to sign up, is Mary Pelzer, followed by C. Montañez. The next speaker is C. Montañez, followed by Upkar Thind. The next speaker is Upkar Thind, followed by Michelle Borelli. The next speaker is Michelle Borelli, followed by Sally Fu. The next speaker is Sally Fu, followed by Richella Williams. The next speaker, the 255th person to sign up, is Richella Williams, followed by Joseph Morales. Rochella, you may proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
We're fine. You may proceed.
Okay, I'm gonna come straight to the point. I oppose this this tax. Okay, the transit system appears to be a bully in New York. Whatever they say they want money, they get money for doing nothing. Right now, we pay an MTA surcharge on our cell phone bill, on our phone bill, and some of our mortgages, when we take the cabs, when we, the businesses, all workers that they have that come to work in New York, the businesses pay the surcharge to MTA for workers to come to work. How much money does the MTA need before they get the job done? Or is this just a hoot to funnel money through the MTA to put it elsewhere? Because you're not doing anything for the riders on this subway station. Now you're telling the drivers, the ones that provide most of the revenue to New York, that you need to pay an extra fee to come into New York, okay, into Lower Manhattan. Do you think that you're going to get this money, or do you actually think that the drivers are going to say, you know what, to heck with New York. If I need to say a play, or if I need to go to a concert, I'm going to go to Connecticut. I'm going to go to Jersey. I'm not going to give New York any more of my money. How much can you tax us? How much can you charge us for a transit system that does not care about its fellow pedestrians, the people that ride? And ask me a question. When did the streets become a place for pedestrians to walk? Streets are for cars, sidewalks are for pedestrians. Okay, I am tired of every time you turn around, you're taking away a street from us, a place from us to park, beautification. You're taking away side streets and putting pots, flower pots, which of course creates congestion, because now we're driving around to find a place to park. What nonsense is going on in New York? You sit up here, the MTA, you can't keep a CFO, a CEO, or a president in office for more than 2 years. They're running from the hills. And let's be honest, you're not going to charge us $23. You're sitting here and you're going to charge us $9. And then you're going to make it look like you did us a big favor by charging us $9. You're using this forum to hear all the ideas we're telling you so you can go back to the table and work it into the plan. I've had enough. Transit needs to be audited. Those second books that Alan Hevesy asked y'all 4 years ago, it needs to be brought out to the table. We need to know where this money is actually going. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Morales, followed by Jeffrey Wiesenfeld.
Hi,
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for staying up this late. My name is Joseph Morales. I go to Bronx Engineering and Technology Academy as a junior in the Marble Hill area, and I'm also have a blog called Transit Central where I discuss transportation issues in the region. Look, I am not here to say whether or not I support congestion pricing. I travel into Manhattan CBD by all modes pretty often, and I know there are people on this call who say congestion pricing is what we need to do for the environment, what we need to do to raise revenue for mass transit. And I know there's people on this call that say, I cannot be double tolled. I have multiple kids. I cannot take mass transit. This is going to be a major expense for me. This is an unfair tax because I cannot drive out of the CBD without paying a toll. And my request is that if you implement congestion pricing, is that you take steps to make sure everybody has a viable alternative to driving into the CBD. This could be done through things such as implementing the freedom ticket so that New York City residents who live near the Metro North and Long Island Railroads can take that into Manhattan and not have to drive. You can do that through implementing a one-seat ride from Rockland County to New York City. I mean, Rockland, like, they are part of the MTA, but they barely have fast and reliable services like the rest of the counties in the area. I also would like you guys to consider consider making an exemption for vehicles that are associated with businesses in the skilled trades, such as plumbing, carpentry. These businesses are extremely small usually, and it would be passed on to their customers if they had to pay congestion pricing fees. Also consider the impact of congestion pricing on the taxi industry. You have admitted in the environmental assessment that this will come down to impact low-income drivers who are already cash strapped, who need to find ways to pay their bills and make a living. And this is one of the jobs that they can get. And I also want you guys to consider the tax credit for low-income drivers in the CBD. It's not a big population, but I think they should just be flat out exempted from congestion pricing. The fact that these people who need money for their basic needs have to wait till the end of the year to get it, I'm sorry. That just can't happen in my opinion. Thank you for hearing me out. Those are just things I feel like need to be done if congestion pricing is implemented. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeffrey Riesenfeld, followed by Fouad Salazzo. The next speaker is Fouad Salazzo, followed by Steve Tiernan. The next speaker is Steve Tiernan, followed by Frederick Bondi. Steve, once you unmute yourself, you may proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hey, listen, I just want to say I really resent the fact that you call this a Central Manhattan business district. I live in Peter Cooper Stuyvesant town, and when I look out my window, all I see are apartments. All right? I take all modes of transportation, bike, kick scooter, subway, buses, Ubers. I take them all. And I live in this neighborhood that you want to tax. I parked my car in a garage. It costs me $400 a month. The only reason I use my car is I work in the nightlife industry, and I go home at 4 o'clock in the morning from Brooklyn on the L train, and I don't feel safe. I feel safer driving than I do taking the subway. The MTA has surcharged us to death over the years. All right. If you own a registered vehicle that's within the area that's provided by the MTA, you're surcharged. Did you know that? The mismanagement of the MTA is the only success the MTA can ever claim. Biggest problems, and I do feel like a sucker because I go down in the subway and I see people jumping the turnstiles, going through the open gates. When I'm on a SBS bus, I watch people run up and just jump on the bus without paying their fare into the machine. You know, I don't want to be taxed for going to my home. And this is where I live. And I can't help from where I live. I've lived here. I was born and raised in this community. And I just don't feel that this is proper. To the Gen Zers, well, you know what? I know you all don't like to pay for anything, but you know what? This is not the right way to do it. I appreciate your time and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the 260th person to sign up, is Frederick Bondi, followed by Daniel Mann.
Hello?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm sorry the lighting isn't better. My name is Frederick Bondi, and I live just north of 60th Street on 2nd Avenue by the Queensboro Bridge. I've lived here for 55 years. My wife and I have raised 3 children here who I'm proud to say continue to live in Manhattan with their families and contribute to our city. I want to strongly urge you to go ahead with congestion pricing for 5 main reasons, which I believe will benefit our community and our city. Number 1, they are health, safety, noise, climate change, and transportation. With regard to health, the main concern is air pollution emanating from vehicles. And this is gaseous emanation, which can affect lungs and cause various types of diseases. Some components in gaseous emissions can be carcinogenic, etc. Another problem is particulate contamination from automobiles. When we leave our windows open, I can't tell you the amount of dirt and soot that come into the apartment after the windows are left open for a period of several days. Certainly, the less traffic we have, the less pollution we're going to have. Safety. With the taxes and that we will derive from congestion pricing, we'll be able to hire more officers to keep law and order on our transportation facilities. Take, for example, that poor man who was on the bus and got beaten up and robbed of his money. He was in a wheelchair. Then noise, the honking, the open radio windows. The less traffic, the less of this pollution. Lastly, climate change from the carbon emissions. And finally, transportation. With the money that we will derive, we will be able to improve maintenance of transportation, the extentuation of transportation to areas not adequately served. And so I urge you, please, as a native New Yorker all his life, please go ahead with your plan for congestion pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Mann, followed by Sam Ohana.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Daniel Mann. I understand what you are trying to do, and I generally support actions that will reduce car traffic. However, I think there are a lot of issues with the plan as described so far that need to be addressed first. Firstly, for my personal attachment to the issue is that my wife works nights and commutes home from Manhattan between the hours of 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. 5 days a week. The city has done nothing to address the increases in crime and violence on the subways and buses. I genuinely feel that to ask my wife to take mass transit during these hours is risking her life and our future together. I drive into Manhattan every single day during these late night hours.
Could you please speak a little slower? Thank you.
I drive into Manhattan every single day during these hours to pick her up from work when she finishes her shift. While some have mentioned the dangers of cars being very high compared to the risks of using public transit, that's not really the case at these hours when I'm driving in and the streets are completely empty. I'm usually the only car on the road, and there's no congestion to be cleared up at that part of the day. I also want to point out that despite there being a mask mandate in place on the MTA trains, I rarely see more than 50% of a train car with masks being worn. And I have literally never seen any kind of enforcement whatsoever regarding this policy. It does not feel safe to be on the trains, whether it's from violence or risk of being infected from people's germs. At a minimum, if the issue is congestion, then there should be no toll during the overnight. When I make this drive, there is no congestion. I also want to point out that California just recently made it a law that there'll be no gasoline-powered cars sold after 2035, and many automakers have already set similar goals and roadmaps. Do your studies take into account the impact that will be different in the future when there aren't gasoline-powered cars driving around, as far as the environment is concerned? Next, subway service is currently not able to cope. It will not be able to cope with massively increased ridership. Increased subway frequency at all times of the day need to be in place before even considering such a toll zone. If CBD tolling is put into effect, CBD tolls should be waived on any day when the MTA fails to meet some minimum service level, both in terms of on-time performance and maximum wait time between trains. I have some final thoughts real quick. All the proposed rates that I've seen are pretty much absolutely ridiculous. The maximum toll should be less than $10 during peak times, less than $2 during off-peak times, and I don't think there should be any during the overnight. CBP residents should absolutely not be expected to pay any toll, period, full stop. Manhattan residents should either be also exempt or have a significantly reduced rate. NYC residents in general should be offered some sort of credit towards their city taxes. Motorcycles should absolutely be exempt. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sam Ohanna, followed by Felix Mora Jr. The next speaker is Felix Mora Jr., followed by Jean Hahn. Felix, you may proceed.
How you doing? My name is Felix Mora. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, presently living in the Upper West Side. I disagree with the Central District tolling program because it will affect me financially and it will restrict me from freely deciding what I want to do on a daily basis. If this CBD tolling continues, I will no longer have public space without a fee. The CBD is pricing me out of my own community. But who is really responsible for the congestion? The city, the state, the politicians, and the legislature who allowed all the developers to build all these large, unreasonable, and tall luxury buildings within the Manhattan Central Business District. Just to name a few, 225 West 57th Street, 35 Hudson Yards, 111 West 57th Street, and the many more large residentials that we see throughout the city currently under construction. Every new floor that's constructed in the city affects the ground level. Those buildings with 70, 60, 50 floors of building space, all that space in all those floors will impact the ground level. And that's what's conducting the congestion. Each floor would need delivery services with all the Amazon, the Fresh Direct, and the UPS trucks all double parked, making their deliveries. Each will have guests and visitors coming to the area, filling up all the parking lots and congesting all the streets. And let's not forget all those black chauffeured cars that are waiting for their customers outside. This is what's creating congestion. Too many people per square mile in the CBD. A calculation that the government has failed to control and now wants its citizens to pay taxes and fees that they failed to collect or negotiate from these developers. Even a jail and a prison system has the reasonable idea that when they have housing restrictions of inmates, each inmate is allowed a certain percentage of a square footage. So they avoid conflicts amongst his population and ensure an appropriate level of service provided by the prison. The city must focus on permitting large and tall construction within the business district. The other culprit in this congestion is the DOT, and is responsible for failing to control this increased mobility and improve accessibility. Restaurant owners continue to abuse and overextend their public spaces. Pedestrians walk at will along the red and green lights. Bicyclists, electric bikes, and unregistered motorbikes that constantly violate every traffic law while outside the bike lanes and on the sidewalks. Street vendors and pedestrian spaces that are filthy and take
conclude your remarks.
The transit authority also needs to be the
next speaker is Jean Han, followed by Erica Flores.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Jean Han, and I'm a resident of Queens. I'm speaking up today to vehemently oppose the congestion pricing plan. While this may resolve congestion for a small area of Manhattan on a short-term basis, it will wreak havoc for the outer boroughs, especially in neighboring Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. We would suffer the same outcome as the city that our plan is modeled after, London, where they were just bestowed in December 2021 with the honor of being the most congested city in the world, as reported by Bloomberg News. It is outrageous that New York City residents would be taxed to enter a part of the city, which out of the 5 boroughs actually does not have the poorest air quality. In fact, compared to the other boroughs, the air quality in the CBD is average, which makes the environmental benefit claim disingenuous. Broken down by borough, it's good for lower Manhattan, but boroughs like the Bronx, which has some of the worst asthma prevalence in the country, would only get worse with diverted congestion. Anyone here claiming that congestion pricing supports environmental justice is a flat-out hypocrite. Also, what isn't being considered are reasons why people are driving. It's easy for the single, young, and healthy to forget that many of your fellow New York City residents live and work in transit deserts. Many simply can't get back and forth to work without driving, such as my husband, who doesn't get home from work until midnight. Taking public transportation is just not an option. During any given weekday morning in the CBD, one can plainly see the vast majority of cars have commercial license plates. They are small business owners, delivery drivers, contractors, medical transporters, and as we heard earlier, even funeral workers. Those who are anti-car are woefully idealistic. How do they expect grocery stores to be stocked, for deliveries to be made in the stores they shop in, the restaurants they eat in? Of course, the added costs will be passed along to the working class. I would also like to point out how asinine it is to expect low-income drivers, which includes the elderly on fixed incomes, to wait a year in order to receive a credit. That is not equity. This is simply placing additional burdens on the vulnerable. It is also outrageous that our politicians are not demanding accountability from the MTA. Instead of starting with a regressive tax that would impact small businesses, cab drivers, delivery drivers, etc., why aren't we calling for a full audit of the MTA, who has the audacity to push for this plan after receiving millions from the government because they can't balance their budget? We should call this plan for what it is. It is a cash grab by the MTA and a cowardly way for politicians who are working at the behest of special interest trans-alt groups to create a regressive tax without calling it a tax. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Erica Flores, followed by Bill Bruno.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you all for staying on so late and for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Erica Flores, and I'm a born and raised New Yorker. I grew up in Hell's Kitchen, and my family has been in the Chelsea area since 1912. I'm currently a resident of Penn South, which is a naturally occurring retirement community that is located in what's being called the CBD. I live here not because I am wealthy, but because it's all I can afford. I was fortunate enough to be granted secession of my apartment, which my mother grew up in, and my grandmother spent her last days in alive. I say all of this for 2 reasons. The first is to show that not everyone who lives in this proposed CBD are wealthy or have the means to afford this tax. And the second is to highlight the concerns I have for my neighbors. Many of my neighbors are immobile, ill, and often need access to doctor's appointments by services like Accessoride and private vehicles. I know this not only because of my current living in this community, but because I spent much of my childhood escorting my grandmother to appointments as she battled COPD, breast cancer 3 times, and ultimately when she was diagnosed with dementia. I remember how hard it was to schedule accessorides for her, so we often had to rely on family and friends with cars or cabs. I see that same thing happening today, and it will not only become more difficult under this plan, but more costly for many folks who are on fixed incomes, as we've heard on this meeting today. My mother was also recently diagnosed with COPD at the start of the pandemic. I would be remiss to say that I am not in favor of reducing pollution, because I see her struggle to breathe when just walking a single block to take our aging dog out. However, this would make us getting her the care she needs, which is already extremely costly, even more of a financial burden. In theory, public transportation should be useful, but often there is a walk associated with getting to the train or a bus, and less than 25% of train stations have functioning or safe elevators. There are many things that I can outline as why I'm against this plan, but I'm gonna close with a few points. The first is that by far the majority of folks that have shared today that are in favor of this plan have been male presenting and or white. As a woman of color, I'm extremely fearful of taking the train. I have severe anxiety and would love the privilege of being a male presenting person who doesn't look like quote unquote easy prey. A young woman also just spoke about how she has never felt safer than on a packed train. However, I'd be curious if that young woman is talking about a train station in Times Square, or one on 168th Street in Washington Heights, 149th in the Bronx, or Zariga, and even Euclid in East New York. These are communities of colors, populations already excluded from accessible and safe transportation who have to drive to areas of work. Are we thinking of them? And the same thing goes for when we talk about environmental justice. Black and brown people will undoubtedly be further disadvantaged, and we
Please
need to
conclude your remarks.
Thank you so much, and I plan on speaking again tomorrow.
Thank you. We have reached the final two speakers on the list. After they have been called, we will run through the names of all speakers who were previously called but did not speak. As we make our way through the list of speakers for the second time, those present who have not spoken yet will be given the opportunity to comment. If you missed your name being called, did not sign up to speak but would like to, or have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. The next speaker is Bill Bruno, followed by recent retiree.
Good evening, and thank you for staying up so late. My name is Bill Bruno from Jackson Heights, and I want to say that congestion pricing is an overdue and necessary step in an environmental, transit improvement, and traffic violence standpoint. Any solution to harms caused by greenhouse gases require a reduction in motor vehicle use and the enhancement of mass transit. Electric vehicles will not come online in sufficient quantities to allow us to hit net zero by 2050, and too many bottlenecks. All of the proposed congestion pricing programs will reduce traffic by several percentage points and will support increasing mass transit capability. Congestion pricing is also largely progressive in nature. Residents who commute by car have, on average, higher incomes than those who commute by mass transit. The Community Service Society, a local nonprofit, concluded that New Yorkers in poverty who benefit from transit improvement will outnumber New Yorkers harmed by congestion pricing by 50 to 1. Indeed, the resurgence in subway travel has been in the working class areas. Money that goes from car drivers to transit users is intrinsically, for the most part, progressive. Now, my preference is for Plan C or G because they limit the effect of the Cross Bronx. The one thing I would like to call to your attention is I would advocate equal treatment of taxis and FHVs. Although there are far more FHVs, each individual taxi takes up the same congestion, generates the same GHGs as an individual FHV. They should be treated the same. I would say the 3 times a day cap. If there are drivers in distress, targeted mitigation measures would be far more efficient than creating an exemption. Also on the question of the aggressive part in terms of the deliveries, commercial vans, as I understand it, would be hit with a 1 time a day cap. Given the volume of deliveries, it's hard to imagine the per unit cost as it's spread out among that volume being that overwhelming. The one thing I note about C is the crossing credits. Crossing credits should be limited to those necessary to create tolling parity so you don't have toll shopping. Outside that, I would not favor that. So, but for example, if you want that offset, that would make sense. Outside that, I'm glad the presentation speaks to mitigation measures such as prioritizing the Bronx with the introduction of electric buses. That should be the general rule. If there's a potential hardship, and undeniably there'll be some, a narrowly targeted mitigation measure is far more effective than creating a broad exemption that could be easily gamed. And I'm good. Thank you so much, and thanks for staying out so late.
Thank you. The 269th speaker on the list is recent retiree. If you'll unmute your phone, you can begin your remarks. Recent retiree, if you'll unmute your phone, you can begin. You may begin. Recent retiree will come back to you very quickly. That's the end of the first run through the list.
We will now read through the list a second time, starting with those speakers who we believe are present. The next speaker is Suzette Francis. Suzette, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Suzette, you may begin your remarks. Suzette, you're unmuted and you may begin your remarks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'll start over. First of all, I'm finding it very difficult to understand this congestion pricing. I'm actually speaking to you guys from work. I work at night and I have a son. I don't work at night because I choose to. I work at night because I have to. Okay, because, you know, between me and his dad, we have to balance out who picks him up from school and all that. And the whole idea when I took a night job was that I cannot take public transportation at night. I've done it before when I had a 3 to 11 shift. When I was supposed to get home at 1 o'clock, I started getting home at 3 o'clock. That's how bad the train was. And to compound that with the fact that now with all the crime that's on the train and all that is impossible. I cannot even fathom taking New York City Transit. And I hear a lot of people saying, oh, the train is safe and this and that. I'm sure those people work 9 to 5 and are not standing at the subway in the middle of the night trying to get to work, you know, and my thing is it's unfair because I can't afford it. I can't afford a $23 daily fee. And it's not fair that you guys, you know, come up with these rules and taxes and thing with not even considering your regular daily everyday man who has to get up and get to work on a regular basis. We can't afford this. You know, food is up, gas is up.
Everything is up, and it's so difficult to survive in this city as it is because it's so costly living here. And then you guys just come and want to add on top of it, like every single time MTA cannot afford something, they reach into the city, the people's pocket. And I find that very unfair. And I really think you guys need to reconsider this whole thing because it's just not fair. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is recent retiree. You may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. You are unmuted and may begin your remarks.
Request urgent for that congestion pricing be decided only by public referendum.
It's very difficult to hear you. If it's possible for you to speak closer to the microphone.
From my employment, I am in.
Unfortunately, we can't hear you very well right now.
But importantly, there are two things. Aside from MTA pricing, virtually little or not considered off. Make floor of the environmental assessment. See that no actions under fire. Alternative the
I'm having issues hearing.
I'm sorry. I didn't quite hear you.
It's very difficult to understand you. If it's possible for you to try a different connection, then we can come back to you, but we can't decipher your remarks right now.
One birthday every week.
We will move to the other speakers on the list. And if you're able to join through another connection, then we will give you another opportunity to speak. Donna Westervelt. Kevin Anthony. Harold Auerbach. Norbert Siren. Samir Chatterjee. Deirdre Huntley Smith. Michael Streeter. Mikhail Shuchin. Margaret Van Cleve. Devindranath Sriratan. Birain Parikh. Heather Seslavsky. Michael Sosin. David Ramalis. Peter Wong. Gerald Adams. Jason Siu. Stacia Cohen. Esta Fisher. Elise Leibowitz. Susan Mendelson. Max Kislevitz. Bodan Semchu. Jose Moronta. Sheldon Sudd. Sylvia Lynn. Louis Alifano. Sylvester Otasoe. Bill Beards. Carlos Cole. Neil Cosgrove. David Draper. Claudia Leyva. Peter Patino. Jessica Jean-Baptiste. Christopher Trivel. Alex Glott. Alex Glott. Alex, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Okay. Now, I was a tax collector many years for New York State, and this is merely another tax that instituted, which I don't have a problem with since I'm a New Yorker and I pay taxes. Why? The only problem I have is that this is supposed to be dedicated to a specific thing. And that specific thing, no matter what it is always changed to put into general funds. The MTA is unfortunately always underfunded. It is not net any schedules by repair services. I mean, it used to be that if a part was due to be changed 55,000 miles, it was changed. Instead of just having an additional tax, why don't you just put the onerous tax of sales tax and boost it up to 20%, so that all of the rich people will have to pay the 20%, and the only people that will make money on it will be the people who either work at the docks, who can steal what they can, or the truckers who can steal what they can. If you have one dedicated tax, instead of the multiplicity of taxes from Articles 1 to Article 28 of New York State tax, and just have this one onerous tax, just as income tax is, it would be much simpler to collect. I'm not including things like the billings that are for deadbeat husbands or deadbeat wives that don't pay their alimony or child support. I'm merely talking about, instead of naming a new tax, just increasing one tax that you can collect, which are sales and use taxes. Everybody pays them. Oil companies pay them when they deliver the trucks and gas. People pay them when they buy a good. I see my time is almost up. I've said what I had to say. This tax and additional tax is just an additional burden that individual people and individual paperwork are going to go into general funds, just as the lotto tickets did. It was supposed to be for education. I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening. And you guys have a real tough deal listening to these crabby complaints, because I've just told you an easy way out and nobody will take it because it's too simple. Police don't enforce uninsured vehicles. Motorized vehicles, as another person said, are on the streets and they're not supposed to be. Scooters, I can't see a scooter. Bye. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joshua Steinberg. Elaine O'Sullivan. Jacqueline Hayes. Jane Reif. Mercedes Castrello Huntley. Barbara Casavana. Renee Lau. Victorio Andino. Ruth Klein. Luke Ethaide Rosario. Michael Benson. Thomas Lamadrid. Michael Goals. David Zellman. Gary Roth. John Doe. Richard Sonnenberg. Scott Goldberg. Ezekiel Zimmerman. Constance Stellis. Arthur Miller. Adam Legio. Craig Sands. Denise Ruggiero. John Seaborn. Carol Parker. Branch Warsham. Lorraine Capelli. Sam Hecker. Paul Friedman. Richard Weiss. Paul D'Antonio. Aria Sajetti. Clarence Tennell. B. Kumar. Walt Iwichu. Ken Wiederhorn. Henry Falcone. Bob Carbo. Ron Simoncini. Richard Sandano. Maria Gonzalez. Rena Zager. Matthew Sullivan. Jorge Urena. Patrick Johnson. Maria Danzillo. Bruno Bianchi. Michael O'Brien. Alan Fernandez. Philip Kinscherf. Joan Goldberg. Francis O'Hanlon. Prasad Chilasani. Warren Green. Otto Ngula. Adam Cohen. Kim Lawyer. Christina Poncel. Gordon Lee. Nicholas Berkowitz. Matthew Quezada. Gina Wright. B. Dorsey. Lucy Garnett. Laura Hogan. Oopsies. Stacy Shub. Alexander Samaha. Manarul Islam. Regina Cornwell. A. Medina. Amanda Levine. Catherine Manfredonia. Derek Smith. Elizabeth Caputo. Gary Neal. Shannon Phipps. Brian Tomlinson. Brian Hess. John Trantos. Arlene Rubenstein. George Natim. Michael Wilbekin. John Rockler. Peter Sugar. Carter Simpson. Angel Carranza. Michelle Matlock. Martin Reenfeld. Orrin Schulman. Brian Manzino. Raven McNeil. Steve Margosian. Dawn Mastro Giovanni. Kenneth Pace. Francis Vaughn. Elba Acosta. Lionel Morales. Sophia Feist. Robinson Quezada. Thomas O'Neill. Judith Edwards. Allison Glastein. Jamie Serrano. Ali Madhu. Thomas Healy. Peter Negrini. Simon Weiser. We'll try again, recent retiree, to see if your connection is better. Recent retiree. Recent retiree, please unmute and begin your remarks. Recent retiree, if you're able to unmute yourself, you may try giving remarks again. You're currently, nope, you're unmuted. Please try beginning your remarks. We can't hear you if you're speaking. You are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Unfortunately, we're not able to hear your remarks. We will provide you with information in the chat about how to submit comments to us through other methods, and we thank you for joining. We'll now continue our reading of the list for a second time. If you hear your name called, please let us know in the Q&A chat. Simon Weiser. Maria Rodriguez. Mary Pelzer. C. Montanez. Upkar Thind. Michelle Borelli. Sally Fu. Jeffrey Weinsfield. Boad Salazzo. Sam Ohana. Ella Pultinas. Anonymous Speaker 1. That concludes the second read through of our list of speakers.
Thank you for joining us this evening. For those who did not do so already, we encourage you to take our short survey via the QR code or link currently being displayed. The link can also be found in the Q&A section of the Zoom. For details about our 6th and final hearing later this morning at 10 a.m., please visit the project website at mta.info/CBDTP or call the public meeting hotline at 646-252-6777. As a reminder, if you would like to join tomorrow's hearing, actually later this morning's hearing by phone, you can visit the project website at mta.info/CBDTP or call the public meeting hotline at 646-252-6777 to obtain the call-in information. As a final reminder, in addition to the virtual public hearings, there are several other ways you can provide comments on the environmental assessment through September 9th, 2022. We encourage the public to comment via the CBDTP website, where you can also find the latest project information and sign up to stay informed via email. You may also email comments to cbdtp@mtabt.org. Send them via mail to CBD Tolling Program, 2 Broadway, 23rd floor, New York, New York, 10004, or call 252-7440. Comments may also be provided directly to the Federal Highway Administration via email to cbdtp@dot.gov or via mail to FHWA, New York Division, Ray, CBDTP, Leo W. O'Brien, Federal Building, 11A Clinton Avenue, Suite 719, Albany, New York, 12207. The time is currently 12:34 a.m. on Wednesday, August 31st. This concludes our hearing. Thank you again for your participation.